Audiobook title, Naval Gacha System. It's time to monopolize the 7 seas. A 01 to 250 by Mr. Akin Part 01. Chapter 1, 001 Naval Gacha System. As he opened his eyelids, a middle-aged man gazed upon the evergreen leaves where the strands of radiant light pissed in shimmering glee, his mind muffled with echoes of the past as though reminding him of who he was. Initially, the middle-aged man was disgruntled by his muddled mind, but with time, he regained his lucidness and calm. It was then the raven-haired man realized the circumstances he was in. Waking up in the middle of nowhere didn't do good for his mind, but opening his eyes after dying put him in a daze. His name was Abraham Shepard, a rather cool-sounding name for an ordinary office worker who shut himself off from the world. His life was mostly working and gaming. Guess how he died? I can't believe I got a heart attack during a match. He ruffled his hair and wryly smiled. His teammates were probably flaming him for being AFK in the middle of the game. Abraham touched his chest and slowly grasped it tightly. Dying of a cardiac arrest wasn't a pleasant experience. It wasn't an instantaneous death, but a gradual one. He remembered his last moments of laying coldly on the floor. At that moment, he couldn't move a single muscle. Resounding memories about it were horrifying for him. When he was about to die, a heavy pressure weighed on his chest. It was as if some bastard hit him hard with a hammer. The pressure was difficult to handle, especially when it felt like he was suffocating. Abraham clearly recalled the helplessness he felt during that moment. There was no one and nothing that could save him. After all, he was alone. My stomach feels sick, he muttered as his heartbeat got faster and stronger. The reaction was somewhat late for a body confronted with the experience of death. It took a minute for his body to calm down and move on from what had happened. But it will take time for his mind to adapt to such an ordeal. Dying surely is a strange experience, Abraham whispered to himself and watched the beautiful greenery from above. From his understanding, he was in a forest in the middle of nowhere. He didn't know how he got here, especially when he had just recently died. Though, as he was a cultured individual, he confidently concluded his thoughts with a single word. Transmigration. Abraham didn't know how, but the middle-aged man didn't care. What mattered was that he was alive to see the world once more. However, since he was transmigrated, he couldn't help but wonder, was this a fantasy world? A reality where monsters, catgirls, castles, and magic exist? He wanted an answer to this question. However, to answer it, he must move onward and explore the world. But I don't have confidence in surviving in this world. I lack any survival skills, so I'll probably die in this forest. It was a sad thought, yet it was the truth. He was a middle-aged man and an ordinary office worker. Most of all, he was a loser who had no life. He spent the entirety of his free time in front of a computer, wasting his life away merely to trash-talk other people while also cursing if he lost. So, he had no confidence in surviving. This pessimistic thought process isn't helping me in this situation. Abraham furrowed his eyebrows as he steadily clenched his fist. He moved it upward as though reaching the leaves-covered skies. I don't want to die again. I hate the helpless feeling of waiting for my inevitable death the most. Even if I have no chance of survival, I must struggle for my life. I shouldn't give up. The flames of determination ignited in his jet-black irises. If it was before, he would have given up as reality stacked up against him. But after tasting the actuality of death for the first time, something inside him wanted to rebel against it, and he felt alive because of such a rebellion. With Abraham's newly gained resolution for his life, he sluggishly stood up. His body wobbled when he got up on his 2 feet, but with time, he was able to regain his balance. After getting rid of the dust on his clothes, he scanned his surroundings with unparalleled scrutiny. He immediately made a conjecture. He seemed to be stranded on a tropical island, which was a piece of good news. Being grounded on a deserted northern island would have increased his chances of dying. I can smell the sea from here. It's nearby. Abraham walked towards the smell of the sea. He passed through the thick bushes and leaves, making them rustle and crunch as he walked by. After trekking for quite some time, a gleaming light pierced from the evergreen bushes. The sound of waves hitting the beach rang in his ears. As he parted the shimmering bushes before him, he was met with a spectacular sight. There was a long crescent-shaped beach brimming with golden sand. The waves seemed to glitter with the dazzling light of the sun. The breeze of the sea passed through his body and ruffled his raven-colored hair. He could smell its scent more distinctively than ever before. For someone who was in a cold, monotone, and somber city, this was a picturesque view to behold. I guess transmigrating to another world has its beauty, Abraham mumbled to himself as the edges of his lips slightly rose. He was relatively looking forward to his life in this new world. Nonetheless, he noticed the vastness of the crescent-shaped beach. It spanned a couple of kilometers, which made him think of its potential. Now, how do I survive on this island? He thought in wonder as numerous ideas passed through his mind. While he had no survival skills, he wasn't entirely ignorant of the ways of survival. Luckily, a coconut tree still exists in this world. Abraham turned his gaze towards the line of coconut trees waiting to be conquered. Find your audiobook from Zephyr Audiobook. He had no idea how to get a coconut safely from the palm tree, but its availability gave him some relief. It looks like the first few days will be rough. He lightly chuckled and squatted on the luminous sand. He casually gazed forward into the lines of the boundless horizon. But as he watched the horizon with wonder, he noticed a misty figure moving in its borders. It was humanoid in shape and looked tiny when compared to the horizon. What the dash? Abraham squinted his eyes and tried to make sense of what he was seeing. However, no matter how much he thought about it, he only reached one conclusion. Such a creature shouldn't be possible. Is this madness already seeping into my mind? It hasn't been an hour yet since I woke up. I didn't think I would be this sensitive. He wanted to laugh at himself. Well, at least, my hallucinations aren't too bad. There were worse things that could happen when madness consumes one's mind. He was lucky to have mostly kept himself. Though, out of nowhere, something cold and mechanical rang out inside his head. Asterisk ding, asterisk. Damn, I shouldn't have said that. Abraham thought that his madness was worsening. He was even hearing things despite being stranded in the middle of nowhere. Sadly for the middle-aged man, it was far from over. Initializing Naval Gacha System. A digital screen materialized out of nowhere. It had a message written on it, and it reported the initialization of a system. These phenomena made Abraham remember something important. He was transmigrated to another world. A world that might be different from his former one. A reality where the heavens and earth could really turn upside down. Giant monsters should be possible, especially if magic possibly existed. And as one would expect from a transmigration, the transmigrated one would receive his cheat. It was in the form of a system. Abraham excitedly stood up from the ground and couldn't stop himself from grinning. The digital screen might be his madness acting up, but it might also be real. Naval Gacha System. That's something new. However, why must it be a gacha system? He was a bit disappointed. Even so, as he had said before, it was better than nothing. I hope I'm lucky in this second life of mine. He clasped his hands together in prayer to RNG God and silently observed the digital screen before him. After some time, several digital screens materialized. The previous one instantly disappeared and was replaced by the new screens. The cold and mechanical notification bell rang out again. Asterisk ding, asterisk. Naval Gacha System initialized. System apparatus operational. Gacha network secured. Administrative host verified. Congratulations, Fleet Admiral Abraham Shepard. You have initiated the Naval Gacha System. Would you like to know more? Along with the notifications was a feminine monotone voice calmly reporting them. It sounded robotic yet fairly human. If one would describe it, it resembled a virtual assistant. Abraham placed a finger on his chin and thought about the voice and the digital screens. He wasn't ignorant of systems, so he wasn't extremely dumbfounded by it. But nevertheless, he still felt perplexed. The first thing he needed to do was seek for information, and according to the voice, there was more information about the system he needed to know about. I'd like to know more, Abraham discreetly uttered, despite having no one or nothing beside him. It felt stupid to act in such a way, but why not make it a habit of his? In the future, he'll meet others. While there was a possibility that he could use his thoughts, it was better to train his mouth to become consistently quiet. Asterisk ding, asterisk. Welcome to the Naval Gacha System. The purpose of the system is to aid the administrative host in their endeavors. To do so, the Fleet Admiral can trigger a spin to receive modern warships or ships. There's no need for the Fleet Admiral to worry about ship personnel as the system would grant them with the warship. Despite maintaining their superior intelligence, personnel granted by the system will be eternally loyal to the Fleet Admiral. They will accept any orders regardless of how incomprehensible they may seem. To trigger a spin, the Fleet Admiral must acquire naval points. These points can be gained through the completion of naval tasks. Through Gacha, all modern warships or ships, big and small, are available for the Fleet Admiral to obtain. Would you like to know more? The information presented by the monotone voice and the digital screen was of several magnitude higher than before, but through them, Abraham received a greater understanding of the Naval Gacha system. He felt excited about his newly activated system. Its potential was vast. The ability to redeem modern warships and ships with its complete personnel was a force to be reckoned with. Abraham couldn't stop thinking about the possibilities. The path of his future gleamed brightly for him to see. His fate was tied to the seas, so there was only one thing for him to do. It's time to monopolize the 7 Cs. Chapter 2002 System Apparatus, Systema. In the middle of the golden crescent-shaped beach of a peculiar island was a lone middle-aged man staring at nowhere and somewhere. He appeared to be excited despite having nothing but a pair of shorts and a t-shirt. Abraham was tempted to learn more about the system, but before doing so, he had to establish something important. What kind of system did he get? He wasn't talking about the type of system, but the kind of system. The one with the monotone voice. Who and what are you? He straightforwardly questioned. The system might not answer, but it was worth a try. Luckily for Abraham, though, the voice responded to his question. A mechanical bell rang inside his mind, and what followed was the feminine monotone voice. *******. I am the system apparatus, the processor of the naval Gacha system. The answer was frank, as though it was stating a fact. There was no complex explanation about who or what it was. It simply responded to his question. Abraham raised an eyebrow when he first heard of its answer. It answered him, but it mostly left him with more questions than answers. So, without any hesitation, the middle-aged man decided to continue digging. I'd like to know more about the system apparatus, *****. The system apparatus is the processor of the system. It must maintain the Gacha network and the system's operations, as the naval Gacha system requires the processing power of the system apparatus to operate. The administrative host's worries are understandable. However, the power of the system apparatus is mainly handling the system's logistics. It has no capability of revoking the summoned warships and personnel. It also has no authority over them. Abraham raised an eyebrow after hearing the monotone voice's response. Its name was the system apparatus, and it was nothing but the processor of the system. So it wasn't the system, though there was also a possibility that it could be lying. Perhaps the information before Abraham was merely a ruse by the system apparatus. How do I know that you aren't lying? He asked with a tinge of caution. Find your audiobook from Zephyr Audiobook. *****. The system apparatus has no capabilities of lying or omission of knowledge. The system apparatus was becoming better at persuading him, but one must never underestimate the cautiousness of a middle-aged man. Well, then, what do you think of me? For some reason, Abraham felt that he shot himself in the leg this time. *****. A loser. The middle-aged man unconsciously felt the system apparatus about to throw him a barrage of emotion-damaging missiles. He wanted to stop it, but sadly, he was too late. A human being with lower physique strength than an average teenager. Someone with high IQ but low EQ. A bottom feeder in human society that only spreads hate through trash talking. A middle-aged man who has no life, no wife, and no keys of any kind. A disappointment to parents, but is motherless and fatherless. Even the devil felt sorry after discovering how much of a human failure one could be. Despite having a considerable talent in trash talking, the subject gets petrified of personally talking to others with sapience. So, the talent meant nothing. Would you like to know more? And no, I don't want to hear more about it. Abraham's cheeks flushed in crimson red. He was embarrassed to be roasted by some artificial intelligence. This was probably the first. System apparatus, do you hate me? No, you must hate me. That sounds like someone who I killed their mother and father would say, he said exasperatedly, since the voice was too unhinged to have nothing behind it. There was no way that the snarky voice didn't have any abhorrence towards him when it uttered its so-called truthful words. Even the most pragmatic and straightforward individual wouldn't say such things in the voice's manner. *****. The system apparatus only speaks the truth and doesn't converse through emotions. However, if the administrative host is offended by the words spoken by the system apparatus, I humbly apologize to the administrative host. But nevertheless, the system apparatus is incapable of uttering lies. So, regardless of how the administrative host desires praise, the system apparatus can only speak the truth. If the administrative host improves as a human, a man, and a leader, maybe the truth will change and turn for the better. I see. I guess you're kind of right. Abraham felt conflicted regarding the system apparatus. It insulted him directly or indirectly, but it also didn't give up on him. Unlike the others, the memories of the past reminded him once again. He was irritated by remembering such memories, but it was something that would always be with him. As long as he was alive, it would be stuck deep into his heart, shackled by thousands of chains. Anyhow, the system apparatus was an interesting companion to have, but its name was too long and complicated to say. So, he wondered if he could call it through a nickname. System apparatus, can I give you a nickname? *****. The system apparatus understands the complexities that come with its name. The administrative host can call the system apparatus any name they desire. Well, then, I'll call you Systema. I gave this name a lot of thought, so you better not yap about it. A smile was on Abraham's face. Conversing with someone else would always be his favorite pastime, though, admittedly, only through the safety of being alone. If the system apparatus was in front of him, he wouldn't be able to utter a single word. Instead, he would be crippled by fear of personally talking to someone. ****. Nickname, Systema, accepted. Albeit not original, it's within acceptable range. The side comment was not needed, but he could only hear it muttered in his mind in a monotone voice. He sighed at how passive-aggressive Systema was. Nevertheless, it was the result of an intelligence made to speak the truth without realizing how painful such truths can be. Abraham could only consider Systema as the logical side of his mind, something that would speak the truth regardless of his feelings. I guess that frees Systema from bias, he thought to himself, and decided to continue on with his exploration of the naval Gacha system. Yet before he could do so, another mechanical bell rang in his mind. ****. The Fleet Admiral has received the Naval Beginner Gift Pack. To unlock the Naval Intermediate Gift Pack, the Fleet Admiral must meet the following requirements. Construct 5 ports, complete 10 naval tasks, obtain 25 warships. Unexpectedly, Abraham received a beginner gift pack, one of the prized treasures in games. Although such gift packs only worsened gamers' addiction, but perhaps, maybe that was the actual goal. Naval Beginner Gift Pack. Please open it. Systema. He didn't wish to hesitate and waste more time. There were a lot of things he could do in the coming period. ****. Opening Naval Beginner Gift Pack. Naval Beginner Gift Pack unwrapped. The Fleet Admiral has received the following items. Port Creation Ticket, Random Naval Spin Coupon. Systema's monotone voice echoed inside his mind, but Abraham's thoughts were encapsulated completely by the rewards he had received. The Port Creation Ticket sounded the most obvious. It should solve his problem of wondering where to place his warships. Albeit, he pondered about the second gift. The Random Naval Spin Coupon was something that seemed familiar to Abraham, though he had a hard time getting his mind over it. Right. I forgot. This is the Gacha. Abraham felt stupid to have forgotten something important. The recent games he played displayed the spin feature as banners. A strategy for the spoken game is to avoid directly stating themselves as Gacha games. After discovering that it was the Gacha spin, he wanted to immediately use it. But luckily, he didn't fall to such horrible temptations. He had to be rational while deploying these gifts. Otherwise, things might become problematic for the middle-aged man. Before using the coupon, I must construct the port first. Abraham muttered and gazed forward at the crescent-shaped beach. This place was the best location for a port. It looks like his lady luck was working for him. System, use the port creation ticket. ****. Activating port creation ticket. Please input the port's name. The name of the port was something he didn't think of at first. He seriously thought about it for some time and gave another unoriginal name to the port. For a gamer who prided themselves on coming up with at least uncommon names, he was unexpectedly naming his assets in their most common moniker. It will be called the Port of Dawn, Abraham said with endless pride as though he had done the port a favor. ****. Port name accepted. 1,000 utility personnel established. Basic port infrastructure and manufacturing facilities blueprints recorded. Port of Dawn constructing. A golden and radiant light slowly radiated outwards from Abraham's body. It consumed everything in its path like an unstoppable tide. He was nervous at first, but calmed down when he realized it was the construction. He calmly waited and felt the ground he was standing on rising. One would expect the earth to rumble and the skies to part when creation was being made, but it went smoothly without rough shaking in the nearby surroundings. The capabilities of the naval Gacha system isn't to be underestimated. Abraham had realized the unrivaled power of the systems. They practically bordered reality warping. The only problem they had was the requirements of their abilities to be used. They follow strict rules and guidelines like typical programs. Abraham then shook his head and got rid of his thoughts. This wasn't the time to think about what, who, and why of the systems. His first priority must be the port. After some time, the golden and radiant light took shape. They slowly formed into various infrastructures and facilities of the port. Such a scene made him a bit exhilarated. Minutes later, the golden light slowly faded into the background. While observing the change, the mechanical bell rang inside Abraham's mind. ****. The Port of Dawn has been constructed. Congratulations on your first port. Fleet Admiral Abraham Shepard. Chapter 3003 Port of Dawn. The beautiful crescent-shaped beach of the lone island had long faded into the memories of those who had seen it. What replaced the gorgeous beach was the smooth concrete ground of a massive yet empty port. Standing inside the entrance of the Port of Dawn, Abraham glanced forward with curiosity evident on his face. He stood in the middle of the road leading deeper to the port. However, the road didn't lead anywhere on the island. It merely resided in the port. The Port of Dawn was gargantuan in size as it consumed the entirety of the crescent-shaped beach, yet it was mostly empty. Only a quarter of its land was filled to the brim with various structures and facilities. I didn't think the port would be this huge, Abraham muttered in amazement. There was a single 5-story concrete building with several antennas on its roof. Beside it were 3 giant warehouses followed by a crane. A yard for containers also dwelled, but it was desolated as the port had no cargo ships to operate. Before Abraham could continue observing the modern buildings of the port, an engine roared. It sounded like a car, making him raise an eyebrow. It got louder in seconds, giving him the realization that a car was heading towards him. Unconsciously, he felt anxious. It was like he intruded on a place he shouldn't be in. Sure *T. What do I do? Abraham nervously thought, since he was about to meet humans that might come from the same world as him. Despite being their superior, it was hard for him to feel like one. After all, it was like the rank of Fleet Admiral was casually handed to him. He was a trash-talking guy behind the screen of a monitor, but the same couldn't be said in real life. He wasn't pompous and would act like a typical introvert. Sistema, I need your backup. Abraham decided to ask his companion for assistance. Immediately, a mechanical bell rang inside his mind. ****. Fleet Admiral, the personnel wouldn't care how you act before them. Even if the Fleet Admiral behaves like a child, they would still conduct themselves like a son would act to their respectable father. Sistema's words made him a bit delighted, but he furrowed his eyebrows after thinking about it. He didn't desire to act like his former self. He wanted to change for the better. And to change, he must leave his comfort zone and become one with the world. I want to be the Fleet Admiral they deserve, Sistema, Abraham uttered with unrivaled determination. It was unfortunate for him to not see Sistema in her humanoid form. Otherwise, he would be able to see the satisfied and proud smile of a mother. ****. If that is what the Fleet Admiral desires, Sistema will assist. First, calm yourself and stand straight. Without any hesitation, Abraham followed her words. He calmed his heart down to its normal level by breathing in and out deeply. Afterward, he straightened his back. When your subordinates arrive, look at them calmly in the eye. You must never avoid their gaze and must meet them on the same terms. Understood. He nodded while the feminine monotone voice continued. When they speak to you, talk to them slowly and coolly. No need to be fast, or talk like an overbearing man. After all, there's no need to dominate those who are already following you with unparalleled loyalty. Their respect has no need to be demanded, for they already respect the Fleet Admiral. Other than being snarky, Sistema was great at giving advice. Her words made sense to Abraham and made him easily understand it. However, understanding and doing something was different from one another. Do you think I'll be able to do it, Sistema? Abraham questioned with uncertainty. Inferiority and doubts would always affect one's mind regardless of their age. It wasn't something that could be avoided. However, one could move forward regardless of their doubts. ****. The first step is the hardest and heaviest, Fleet Admiral. Take a step forward and become who you want to be. I see. Sistema's words echoed deeply inside his mind. He wanted to push himself out of his cocoon. He wished to become something other than a loser or an ordinary office worker. So, he must take the first step. The vehicle soon arrived near the port's entrance. Abraham's eyes observed it and noticed that it was a Humvee in its desert camouflage. Inside were probably soldiers or officers. As the Humvee stopped before Abraham, the ones inside it stepped out with serious faces. He could feel his heart wildly beating after seeing them. But he took a deep breath and calmed himself once again. There were 4 infantry soldiers and a single officer heading towards him. He didn't know their ranks, but he was confident that the Fleet Admiral was the highest in the Navy. When the entourage of Navy personnel stood in front of him, they saluted at the same time, and the officer introduced himself to his highest commander, Lieutenant Commander Morgan, Fleet Admiral Shepard. The Lieutenant Commander wore a calf-length wool bridge coat woven in navy blue, a dark blue suit trousers, and a pair of black boots. Above his head was the typical ivory officer peak hat clad in golden-colored ornaments. Compared to the breathtaking clothes of the Lieutenant Commander, the Fleet Admiral wore casual clothing, making him look like he came from a vacation. I want to wear such drippy clothes. Abraham silently thought to himself before responding to the Lieutenant Commander with a nod. At ease, Lieutenant Commander Morgan, he said as slowly and coolly as possible while gazing at the Lieutenant Commander's eyes. He wondered to himself if he was doing things right. It's an honor to be in your presence, Fleet Admiral. The Port of Dawn is privileged for being chosen as the Fleet Admiral's first port, Morgan said with respect emanating from his eyes. Abraham felt confused and wondered if it was the effect of eternal loyalty. Fortunately, Sistema gave him his answer. ****. Requesting perspective change. Target, Fleet Admiral Shepard. Receiver, Lieutenant Commander Morgan. Abraham raised an eyebrow but accepted the request. He also wondered what he looked like from the perspective of others. Request validated. Changing perspective. His perspective slowly changed and transferred to the sight of the Lieutenant Commander. For the first time in his life, he saw himself in the eyes of others. Damn. Why do I look so cold and authoritarian? Shouldn't I be sweating like a bastard? I didn't think I would look so good, Abraham commented in his mind upon unveiling his appearance. He stood silently in casual clothing with sharp eyes and an aloof face. He seemed a bit revitalized compared to his former self. ****. What your mind considers as your appearance doesn't mean that it's your true appearance. It all depends on mindset. If you portray yourself positively, your appearance will change in the eyes of others and yourself. And even though the administrative host is always anxious in front of others, in reality, they would only see this appearance of you. A cold, middle-aged man. The words of the feminine and monotone Sistema gave Abraham tons of confidence. He wouldn't have believed others if they had said the same thing. But Sistema was different. The snarky one would speak the truth. It utters nothing but facts. It doesn't intend to praise him or pretend that he was better than anyone else. It was merely stating its logic. Thank you for welcoming me, Lieutenant Morgan. How about you introduce this port of yours? Abraham said with a slight smile on his face as the other nodded in acceptance. Affirmative. Follow me, Fleet Admiral. Morgan walked towards the Humvee while the infantry soldiers stayed back to guard the entrance. I'm doing better than expected. I should have gone through an acting career. Abraham felt pride in his acting skills. However, a mechanical bell rang unexpectedly. ****. The Fleet Admiral might win an award for his acting skills. I know, right? Abraham felt pride after hearing the praise of Sistema, but after thinking about it, he felt strange. Hey, did you reply to my thoughts? And was that sarcasm? He questioned, though he was met with silence. However, after a second, Sistema responded with one word. Yes. What is that answer responding to? The first or second one? Abraham felt confused but decided to give up asking the cranky Sistema. Nevertheless, he was sure of one thing. Sistema might be able to hear his thoughts. This possibility had always been floating inside his head. After all, Sistema had always been prepared to answer his questions. It perfectly responded to what he wanted to know instead of expositing information that he didn't desire to understand. Abraham wasn't really bothered by it. His thoughts weren't shrouded in deep secrets. But Sistema would be in for an horrific adventure in the future, especially when his thoughts sometimes bear interesting ideas. While he kept thinking about how he would torment Sistema with his devious thoughts, Morgan began introducing the various parts of the Port of Dawn. The Port of Dawn is divided into several sectors. From the manufacturing, transportation, and defense sector, Abraham could see factories through the windows of the Humvee. There were dozens of trucks, making the sector appear busy. There was also a residential area for utility personnel of the port, while there were barracks for military personnel. Despite appearing small on the outside, the Port of Dawn resembled a tiny town on the inside. This made him hopeful about his future as the Fleet Admiral. It also made him want to become someone who deserved it all. Chapter 4004 Random Naval Spin Coupon. In the Humvee driving through the road, the Lieutenant Commander explained the intricacies of the port. He reported its three main sectors, which were the manufacturing, transportation, and defense sectors. The manufacturing sector consists of about half of the current facilities we have in the port, whether it'd be manufacturing supplies, ammunition, ordnances, and armaments. The sector would be able to produce such things as long as they have their needed materials. At the moment, the manufacturing sector is currently closed, with its utility personnel having an indefinite day off for the time being. The same could be said with the transportation sector since we have no available cargo ships. Speaking of the transportation sector, it is the area of the port dedicated to transporting products, materials, and personnel. It owns half of the empty area in the port. After all, when things set off for the better, we can expect for the port to be busy. While Morgan explained the first two sectors, the Humvee passed through the transportation sector. It was filled with yards and warehouses. There were also several cranes lying here and there throughout the sector. Abraham also noticed the rail station and a railway, citing the possibility of a railroad encompassing the entirety of the island in the future. He smiled while watching the beautiful scenery of the modern world. At any rate, he continued listening to the explanation of the lieutenant commander. Finally, the defense sector. This place is exclusively used by military personnel. It is equipped with a radar station, a runway, and dozens of defensive fortifications of the anti-air, anti-surface, and anti-submarine classifications. With that, Morgan concluded his introduction of the Port of Dawn. Abraham nodded in understanding as a sign of comprehension of the port structure. Although the port was at its basic level, it was a formidable military base. It made him wonder what the port would look like in its second or third level. The Humvee soon arrived at their destination, which was the branch office of the port. It was where logistics would be handled. Morgan and Abraham stepped out of the vehicle while the Humvee drove off. Morgan led Abraham into the branch office building. It was an 8-story concrete building with dozens of antennas and windows. There was even a phalanx CRAM on its rooftop. Inside the branch building, the lieutenant commander stopped walking and looked back at the respected fleet admiral. He saluted at him and announced his departure. "Sir, I will be departing to my office for logistic handling. Your office should be on the 6th floor with your uniform ready to be worn. Thank you for guiding me, Lieutenant Commander. I'll get myself ready." Abraham nodded and the lieutenant commander left after ending the salute. Abraham was left alone in the branch office's hall. He looked around and noticed some Navy personnel in their desk jobs. It looks like emerging in the middle of nowhere has its own fair share of problems. He couldn't help but relate to those who supported the Navy with their aching fingers. Anyhow, he shook his head and walked towards the elevator door. He pressed the button pointing upwards and waited for the elevator to come down. Several seconds later, the elevator arrived on the ground floor and its metallic doors slid open. Inside were several Navy personnel looking at him in shock before saluting to their highest supervisor. "Fleet Admiral, welcome to the Port of Dawn. It's an honor." "Fleet Admiral, good morning, sir." The personnel had various introductions, to which Abraham responded with a nod. According to Sistema, it was good to be a man of few words. He must only talk when needed to, which coincided with what he desired. After all, despite wanting to change, he was an introvert in and out. Some silence was calming for the middle-aged man. Abraham stood in front of the Navy personnel. As the elevator rose to the 6th level of the branch office, he felt the observing gazes of the Navy personnel. It made him a bit nervous, but he didn't let it affect him too much as he understood that his rank probably attracted attention. When the elevator arrived on the 6th floor, its metallic doors slid open and the fleet admiral stepped out of its confines. He looked back at the Navy personnel behind him and nodded with a smile. The Navy personnel also gave their beaming smile as the elevator closed and rose from the 6th level. Abraham turned his gaze forward and was met with a long hallway. He walked through it with silent steps. He observed the paintings and pictures plastered upon its walls. After some time, he arrived at his destination, which was a wooden double door. Abraham held its cold silver knob tightly and slowly turned it open. As he heard a clicking sound, he pushed forward and entered his office. "Classy," he remarked while stepping into his office. It was clad with traditional luxury, which meant that it was filled with antiques. From a painting depicting some naval war to a bookshelf filled with old maintained books. It resembled the office of a mafia's godfather. Although the office was too classy with its dark wooden ornate and ivory walls filled with marble, he liked its depiction of luxury. It made him feel a bit bossier than before. After locking the door to his office, Abraham walked towards the dark brown wooden wardrobe near the bookshelf. He opened it with both of his arms and saw his naval uniform inside. It was a double-breasted bridge coat colored in dark blue with 6 golden buttons. Above it was his breast insignia with its 5-star signature. Beside the bridge coat were his dark blue suit trousers, and on his trousers was an ivory officer peak cap. The uniform appeared to be tailored for him, which gave him some feeling of appreciation. At the very least, he wouldn't wear clothing that was too loose for him. Carefully taking out his uniform, Abraham began to wear them. As he wore the uniform one after another, he ended his session after placing the ivory officer peak cap on his head. He glanced at the mirror in the wardrobe and couldn't help but be enamored by his appearance. As expected, wearing drippy clothes does enhance one's appearance. Abraham carefully thought while examining his figure. It looks like I'll have to train myself. His arms appeared to be flimsy, which was the reality. Although, he felt a bit revitalized for some reason. He was still weaker than an average high school student. After entertaining the idea of training, he sat on his office chair and looked at the luxurious wooden table filled with various things. There was also his extravagant nameplate on the side of the table, which seemed expensive. This port must be rich, or am I some corrupt middle-aged man? Abraham thought and chuckled in his mind before becoming serious. I have to start my plans and let this port grow. He understood that his personal strength was lesser than none. His survival was tied to the port and its naval capacity and force. So, if he desired to survive in this new world, he must make his naval force stronger than anything else. With this thought process in mind, Abraham decided to question the existence of one thing. Systema, does the status display exist in the system? The legendary status display was the most integral part of the system. It was practically the most iconic thing one could correlate to a system. Following his question, the usual mechanical bell chimed in his head. Asterisk ding, asterisk. It does exist, Fleet Admiral. Would you like to open it? If so, say or think of the word status. With Systema's instructions, Abraham took a deep breath and uttered the legendary system word. Status. Naval Gacha System. Bases. Port of Dawn, Level 0. Gacha. Random Naval Spin, 1000 NP. Store. None. Dash Naval Points, 0. Out of nowhere, a digital screen materialized before his eyes. Inside it was information about his current circumstances, or in other words, his status. Random naval spin must be the gacha, and the naval points should be the currency of the system. I only have one base, but it implies I can have numerous bases under my command. The information on the status screen was a piece of good news for Abraham. It made his sudden conjectures throughout the day have some weight. To get the NP, I need to activate the gacha. I must accomplish naval tasks for its rewards. Abraham placed his finger below his chin and carefully thought about it. But how do I get naval tasks? Is there something I need? His question was answered with the following mechanical ring. Asterisk ding, asterisk. Naval tasks will be assigned when the Fleet Admiral has a ship to utilize. It would also depend on the ship's classification. A cargo ship will receive a naval task of trade while warships will operate in maritime security. Through Systema's explanation, Abraham understood that his naval tasks would depend on his ships, but it also made him hope to get a warship. After all, he had an established supply or trading routes for cargo ships to use. Who knows? There might be sea monsters and pirates lurking in the high seas. I'm feeling lucky today, so I guess it's time. Abraham clenched his fist with determination. He didn't care what kind of warship he got. As long as it was a warship, it was enough for the Fleet Admiral. Use the random naval spin coupon, Systema. Succeeding his words was the bell of Systema. Asterisk ding, asterisk. Random naval spin selected. Triggering spin. Abraham was watching an arrow on a wheel rapidly spinning upon hundreds of names. He prayed for the RNG god to aid him in his venture into the realms of Gacha. Revolution terminating in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Luckily for the middle-aged man, the RNG god answered with a smile. Congratulations, Fleet Admiral. You have received Ali Burke Class Flight 3 Destroyer. Chapter 5, 005 UNS Lightbringer. In the Fleet Admiral's office, Abraham calmly gazed at the notification screen in front of him. A couple seconds passed before his eyebrows flickered in wonder. For some reason, it took 4 working days for his reaction to appear. An Ali Burke-class destroyer? And a Flight 3 at that. He felt incredulous and couldn't believe what he was seeing. But nevertheless, it was the truth. He got a powerful destroyer as his first warship. Abraham felt delighted inside his mind after discovering what he had received from the RNG god. It seems that the system wanted him to be addicted to gacha by giving him a mouthful of a reward. However, before the middle-aged man could continue relishing his first victory in RNG, a familiar mechanical bell rang inside his mind. Asterisk ding, asterisk. Congratulations, Fleet Admiral, for your first warship. You have taken your first step in building your naval force. Would you like to give it a name? What followed the mechanical ring was Systema's feminine monotone voice. Judging from her words, it seems that Systema was requesting a name for his navy. Abraham thought about it for a short moment and went through dozens of names. Since the name would be plastered above his navy, he needed to be careful as it would probably be permanent. The Naval Gacha system rewards me with ships of every nation and any class. They would probably look different from one another, especially their design element. My navy would probably consist of fleets of warships from every nation in my former world, so there should be one name perfect for it. At first, he thought of the name as somewhat cliché, but it fitted his navy's circumstances the best. With this in mind, Abraham hardened his resolve and gave his naval force a name. United Navy will be its name. All nations, warships, armaments, and personnel of humanity from my former world under one banner. Advancing into the unknowns of this world, we will be united against any challenges thrown to us by destiny. For some reason, after giving his naval force its name, he felt compelled to state his reasons. Never did he know this would become the motto of the upcoming United World Government. But such was for the long and distant future. Naval Force name accepted. Warships of the United Navy will be honored under the designation of UNS. Let the shining unity of the UN gleam through the seven seas. From Sistema's words, even Abraham felt a bit excited. This cranky one was good at making others emotional despite having nothing but a monotone voice. United Navy. He reminded himself of the force he commanded in the high seas. He felt excitement seeping into his heart. It made him want to make it better and stronger. Though, for now, he must turn his attention to the digital screen in front of him. UNS Lightbringer. The UNS Lightbringer is an Arleigh Burke-class destroyer of the Flight 3 classification. It is an advanced guided missile destroyer equipped with the latest Spine 6 radar along with the updated Aegis combat system. It is capable of anti-air warfare (AAW), anti-submarine warfare (ASW), and anti-surface warfare (ASUW). The Lightbringer has a displacement of 9,000 long tons with a length of 155 meters and a beam of 20 meters. It has a maximum speed of 31 knots and a complement of 360 officers and enlisted personnel. The destroyer also carries two XMH-60R Seahawk helicopters with ASW and ASUW capabilities. The main armament of the destroyer is its Mk-41 Vertical Launching System (VLS), with its supporting armaments of a single 5-inch, 127mm, 62 Mk-45 Mod 4 lightweight gun, a 20mm Phalanx CIWS, two 25mm Mk-38 machine gun system in its port and starboard, and finally 450 caliber guns. It also has two Mark 32 triple torpedo tubes with various types of torpedoes equipped. Lastly, it has a double hangar and helipad residing in its stern. The information presented about the UNS Lightbringer was enlightening for Abraham. It made him aware of its capabilities as a warship and also gave the fleet admiral some confidence in the exploration of the high seas. I need all the confidence I can get, Abraham inwardly chuckled while looking through the windows with his gaze pointed at the only dock of the port. Beside the dock was a golden light radiantly piercing through its surroundings. It brought a lot of attention to the surrounding personnel, but luckily, the military police of the port handled it swiftly. They cordoned the dock for a moment while the destroyer slowly took its form. After some time, the golden light disappeared from the dock as if it didn't exist. What replaced it was a lone and moderately-sized warship floating along the waves. The UNS Lightbringer resembled a mechanical beast forged for war and destruction, a monstrous entity that would throw hot freedom warheads from across 1,000 kilometers. Its existence would consolidate the Port of Dawn and the status of the United Navy. Abraham also doesn't have to worry about getting eaten by sea monsters, if they ever existed in this world. *ding*. Tasks prompt available. The feminine and monotone voice of System resounded in his ears. He raised an eyebrow after hearing her before realizing that it was the long-awaited naval task. I've been waiting for this, Abraham thought to himself, especially since the existence of the naval task was important for the growth of his naval force. If he wanted to get the naval points for Gacha, accomplishing naval tasks was a mandatory activity. *knock. 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 Unfortunately, he couldn't continue relishing his thoughts as he had an organization to manage. Sir, this is Lieutenant Commander Morgan. Can I come in? Outside of the door was Morgan. He was appalled by the emergence of a destroyer in the middle of his port. It appeared out of nowhere, without warning. But nevertheless, he also understood that the destroyer was a part of his fleet admiral's warships. How such a ship could appear out of nowhere was a question he'd probably think of for the rest of his life. Though, he also understood that the same could be said with the Port of Dawn. It materialized in the middle of nowhere, and in a world far different from before. I guess the abilities of the fleet admiral can only be considered as unnatural and powerful, Morgan thought to himself and slightly sighed. Come in, Lieutenant Commander Morgan. With the confirmation of the fleet admiral, Morgan entered the office and saw the fleet admiral in his uniform. As expected, the highest of command looked incredibly good in their respective Navy uniform. How may I help you, Lieutenant Commander Morgan? Is there something wrong? Abraham inquired with substantial eloquence. Before the transmigration, he would have cringed in acting in such a formal way, but now, it was a natural part of his job. I'm adapting fast, he quietly thought while gazing at the eyes of the lieutenant commander. Nothing is wrong, sir. The emergence of a destroyer merely brought some unwanted troubles to the port. A defensive action was nearly done, and it would have ended badly. Morgan stated his reasons for entering the office. While the Fleet Admiral was their highest officer, it was also Morgan's duty to maintain the stability of the port. I see. Apologies for that, Lieutenant Commander. I'll be giving warnings before summoning warships of our fleet. Abraham understood that summoning something out of nowhere wasn't without consequence. It was fortunate that the port was in the process of stabilizing itself in this world. Otherwise, if they were military ready, things would have ended badly for the destroyer. No need for your apologies, sir. Your understanding is enough for us. I have already said what I wanted to say, so I'll take my leave. Morgan bowed and saluted to the Fleet Admiral. However, before he could turn his back on the Fleet Admiral, a question entered his ears. Lieutenant Commander Morgan, how many personnel do we have in this port and what are its defensive capabilities? Abraham calmly asked. Even though Morgan had already uttered the types of defensive fortifications in the port, he didn't go into the specifics, which Abraham was curious about. Sir, the Port of Dawn consists of 1,000 able-bodied personnel. Many are manufacturing specialists, some are transportation workers, and others are from the military. Find your audiobook from Zephyr Audiobook. Regarding the military, specifically, we have the 25th Military Police Company consisting of 150 soldiers. There are also several dozen Hums in our warehouse, several LMTV military trucks, numbers of M2A4 Bradleys, and a couple of multi-mission launchers MML. We also fielded 6 UA-60M Black Hawks and 2 AA-64E Apaches in our airstrip, but they will have to undergo maintenance checks before being cleared to roam the skies. Our defensive fortifications are bolstered by the MIM-104 Patriots and numbers of Phalanx CRAMS. The defensive capabilities of the Port of Dawn are completely ordinary as we haven't begun expanding our influence to other islands. Morgan's explanation about their defensive capabilities made the Fleet Admiral smile. Thank you for your explanation, Lieutenant Commander Morgan. It seems that our port is brimming with military hardware and vehicles. This will reinforce our safety in this unknown world and pave our path into the future. It was natural to praise the capabilities of his forces. The more functional guns they have, the better it would be. You're welcome, Fleet Admiral Shepard. As always, the Port of Dawn is honored to be in your command. He saluted at the Lieutenant Commander and bowed once again before leaving the office. As silence encapsulated the Fleet Admiral's office, Abraham thought about the things he had learned from the Lieutenant Commander. While thinking, he slowly turned his gaze towards the bookshelves riddled with numerous books and knew that he had to learn the basics of naval strategies. Before waking up in this world, he thought he would never touch a book ever again. But it looks like he was far from correct. Systema, give me a naval task. His gaze sharpened as the familiar mechanical ring and feminine monotone voice of System echoed inside his mind. Asterisk ding, asterisk. Naval task mission issued. Prompting mission classification. Maritime security, mission received. Chapter 6, 006 Maritime Security Mission. Asterisk ding, asterisk. Sea surveillance, maritime security mission. The United Navy has little to no information regarding the seas they found themselves plunged into. Their security is in a critical state. To stabilize the security of the United Navy and its region, the Fleet Admiral must deploy a warship for maritime security. The warship must follow the given sea routes, and challenges encountered along the way will be considered a part of the mission's subtasks. Reward: 1,000 naval points. In the Fleet Admiral's office was a middle-aged man staring at a wall with a scrutinizing gaze. Most would have thought he had some kind of grudge against the wall, but such a conception was far from the truth. After all, he was merely reading the digital screen before him. When Abraham concluded his reading session, he understood the significance yet complexities of the mission. While he would like to immediately start it, no one knows what lurks in the seas beyond the horizon. So, he desired to be cautious and bide his time to prepare for the mission. But 1,000 naval points. That's another ship for me, he thought with subtle greed in his eyes. It was hard to control oneself when an opportunity arose in front of them. It was natural to take an opportunity, and unnatural to not acquire it. It requires great discipline, which he severely lacked. However, he wasn't alone in his endeavor. He had subordinates, and most importantly, Systema. Systema, what is the stratagem of the naval task? He silently muttered while a mechanical bell rang inside his head. Asterisk ding, asterisk. Patience, preparation, caution, and information. Systema's answer wasn't much, but it coincided with what Abraham thought. Luckily, he wasn't rash. Otherwise, there would be problems for him. I don't have the ability to gain information about the seas. No locals have been discovered yet, though I doubt something actually resides on this island other than us. Such a perfect yet empty place. Either the locals I want to find don't exist throughout the seas, or there is something skulking on the island. The latter seems more probable. Abraham furrowed his eyebrows as he realized that not only does he have to worry about the seas, he also needed to be wary about the island the Port of Dawn dwelled. I'll have to make a plan. He mumbled to himself and was about to start thinking about ideas to form his plan. But before he could continue to do so, a knock resounded from his wooden double door. Asterisk knock. Asterisk asterisk knock. Asterisk asterisk knock. Asterisk. Abraham raised an eyebrow and wondered who could be his visitor. He tidied himself up and uttered to the other side with a calm voice, "Get in." With his words, the double door opened and two individuals entered his office. One was the familiar Lieutenant Commander Morgan, while the other was an unknown officer. Apologies for returning after recently leaving the office, Fleet Admiral. But I met an interesting individual on my way out who requested to meet you. Morgan turned his gaze at the white-bearded old man beside him. The white-bearded old man merely gave a smile and stepped forward. He saluted Abraham and introduced himself. I am Captain Lux of the UNS Lightbringer, Fleet Admiral. It is pleasant to see the highest of command. Find your audiobook from Zephyr Audiobook. Abraham realized that the old man was the captain of the destroyer he had recently summoned. It seems that the acquisition of ship personnel along with the warship was true. Good to see you, Captain Lux. You must have lots of questions about our circumstances, he said to the captain with a knowing smile. Captain Lux wore the typical ivory-colored Navy officer uniform with a white peaked cap over his head. He looked like a veteran, but almost all the old men in the United Navy resembled veterans, which was understandable and common sense. Old people that last in an organization would always be regarded as veterans regardless of their ranks. Questioning why they look like veterans would be stupid, which Abraham realized. This made him throw such thoughts away and correlate the old personnel as veterans. It made sense, and it was easier than always making comparisons. I can't believe I just wasted my brain cells in a brain rut of a discussion, Abraham thought to himself before placing his attention back to the captain. You're correct, Fleet Admiral. I couldn't understand how my ship appeared in an unknown port that was supposed to be part of the Navy. Captain Lux was blunt about his confusion. Well, the circumstances are complicated, Captain Lux. We are currently residing in an unknown new world that might be totally different from our old one. As such, we need to gather more of our allies and gain a foothold in this foreign world. The Port of Dawn is the only port of our Navy in this world, and more warships will be expected in the future. After all, no one knows what beings reside in this alien world. Abraham calmly explained while Captain Lux listened. Getting summoned was unexpected, but arriving in a new world was more so. Luckily, the Fleet Admiral has some way of summoning more of their allies into the world, especially with the unknown dangers that this world would present. I see. Thank you for the debriefing, Fleet Admiral. I'm a bit astounded to be in another world, but the UNS Lightbringer is ready and under your command. Captain Lux slightly bowed, though Abraham felt a bit perplexed. So, are you not questioning about being in a new world? Abraham thought that the captain would require more information to believe in their situation. He didn't expect the captain to immediately agree with him without any delay or hesitation. It felt a bit strange for the middle-aged man. There is no need for me to question the words of the Fleet Admiral. I am confident that the Fleet Admiral will not fabricate something, especially when it is related to the United Navy, Captain Lux said with a smile brimming with wisdom. As expected, officers have ways in their words. Your trust is appreciated, Captain Lux. The edges of Abraham's lips rose, but he decided to change the subject. After all, he had to do something about the naval task. But before continuing on, I'd like for us to carry out a maritime security mission. What are your opinions about the mission, Captain Lux and Lieutenant Commander Morgan? Abraham asked the opinion of the two about undertaking a maritime security mission in the surrounding waters of the island. Lieutenant Commander Morgan and Captain Lux thought about it for a short while. It was possible to carry out the maritime security mission, but they needed time. Such was their conclusion. Performing a maritime security mission requires a lot of preparation and time, Fleet Admiral. Especially when we are doing it for the first time. Captain Lux uttered his opinion. On the other hand, Lieutenant Commander Morgan followed and also explained his own reasoning. The Port of Dawn will not be able to support the mission at the moment. The logistics haven't been built. Our supplies also could only last us a month without any operation and a week if we underwent an operation. The issues given by the two high officers made sense. Abraham understood that reality was different from a movie. The mobilization of a naval force requires a lot of time and preparation. There was also the problem of the naval force doing it for the first time in an unknown sea. They needed information before even partaking in such a difficult task. We also need a route for the maritime security mission, sir. Captain Lux brought the requirement of a route to the mission, which, at the moment, they didn't have. But Abraham had something different in mind. He closed his eyelids and pondered to Sistema about the maritime security route. Luckily, Sistema responded. *ding*. Current maritime security route available. The answer of the feminine and monotone voice made the fleet admiral sigh in relief. He gazed at Captain Lux and announced the existence of the route. I already have a route in mind, Captain Lux. Since we need preparation and time to conduct a maritime security mission, how much preparation and time do the two of you need? Abraham questioned the two high officers. Captain Lux and Lieutenant Commander Morgan contemplated for some time before answering to the highest of command in the United Navy. The Port of Dawn requires at least a week to stabilize and expand the port. We also need to investigate the island we reside in and perhaps exploit its resources. Before the activation of the manufacturing factories in the port, we also need to establish supply lines. Primarily, constructing a quarry for our deposits and an oil field to drill for crude oil, Lieutenant Commander said with confidence. If it was before, they would merely import the supplies they needed. But the current circumstances were different from before. They were alone in this world. The UNS Lightbringer is operational, but I require it to undertake a maintenance check. We also need supplies from the port, mainly food supplies. Other than that, the UNS Lightbringer can deploy within an estimated time of 2 days. Our armaments, munitions, and ordnance should be armed and ready by then. Captain Lux was also positive about sailing through the seas. However, they would have to be cautious as they don't know the possible dangers of treading beneath it. With the opinions of the two high officers, Abraham finally reached a decision. He also had to get himself ready before sailing into the seas. So, he wasn't against their preparation. Now that the two of you have concluded, the maritime security mission will be acted in accordance after a week. Until then, the Port of Dawn will stabilize and expand, and the UNS Lightbringer will undergo a maintenance check and prepare its weapons. Since the short meeting was concluded with the ordinance of the Fleet Admiral Shepard, Captain Lux and Lieutenant Commander Morgan left the office of the High Command. The two had a goal in mind after stepping out of the branch office building. Meanwhile, Abraham glanced at his slim arms and felt weak compared to his two officers. This fact made him clench his eyebrows as he felt undeserving of his position. He wasn't even smarter than the two. I need to train, the middle-aged man muttered with resolve. Chapter 7, 007 Initial Training Regimen. In the residential area of the Port of Dawn, a middle-aged man jogged through the silent and empty road while wearing nothing but black shorts and a t-shirt. It was early in the morning, and the sun was slowly rising from the lines of the boundless horizon. The middle-aged man was Abraham Shepard, the Fleet Admiral of the United Navy. Yesterday, he and his high officers, Lux and Morgan, held several meetings throughout the day. He also had to sign several papers regarding the recent plans of the UNS Lightbringer and Port of Dawn. It was an exhausting day for the Fleet Admiral. Fortunately, his hard work wasn't for nothing. He was given his designated lodgings in the residential area by Lieutenant Commander Morgan. It was a simple 2-story house, but that was enough for Abraham. After all, for the first time in his life, Abraham had a home for himself. Not a small apartment that he barely could afford, but a real home. I almost couldn't wake up from that comfortable sleep. Abraham yawned as the day before was exhausting for him. To think that being high-ranking didn't change anything. He still had to work, but he wasn't bothered by it. To be fair, he was working for his own organization. It was a sacrifice he was willing to make as it benefited him nonetheless. Anyhow, he continued to jog through the quiet road of the residential area. It was mostly desolated because the utility personnel were working hard to stabilize the situation in the Port of Dawn. The morning is lightening. He sighed and felt his heart at ease. It was the best time to train his body to become, at least, average, as he was somewhat weaker than that at the moment. Several dozen minutes soon passed, and Abraham was running through the road with exhaustion evident on his face. He felt a heavy pressure on his shoulders, and his limbs were also turning stiff. He knew he was weak, and the stamina his body contained was bare bones. But he didn't want to give up. Before the early morning training, he asked Sistema an important question. Will his training give him solid results, like those in novels where completing a training quest would advance their strength to a higher level? Sistema's answer was clear. No. Abraham understood that the naval Gacha system didn't have such functions, which made him wonder if it was efficient to train himself. His questioning thoughts made Sistema speak even further. Training requires determination, sacrifice fuels strength. The Fleet Admiral can train or not train, but personal strength can mean life and death in some circumstances. He knew what Sistema meant. It was okay that he wouldn't train, but he might die in the future if he does so. There would be moments when he couldn't rely on the United Navy to solve his problems. So, he must be ready for that significant moment. With this in mind, he continued his plan to train, and now he was jogging. Abraham gritted his teeth and clenched his fist. He kept himself upright and continued running through the streets. It was easy to give up, but difficult to continue. However, he didn't desire to stop. He wanted to continue no matter how hard it became. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead as his consciousness became hazy. He took deep breaths and controlled his breathing. He didn't know if it was working, though. He felt his condition not worsening. I must not pass out. Abraham wryly smiled and forced himself through the problematic ordeal. It would be embarrassing if his subordinates saw him pass out in the middle of the road. That would tarnish his reputation as the fleet admiral if he had some. Afterward, every second felt like a decade for the middle-aged man. It appeared as though everything slowed down, like he was in his own world. However, fortunately, he succeeded. He completed the goal he wanted to achieve. For the first time after high school, he won against himself. He ran for about 5 miles, circling a small part of the residential area. It was about 8 kilometers in the metric system. That was an achievement in his own dictionary. Besides the concrete pole somewhere in the residential area, Abraham was barely alive as his ragged breath resounded in his ears. He was exhausted beyond relief as this was the first exercise he had done for years. I can't believe this. I actually managed to do it. He was grinning while looking like he was about to pass out. He silently lay on the concrete pole and planned to rest for some time. His heart was rapidly beating like a machine gun. He felt a bit nervous since he might get a heart attack out of nowhere from the palpitations he was feeling. I won't die from a heart attack. Right, Sistema. Abraham gulped and questioned his close confidant. She was the one who knew his body inside and out. The familiar yet perfect mechanical bell rang inside his mind. It was about time for her to arrive. Asterisk ding, asterisk. There's no need for the fleet admiral to worry. Getting a heart attack will be the least of your worries. The platoon leader of the Marines in the UNS Lightbringer is trying to find you. He will arrive at your location in an ETA 2 minutes. The words of Sistema shocked Abraham to life. His eyes were wide open as he immediately stood up on the spot. The Marines were excellent and unbridled soldiers. He didn't want to appear weak before such individuals, so he pulled himself up. Abraham took care of his sweat and calmly leaned on the concrete pole as if he were enjoying the morning sun. After a minute, the roars of the engine echoed throughout the streets. He opened his eyelids and saw a Humvee heading towards his location. Inside should be the platoon leader of the Marines. After the Humvee stopped near Abraham, its doors slowly opened. What emerged was a young man with blonde hair and blue irises. He wore the typical Marine uniform and cap. A smile was on his face as he looked forward to the Fleet Admiral of the United Navy. He walked towards Abraham and swiftly saluted after arriving before him. Second Lieutenant Campbell of the Alpha 1st Platoon. Greetings, Fleet Admiral. Abraham gazed at the buffed Marine and felt a bit envious of their buddy. He also wanted to have a toned buddy, unlike his flimsy-looking self. But he shook such envious thoughts out of his head as he had to respond to the second lieutenant in front of him. Second Lieutenant Campbell, what brings you here? Abraham questioned since it was surprising for someone to seek for him so early in the morning. Apologies if I have disrupted your exercise, Fleet Admiral. Captain Lux wanted me to introduce myself to the High Command. I am also given the duties of being your personal guard at the moment. Campbell calmly explained his reasoning to the scrutinizing middle-aged man. After Abraham heard of it, he raised an eyebrow. Getting a personal guard wasn't out of the possibilities that appeared in his mind, but being followed by someone else was discomforting for someone like Abraham. What should I do? Abraham quietly thought to himself while watching the second lieutenant with a cold gaze. On the other hand, Second Lieutenant Campbell felt a bit nervous after meeting the cold gaze of the Fleet Admiral. He wondered if he had done something wrong to the High Command. Was he too relaxed, easygoing, or not respectful? It wasn't Abraham's aim to intimidate the platoon leader. However, there was nothing he could do about his weird habit. Besides, it was hard to know when he would be looking at someone coldly. He was too disconnected from his facial expressions. Second Lieutenant, I want you to help me train. I desire to get my body up to date and even stronger. I might need your assistance to do so, Abraham said as calmly as possible. Talking with someone that got a larger figure than him was a bit daunting, but it wasn't something that he couldn't handle. The words of the Fleet Admiral brightened the eyes of Campbell. To think that the High Command would be asking for his assistance and advice. Campbell couldn't stop himself from smiling as he immediately bowed to the Fleet Admiral, expressing his utmost agreement. It will be an honor, Fleet Admiral. And so, the training session of Campbell and Abraham began. The first thing the two carried out was to enter a gym nearby. It was the first time Abraham entered a gym as he wasn't the type to exercise or build his body. He felt a bit nervous as thoughts about failing to carry dumbbells weighed on his mind. Inside the gym were the Marines working out in their free time. Abraham was shocked to see the troops training themselves. He thought they would be taking their time in the barracks. He didn't know if he should regret choosing the platoon leader to assist him, but there was nothing he could do about it. Abraham could only accept the consequences of his choice. 5 hours later, in the massive concrete gym of the residential area were the roars of the Marines resounding throughout the building and the expanse surrounding it. Their deafening roars resembled the war cries of ancient times. It was as if they were fighting a life-and-death battle against an opponent or army with superior numbers than them. A battle of a dozen against hundreds and thousands. However, in reality, the truth was stranger than what was previously thought. After all, inside the gym alongside the Marines was the highest command of the United Navy, Fleet Admiral Shepard. He fought for his life while performing a 500 push-up session, not wanting to falter or act cowardly before his subordinates. Such was the unfortunate fate of the Fleet Admiral. On the other hand, the noisy Marines in the gym were merely grunting out their support loudly like goddamn cavemen. Now, he really was regretting it. Chapter 8:008 Port of Dawn's Expansion. In the Fleet Admiral's office was Abraham resting on his extravagant office chair. The morning training took its toll on his body. It kept aching as though a car hit it head-on and threw it on the sidewalk. But it was a lot better than his situation a couple of hours ago. After the grueling training, he could barely move his body and almost lost consciousness. It was a bit embarrassing, especially when he was the Fleet Admiral of the United Navy. Nevertheless, Abraham didn't regret the training he went through, especially when it made him understand something vital about his body. It was the ability of indefinite recovery. Indefinite recovery was the reason why he felt revitalized when he woke up in the middle of nowhere. Instead of feeling weak, he felt energetic. According to Systema, indefinite recovery will help him regenerate his body limitlessly without any disgruntling side effects such as cell degeneration. Of course, it wasn't without a price for every action that needs energy. Indefinite recovery needed him to eat a lot of food, about 5 kilograms worth of meals in one go. Naturally, this would be under the pretext of getting recovered from an injury. If he trained until his bones break and his muscles tear, this would be the price of recovery. It was a small price to pay as he could accelerate his regeneration so that it wouldn't take weeks for him to recover. Like now, it only takes several hours before Abraham completely recovers. It was an overpowered ability for a normal human like Abraham. It also gave him the opportunity to train without worrying about breaking his body into bits. With indefinite recovery, he could practically train until the end of time and transcend the limits of humans. But that was for the future. For now, going through some hellish training and managing the United Navy was his priority. Though, I regret getting help from the second lieutenant. If not for my indefinite recovery, I would have been in bed for a number of days. Abraham Riley smiled and went through the files on his table. It was afternoon and various things had happened throughout the Port of Dawn in the duration of the United Navy's second day. Most of the reports in the files were primarily about the stabilization of the manufacturing sector and the recording of the port's logistics. According to the paper, the materials in the warehouses of the port could barely last the United Navy a month. After that, the Navy will be facing a shortage of countless materials. With this in mind, they plan to accelerate the plan to acquire resource collection points throughout the island. They want to send research teams to several locations of interest. Of course, to safely tread the island, they need the assistance of the Marines. Since the Marines weren't deployed at the moment, it was the best opportunity for them to be used. So, Abraham didn't hesitate and sign his signature in the document. Tomorrow, the mission will begin. Abraham thought about the mission and felt that they needed to prepare a lot. They must not underestimate the sea and the land of this new world, especially when they had little to no information about it. It looks like I'll have to add some requirements to the mission. Abraham furrowed his eyebrows as the safety of his personnel was the #1 priority. He had no idea about how to acquire them without summoning a ship or constructing a port. Even when he asked Systema yesterday, the same answer appeared. Abraham must summon a ship or construct a port to receive personnel. It was a bit disappointing, but it was manageable for someone like him. I can't believe I am getting accustomed to the position of Fleet Admiral. Abraham shook his head and felt a bit of pride from his unexpected management skills. Perhaps, ordering your teammates during an important match of a game had its own effects on him. Anyhow, Abraham started writing the requirements of the mission in the file and went along with various options. The requirement was that the task force must be transported through helicopters. Spoken helicopters must be armed for combat, and the same could be said with the task force. Attack helicopters will be on standby for reinforcements, and the task force must not spend more than 4 or 5 hours in the locations of interest. Abraham's requirement was simple. It didn't ask much and merely warranted the existence of extra security and caution. Now that the requirement has been set, he looked forward to the mission that would be done tomorrow. This would be an interesting one for sure, but he hoped that it wouldn't be too problematic for the United Navy to deal with. A night passed, and the radiant morning followed. The golden sun rose from the lines of the boundless horizon, bringing about a new day to those below the azure heavens. In the defense sector of the Port of Dawn were 4 U-860M Black Hawks within its airstrips. Various maintenance workers and engineers were preparing the transport helicopters to be deployed into the field. Meanwhile, in a small building beside the airstrip were the personnel who would be undertaking the task under the orders of the Fleet Admiral and Lieutenant Commander Morgan. There were Marines of the UNS Lightbringer in the building, while there were various expeditionary research personnel that would be divided into teams. That is all you need to do for the task's completion. Inside the debriefing room was Second Lieutenant Campbell. He was assigned as the field leader of the small task force. The debriefing mostly consisted of warnings and what was needed to do when something unexpected happened. There was also a time limit of 5 hours in the field, so the expeditionary research teams must not waste their time when examining the locations of interest. But what were the locations of interest? Well, there were 2 locations of interest that were the primary goal of the mission. It was the northern plateau of the island that might have rich deposits of mineral, and the suspected oil field in the eastern grassland. That's right, the island was big. Exploration had been done since day one, and the island has an approximate area of a quarter of Britain. It was massive, so it might take time for the Port of Dawn to have complete influence over the island. At any rate, after the debriefing of Campbell, it was time for the mission to officially begin. The Marines packed their military bags, and the research personnel equipped themselves with their briefcase where sensitive equipment was held. They soon got out of the building and immediately heard the roars of the helicopter's propellers. The Black Hawks were ready to go with its armaments and ordnance armed. One after another, the personnel of the expeditionary research teams entered the transport helicopters. The last to step in were the Marines, who kept the doors wide open. With the Black Hawks fully loaded, it was time for them to lift off. Asterisk, this is Delta 1 to 2, ready. Asterisk. Asterisk Delta 1 to 1, ready. Asterisk. Asterisk Delta 1 to 3, ready. Asterisk. Asterisk Delta 1 to 4, ready to go. Asterisk. Asterisk, this is DATC. Birds are clear to go. Asterisk. Following the confirmation of the Port of Dawn's air traffic control tower, the transport helicopters lifted themselves from the ground and hovered in the airstrip. Dust shrouded the surroundings of the airstrips as thunderous applause of the propellers resounded throughout the skies and the ground below it. When the Black Hawks were up in the air, they slowly pointed themselves towards their destinations. The transport helicopters were in an echelon-right formation as they began to fly through the heavens, heading to their designated landing points. While the Black Hawks flew onward into the skies, the Marines calmly observed the surrounding forest and hills of the island. With rifles in their arms and a pair of shades covering their eyes, it was reminiscent of the war they had fought before getting transported into the New World. Ironically, their target was an oil field and mineral deposits. Second Lieutenant Campbell, who was in Delta 1 to 1, gazed at the dense evergreen forest. He remembered the words of the Fleet Admiral before debriefing the task force personnel. Second Lieutenant, be careful in the operation and never let your guard down. This island is not what it seems, and we humans are far from its complete dominator. So, I implore you to be careful until we become the island's apex. Campbell understood the words of the Fleet Admiral. A new world meant new things. As they had little to no information, they had to be cautious when undertaking missions. The personnel of the United Navy cannot be replaced. They had no boot camps where new Marines, infantry soldiers, sailors, or military personnel could be trained. With this in mind, every personnel was a resource, which must be what the Fleet Admiral was trying to say. This was why the rumored maritime security mission had an entire duration of a week to prepare. I mustn't let my guard down, Campbell thought to himself with his eyebrows furrowed. He looked at the rusting trees and gripped his rifle tightly. The success of this mission was paramount to the United Navy's future, and they must secure it with caution and efficiency. Asterisk Delta 1 to 3, Delta 1 to 4. We will be breaking formation. Over. Asterisk. Asterisk, this is Delta 1 to 3. Roger. Asterisk. Asterisk Delta 1 to 4. Roger. Asterisk. The 4 Black Hawks separated into their respective 2 groups, with one heading towards the northern plateau, while the other headed to the eastern grassland. As the separation of the task force had been done, it was finally time for the first stages of the mission to start. Delta 1 to 1 and Delta 1 to 2 were headed towards the northern plateau. Campbell took notice of the rigid terrain slowly covering his sight. They were about to enter the mountainous area of the island. It took several minutes before the 2 Black Hawks arrived at their landing points. As the transport helicopters hovered from the stone ground, they slowly descended from the skies. When the Black Hawks were a foot away from below, the Marines swiftly descended and created a defensive position. Chapter 9, 009 Northern Plateau. Set up a defense perimeter. Second Lieutenant Campbell ordered after hopping out of the Black Hawk. He looked at their surroundings with a scrutinizing gaze. Meanwhile, the Marines swiftly scattered into their respective positions. Following the Marines were the expeditionary research teams. They stepped out of the transport helicopters with grace and observed the rough terrain of the Northern Plateau. They held their briefcases tightly in their fingers and slowly placed them on the ground. Afterward, they slowly took out vital and sensitive equipment for the resource deposit inspections. Some Marines took out various crates and rapidly constructed a temporary tent for command and control along with communication. They also dispersed barbed wire fences in the defensive perimeter for extra defense. The Black Hawks turned their rotors off and the pilots calmly waited for the entirety of the operation to end. It was still morning, and the day had just begun for the task force personnel. "Sir, the COC tent has been built," a Marine reported with a salute. Campbell nodded at the guy and walked towards the spoken tent. Inside it were various old communication hardware that could be easily abandoned during an emergency evacuation. A communication officer was operating the hardware and immediately turned it on. Buzzes resounded throughout the tent as Campbell coolly waited to hear the high command. After a couple of seconds, a voice escaped the communication hardware. *2 Lieutenant Campbell, congratulations on your successful landing and construction of the temporary COC tent. As said before, the limit of this operation is 5 hours. After that, results must be given and the task force must return to the port. Be careful of any dangers that might tread in your area. Our personnel haven't finished sketching a topographic map of the island. Apaches are ready to support when called upon. Bravo Task Force has also successfully landed in the eastern grassland. Good luck in your operation, Second Lieutenant. It was the Fleet Admiral's voice, and he reminded the Second Lieutenant of the mission along with the warnings he had given the platoon leader. Affirmative, Fleet Admiral Shepard. The area is currently secured and fences have been set up. The apex of the Northern Plateau seemed to be empty of anything, but the Marines will maintain our vigilance. Second Lieutenant Campbell reported while his bluish irises pointed at the beautiful scenery of the vast evergreen forest of the island. Beauty always hides its venom. One must not be blinded by it. Sir Campbell, the resource deposit inspection has begun. A research personnel stood before the tent and relayed the true beginning of the operation. Campbell turned to look at the research personnel and nodded in understanding. But he also asked an important question to the researcher. How long will the inspection take? The operation had 5 hours as its limit. They needed to complete it within this duration for the mission to be concluded a success. The research personnel thought about it for some time and soon answered the second lieutenant with confidence. It should take 3 hours at most for a complete inspection. Of course, this is under the assumption of no complexities during the period of the inspection. If complexities do appear, an hour might be added to the time scale. While the research personnel was confident, he mustn't ignore the truth. They trusted their capabilities as researchers, but the world was as complex as it was simple. I see. Thank you for your service. The Marines and I will be defending this position until the inspection is completed, the second lieutenant said with a smile. The research personnel merely nodded and took off to do his own job. Campbell was left alone in the tent, thinking about what should be done if certain circumstances emerged. After some time of thinking, he shook his head as he realized that there was no need to waste his time on imaginary situations. The orders given to him were clear. Protect the inspecting research personnel and take them out of the location safely. Nothing more, nothing less. Taking this into account, Campbell walked out of the tent and started helping the Marines in their duties of defending and surveying the area. On the other hand, the expeditionary research personnel started digging through the hard surface of the Northern Plateau with a drilling tool. It was necessary, but it also made loud, resounding noises. The rocks of this plateau are a lot harder than usual. Well, we can investigate its composition after returning to the Port of Dawn. I guess so. I'll take a sample. One of the research personnel took out a plastic bag and placed a rock dispersed by the drilling of their equipment inside of it. After zipping the plastic bag, he allocated it into one of their empty briefcases. 2 hours passed. The drilling continued for some time as the research personnel inspected the results of their inspection every half an hour. The results of the drilling were surprising, to say the least. It's totally different from an hour ago, one research personnel remarked. They might have discovered a new mineral from the results they were receiving. That's right, but this place is a gold mine, metaphorically and literally. The reason was that there were tons of veins underground. It was the best they had seen in their careers. There's a reason why the Fleet Admiral considers this as another world. The leader of the expeditionary research team grinned at the results of their inspection. However, what about that strange-looking mineral? one of the research personnel questioned. As said before, the results of their current drilling were different from an hour ago. It was mostly because of the strange-looking mineral they had discovered in their inspection. It was totally different from the known elements in their knowledge, as it exuded excellent properties rarely gained by a single material. I have reported to Second Lieutenant Campbell about it. The leader responded to the question while also securing the strange-looking mineral they had discovered. Nonetheless, a mineral with greater tensile strength than tungsten, while also being harder than chromium and lighter than titanium. This is a great discovery that could revolutionize us. The expeditionary leader felt enamored by its improbable yet real existence. Such was the result of the New World, and it made the curious researchers wonder about its mysteries. How much knowledge could they gain from this new world? What were its secrets? If magic does exist, will they be able to do it? And if they could, how could they do it? There were tons of questions within their minds, but they could only patiently wait for such wondrous questions to be answered. After all, it was merely the beginning. The story of the United Navy had just begun. Meanwhile, in the COC tent was the second lieutenant of the Marines. He had finished reporting the recent discoveries of the expeditionary research team during their drilling and mineral inspection. Asterisk, that mineral your task force has discovered sounds interesting, Second Lieutenant Campbell. I want you to bring samples of it back into the Port of Dawn for research. Asterisk, at any rate, it looks like you have accomplished your mission in their northern plateau. Since the operation has been completed, your return is expected. Asterisk. Out of nowhere, the transmission from the other side got cut off. Second Lieutenant Campbell froze for a moment and became dumbfounded. It only took a second for him to return back. Campbell turned his gaze towards the communication operator and questioned, "What just happened?" Communication was interrupted from the other side. "Sir, it seems that something must have happened for the Fleet Admiral to promptly break the transmission," the communication operator explained. A couple of minutes later, the voice of the Fleet Admiral escaped the grasp of the hardware. Asterisk 2ND Lieutenant Campbell, are you there? Asterisk. This is Second Lieutenant Campbell, Fleet Admiral. Did something happen? Campbell questioned whether a problem might have emerged in the command center. Asterisk, an assault just occurred on the Bravo Task Force, Second Lieutenant. The situation in the eastern grassland is compromised. According to their reports, a herd of gigantic scaled skin boars charged at the mouth of nowhere. Asterisk. Asterisk, it wouldn't be problematic if they were normal wild pigs, but sadly, they were far from normal. Asterisk. Asterisk, the assailants are the same size as a pickup truck, making them problematic. It's also been proven that they love sponging bullets. Only grenade launchers, 50 caliber guns, and anti-tank launchers could take them down with ease. Asterisk. Asterisk, fortunately though, the Bravo Task Force managed to retreat with reliable data. No deaths occurred, but some were slightly injured in the encounter. Asterisk. Asterisk, after deliberation, we have concluded that Apaches will be sent to support your exfil. Have the Black Hawks get their rotors running and immediately leave the area. Asterisk. Asterisk, Apache's estimated time should be 5 minutes. Asterisk. Asterisk, take care. Second Lieutenant Campbell, out. Asterisk. The news given by the Fleet Admiral made Campbell astounded, but he quickly regained his bearing and furrowed his eyebrows. Local wildlife on this island were stranger than they had previously thought. To think there would be giant wild boars with scaled skins. Relay the orders of the Fleet Admiral. I want us to exfil in 3 minutes. Campbell ordered the communication operator to relay the orders. Their situation was bad, especially with the confirmed existence of alien wildlife. Understood, sir. The communication operator nodded and scattered the orders throughout the Alpha Task Force. With the news of the rapid exfil, the Marines swiftly fortified the defensive positions even more while the expeditionary research personnel worked on the clock to take back their sensitive and expensive equipment to their briefcases. They didn't know why they were being withdrawn so quickly, but something bad must have happened in the operation. Both the research and military personnel were in no rank or status to question the orders of the second lieutenant, especially when such orders came from the Fleet Admiral. However, things could only become even more complicated. After all, in the outskirts of the northern plateau, a predator stalked the Alpha Task Force with its predatory gaze. It hid amongst the dead bushes of the plateau's base. However, there was no way it could escape from the scrutinizing gaze of the Marines. Asterisk bang, asterisk. And so, it began. The play of the hunt and the hunted. Chapter 10, 010 Threats Hidden in the Wilderness. Several minutes before the communication transmission of Fleet Admiral Shepard and Second Lieutenant Campbell of the Alpha 1st Platoon, the golden sun was plastered on the azure heavens, gleaming brightly to the world below it. Fluffy white clouds sweep by through the breeze of winds, bringing about a soothing morning. However, the world where the radiant sun cast its luminescence was shrouded in a calm before the storm. In the seemingly vast wilderness of the eastern grassland of an expansive island in the middle of nowhere was the Marines of the Bravo Task Force. They patrolled the area where their recently constructed barbed wire fences dwelled with unquestioning caution. The Bravo Task Force was the group that separated from the Alpha Task Force to reach their designated LZ in the proposed location of interest. What were they trying to find? Well, the answer was one word: oil. According to various reports and surveillance data given to them during the debriefing before the start of the operation, the eastern grassland was under the suspicion of the United Navy about containing a substantial oil deposit. It might be smaller than what could be extracted from the seas, but it was oil nonetheless, the fuel that was vital to the machine that was known as the United Navy. Naturally, along with the major mineral inspection, oil was also considered a priority. This brought about the separation of the Operation Task Force into Alpha and Bravo. How much oil deposits have we detected under the grassland? While the Marines did their patrol, the expeditionary research personnel were also working hard. The lead researcher was the one who gave the question, as it has been a while since he checked the current reserve statistics. 750 million metric tons of oil, sir. The researcher hesitantly reported the amount of oil they had discovered beneath the ground. After all, even he was a bit dumbfounded by its excessive amount. The lead researcher felt that he had heard something wrong from his subordinate. He looked at the subordinate with furrowed eyebrows, while the other merely nodded. 750. It looks like we struck some gold. He tilde. This will be enough for the United Navy to last about a decade. The lead researcher creepily chuckled. There was no doubt that he was excited. It seems that the oil of this island was vast in terms of numbers. This also gives him a bit of relief, as there was no need to be reliant on others for oil. As this was a piece of good news, the lead researcher obviously wanted to celebrate. He gazed upon his subordinates who had been working hard since the beginning of the operation. For this discovery of ours, I'll give all of you bonuses. Such discovery required some celebration. After all, it would be too distasteful to act otherwise. Yeah. Thank you, lead. You're the best boss. The expeditionary research personnel began praising the lead researcher like he was their old man who gave them their New Year's presents. But sadly, the praises and celebration couldn't continue. Several Marines who were guarding the surrounding perimeter began transferring themselves to the west. Their rifles were armed and their expressions were determined. When the expeditionary research personnel took notice of their actions, they understood that something problematic had happened. A Marine officer stepped forward and was about to order the evacuation protocol to the research personnel. Our location has been compromised. The EVAC protocol has been activated. All personnel must withdraw from the location in 2 minutes. The situation was dire, especially when the Marines were asking them to evacuate. Understood. We'll be fast. The lead researcher didn't choose to argue and swiftly disassembled the expensive equipment used to detect the valuable oil field below them. But it was a bit saddening that he couldn't report the good news to the Fleet Admiral. Though, the Fleet Admiral has already told them that their safety was paramount. With the lead researcher's confirmation, the Marine officer merely nodded and went to support his men. While immediate evacuation was important, they didn't have time. The Marines must buy time for the expeditionary research personnel to be up in the air. While the expeditionary research team rapidly evacuated all of their sensitive equipment and placed them into their briefcases, the Marines were to the west of their defensive perimeter. Their enemy appeared out of nowhere, and these bastards numbered dozens. But one would question, what kind of enemies were the Marines facing? The answer was simple. They were facing the monsters of this world. The United Navy was about to fight the hostile elements of the alien world for the first time. Give me intel about our enemies. The Marine officer wanted to know what they were facing. One of the Marine scouts saluted him and reported everything that was discovered. Dozens of adversaries are charging towards our location at a speed of 35 kilometers per hour. Their origins are unknown, as we recently discovered them during our light scouting mission. From our observations, these adversaries are the alien wildlife of this world. They resemble the wild boars of our former world, but look completely different from them. Deeper surveys indicate that these hostile wildlife have scales on their skin with several giant sharp tusks over their head. They also seem to possess 2 pairs of eyes. However, this isn't the most problematic aspect of their existence. What we consider troublesome is their estimated size. Most of these animals have the size of a pickup truck, with the smallest being car-sized. The last information made the Marine officer understand the seriousness of the situation. These monsters were incredibly big, so their rifles might not be enough to handle them. How long do we have? The Marine officer questioned the scout with a cold gaze. We have about 4 minutes before they reach us, sir. The estimated time of arrival of these monsters was lower than expected. They have to prepare fast if they desire to survive in their circumstances. Have the Black Hawk carrying the expeditionary research personnel up in their air as fast as possible. After they are up, Have the pilots support us in our endeavors, and all of you must prepare for rapid exfil. We aren't here to fight them to death. That will be the job of our birds." The Marine officer gave orders after orders to his soldiers. The Marines nodded in understanding after hearing the orders and immediately carried them out. On the other hand, the Marine officer merely watched the western horizon and saw several dots moving toward them. He furrowed his eyebrows and gave another fire of orders. "Prepare your GLMs. Our rifles won't be enough, so use every explosive you have." Grenade launching modules were launchers typically strapped into rifles such as the M4S. These ordnance launching armaments were perfect deterrents against incoming adversaries. Also, call for reinforcements from the Port of Dawn. Tell them we are assaulted by monsters and need some reinforcements to deal with them. After uttering such words, the thunderous propellers resounded throughout the grassland. Delta 1 to 4 was about to fly with the research personnel inside. Their current task was to support the Marines on the ground. As the Black Hawk propelled itself from the grass-covered ground, it hovered above the location of interest and was preparing for the upcoming battle. Back to the Marine officer. He realized that time was running out. According to his subordinates who reported their situation, reinforcements would arrive in 3 minutes. Unfortunately, though, their opponents were in front of them. When the monster boars reached 200 meters from their barbed wire perimeter fence, the Marines didn't hesitate to rain hellfire on the charging bastards. Asterisk bam! Asterisk 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 asterisk bam! Asterisk. Several explosive grenades were launched from their GLMs. These canisters of destruction flew through the air and slowly returned to the ground. The moment the grenades landed, explosions resounded throughout the surrounding area. Asterisk boom! Asterisk 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 asterisk boom! Asterisk. After the shocking explosions, the first wave of the monsters fell with their bodies suffering gigantic holes. The explosive grenades might not have been enough to entirely blow them up, but the shockwave would have squashed their internal organs to bits. With the fall of the first wave, the second wave followed and some monsters tumbled upon the fallen bodies of their kind. These giant monster boars really were merciless as they plowed everything in front of them without mercy. Fire. Since the distance between the two was less than 100 meters, the Marines opted to use their rifles. After all, they didn't have time to reload their grenade launchers, and even if they did, it wouldn't do them any good. They were in the middle of a grassland with little to no cover. If they blew these monsters to bits up close, shrapnel would probably decimate them. At any rate, following the order was the torrent of lead escaping the barrels of the Marines' rifles. They pulled the trigger hard and began shooting the ones before them. Asterisk b b t asterisk asterisk bang asterisk bang asterisk asterisk b t asterisk asterisk bang asterisk asterisk b t asterisk asterisk bang asterisk. Thunderous roars of gunfire echoed as flashes of light glimmered over the Marines' faces. But the crane-eating cavemen remained determined as they continued to fire at their adversaries. The monster boars were bullet sponges, as it would take an entire magazine of leads on the head to take one down. These bastards need the explosives of freedom to be easily taken down. Continue backing away. The Marine officer gave an order while the bird above them started its supporting task. Asterisk b t asterisk. The Black Hawk fired its machine guns, which easily penetrated through the scales of the monsters. These caused the bastards to fall down and die from either the lead or the stampede behind them. "Sir, Delta 1 to 3 is ready to go." Following such words was the roar of the Black Hawk's propeller. Dust dispersed in their surroundings as grasses waved before and after from the winds. The Marine officer looked at the transport helicopter and swiftly ordered his men to withdraw. "Let's go. We need to get out of this damn place." The full withdrawal was underway. One after another, the Marines stepped into the Black Hawk as it hovered a foot off the ground. It didn't take 30 seconds for the entire withdrawal to be complete. The Black Hawk immediately flew over the charging monster boars and hovered through the skies with ease. Both the Marines and the expeditionary research personnel sighed in relief upon reaching the heavens above. None died from that ordeal, which was a piece of good news. Luckily for them, though, more good news was to come. In the communication radios of the Black Hawks, a transmission resounded from its confines. Asterisk, this is Cleaver 1. Support has arrived. Asterisk. Asterisk, Cleaver 2. Reinforcements have come. Asterisk. The A8 64E Apaches have arrived. Chapter 11. 011 Valkyries from above. As they saw the Apaches in the distance soaring through the azure heavens, those in the Black Hawks were relieved. The arrival of the reinforcements brought hope to their hearts. This was mostly applicable to the expeditionary research personnel. The Marines merely grinned at the arrival of their cleavers. Ha 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 ha, it's time to get some pork barbecue. Bring some back when you return. I wonder how they taste. Such words escaped from the mouths of the soldiers who almost got slaughtered by living pickup trucks charging at them with their sharp protruding tusks. While the Marines were cursing at the living pickup trucks, the Black Hawks continued to hover above the dozens of monster boars that still kept trampling over their previous locations. However, the Marines had long stopped firing as there was no need to waste ammunition. The only thing they needed to do was return as their operation had already succeeded. Asterisk Delta 1 to 3, Delta 1 to 4, you're clear to RTB. When the two Apaches arrived near the transport helicopters, they immediately ordered the evacuation of the Black Hawks belonging to the Bravo Task Force. Asterisk this is Delta 1 to 3, affirmative, asterisk. Asterisk Delta 1 to 4, roger, asterisk. The Black Hawks didn't hesitate to accept the transmission of the Apaches and pointed their nose in the direction of the Port of Dawn. The pilots then directed the transport helicopters towards their destination. In the meantime, the Apache pilots soon observed the herd of monster boars. They remembered the mission given to them after reinforcing the Bravo Task Force. They were free to engage any target they deemed a threat without further authorization from higher command, meaning that they were weapons-free. Asterisk Cleave 1, engaging ground targets. Asterisk. Asterisk BRTTTTTT. Asterisk. Cleave 1 didn't hesitate and started firing its chain gun mounted at the bottom of its nose. Gleaming flames escaped the barrels of the chain gun as a torrent of leads stormed the monsters below. Asterisk Cleave 2, opening fire. Asterisk. Asterisk BRTTTTTTTT. Asterisk. The second Apache followed suit and brought down the might of gunpowder to the pigs that dared to attack them out of nowhere. The results of the deadly chain guns were horrifying. In mere seconds, the herd of monster boars were stripped of their numbers. Dozens of giant boars were riddled with expounding holes that blew their bodies open. It was a massacre. But the Apaches never stopped firing. They were given orders, and they shall do so without questions. The thunderous roars of the chain guns reverberated throughout the eastern grassland. Even the retreating Black Hawks heard of it, making the Craniton cavemen cheer for the cleavers. Several of the assaulting monster boars felt instinctual fear with the thousands of thunderclaps echoing in their ears. This caused the herd to split up into multiple sections. Some continued to assault and stomp the former LZ, while the others escaped into the eastern grassland. The cleavers didn't bother the escaping ones and merely cleaned up the remaining pig bastards that bothered their all inspection. How could these beasts stop them from acquiring oil? It didn't take a minute for the tiny battlefield to turn silent. Hundreds upon thousands of holes were everywhere along with corpses lying on the tall and slick grasses. Blood seeped into the ground, slowly forming puddles or lakes of crimson water. It was a terrific and hellish sight. But it was the result of those who dared to attack the United Navy. Regardless of their reasons, if they attacked without warning, they will be met with an unstoppable force that will crush them 6 feet into the ground. At any rate, the mission of the cleavers was complete. They had succeeded in terminating the entire opposing army of giant boars. While these monsters were tough for rifles and small arms, the military had bigger guns in their arsenal. So, the monster boars' defeat was to be expected. Asterisk Eagle, this is Cleaver 1, termination complete. Asterisk. Asterisk Eagle, Cleaver 2 reporting, the operation was a success. Asterisk. The Apaches calmly reported their victory to the Port of Dawn. The reply didn't take time as the response of the High Command arrived in a second. Asterisk Cleaver 1, Cleaver 2, this is Eagle Actual. Cleavers will be reinforcing the Alpha Task Force continuing safekeeping operation. Asterisk. Asterisk terminate any hostiles in the surrounding area of the northern plateau. Asterisk. Their next orders came from the Fleet Admiral himself. The Apache pilots felt honored to be directly given orders by the highest of command, but they kept their calm and replied, Asterisk Cleaver 1, proceeding with safekeeping operation. Asterisk. Asterisk Cleaver 2, roger, asterisk. Asterisk good. I will be waiting for news. Conquer the skies, cleavers, and slaughter our enemies on the ground. Eagle out. Asterisk from the words of the Fleet Admiral, he was pissed by the unexpected assault of damnable animals. Anyhow, as they were given their orders, it was time to fulfill it. The Apaches slowly turned their heading towards the northern plateau and soared there at great speed. The Alpha Task Force will soon meet their Valkyries or cleavers. On the other hand, the Port of Dawn was the command center situated deep inside the defense sector of the port. It was surrounded by dozens of defensive fortifications, making it the safest part of the port. Inside the command center was the Fleet Admiral Abraham Shepard with a deep frown on his face. The assault in the recent operation was unexpected. But fortunately, none of his Marines or expeditionary research personnel got injured by the adversaries. Though, nevertheless, it was the failure of the United Navy. He had recently contacted the Alpha Task Force about the situation and also ordered the Apashas to reinforce the remaining task force in the northern plateau. He was on full alert. How did we not notice them? Abraham quietly asked, but his words resounded throughout the command room. It was a fairly large room with a round war table and several electronics operated by officers and operators of the United Navy. They have appeared out of nowhere, Fleet Admiral. But we know the general direction of their origins, which is deep into the eastern grassland. Our surveillance capabilities are still lacking, and despite the large numbers of such monsters, they might also be uncommon in this island, Lieutenant Commander Morgan uttered. Did we go too fast? Abraham questioned his humble lieutenant commander. I believe not, sir. This is the best time to inspect and establish research deposits, especially with the upcoming maritime security mission. Morgan didn't regret the operation, which made Abraham think about it. No matter how much they try to avoid trouble, the world has always been complex and unexpected. There was no way they could control how things could happen. The only thing they could do was adapt to whatever circumstances they were thrown in. Captain Lux, do you have any opinions? Abraham looked at the silent captain in the command room. The operation was a success, Fleet Admiral. So, I agree with the words of the Lieutenant Commander. While cautiousness is appropriate, we also need to understand that risks must be taken for growth. Captain Lux supported the Lieutenant Commander. It was in light of his way of thinking. Thank you for both of your opinions. I understand your point of view. Instead of conversing about regrets and what could be done, what should we do with the existence of such things? Abraham looked at the image sent by them during the assault in the eastern grassland. Giant ball-like monsters were not within his expectations, but it was in line with fantasy. This made him stop questioning whether such existence made sense. These animals are dangerous. They appeared to be hostile and seemed to be concentrated on attacking. I believe that these ball-looking monsters must be predators of some sort. They must have quite acute senses, since the only way for them to track the Bravo Task Force's location was through the loud noise of the transport helicopters, and these things could also take bullets with ease, requiring a great deal of effort to take down with ordinary arms. In simpler terms, they are problematic. In my personal opinion, I'd want to have them out of the island, but that wouldn't be in line with the thinking of the United Navy. Perhaps a deterrence will be needed. Lieutenant Commander Morgan was the first to give his opinion. His solution was expensive yet simple. That was to have an escort in future mobilization throughout the island. Doing such a thing would cost a lot of resources to the United Navy, but it was an effective short-term solution. Until we learn more about these things, we must avoid exterminating them. Captain Lux also wasn't inclined to exterminate an entire species off the island despite finding them annoying. It seems that we have reached an agreement. In the future, armed escorts will be given to any convoy that will be mobilized into the island. Abraham reached a decision, with the two high officers agreeing with nods. Meanwhile, on the northern plateau was unprecedented chaos. Find your audiobook from Zephyr Audiobook. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Don't let them climb up. Take all of them down. Campbell ordered his fellow Marines to keep shooting at the climbing strange-looking monsters. These guys appeared out of nowhere and were about to attack them from the base. The bastards were good at hiding, but luckily the Alpha Task Force noticed them. Asterisk bang. Asterisk asterisk b-a-t-t-t-t. Asterisk asterisk bang. Asterisk. The Marines pulled their triggers and gave the monsters a hailstorm of lead. Some also loaded the GLMs with grenade ammunition and swiftly fired at the incoming abominations. Asterisk bam. Asterisk asterisk bam. Asterisk asterisk bam. Asterisk asterisk bam. Asterisk asterisk bam. Asterisk. Like before, the canisters flew into the air and fell into the monsters sprinting at them from the bottom. What followed were the radiant lights and thunderous explosions. Asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk. The monsters resembled leopards with the size of elephants. These guys had several tentacles on their necks while also maintaining several pairs of eyes. Their mouth was unsightly to see, as it looked like a shredder. Most people would rather burn these things alive than let them live. Asterisk b-a-t-t-t-t. Asterisk asterisk bang. Asterisk b-a-t-t. Asterisk. The battle between those of higher ground and lower ground was loud and fiery. None were willing to give up and were determined to fight to the death if needed. Chapter 12. 012 Successful Exfil. In the northern plateau, 2nd Lieutenant Campbell and his Marines were laying suppressive fire to their adversaries. Massive leopard-like monsters that seemed to be determined to hunt them and perhaps eat them for lunch. Asterisk bang. Asterisk asterisk b t asterisk asterisk bang asterisk asterisk bang asterisk. It has been a minute since contact was made with these monsters, and the defense perimeter constructed by the Marines barely held up from the storming bastards. Load your GLMs. After noticing the disappointing effects of their rifles, Campbell knew that they needed to use their grenade launchers again if they desired to last longer. When the Marines heard the orders of their platoon leader, some of them swiftly loaded the GLMs with ordnance while the others continued suppressing the climbing monsters. The Marines with loaded GLMs pointed their rifles toward the advancing monsters and fired their grenade launchers. Asterisk bam! Asterisk asterisk bam! Asterisk asterisk bam! Asterisk asterisk bam! Asterisk. Several grenades flew into the air and headed straight to the bottom of the northern plateau where a large number of leopard-like monsters swarmed up. Asterisk boom! Asterisk asterisk boom! Asterisk asterisk boom! Asterisk asterisk boom! Asterisk. The deafening roars of explosives resounded while another wave of lead pierced through the air, riddling the monsters with holes. Asterisk bang! Asterisk asterisk bang! Asterisk asterisk bang! Asterisk asterisk b asterisk. Sir, the Black Hawks are ready, a Marine shouted at Campbell, who was commanding the battlefront. Upon hearing the words of the Marine, Campbell nodded and immediately ordered his men. Our birds are ready. Prepare for exfil. Following his words were the rumbling echoes of the transport helicopter's propellers. With the orders of Campbell, the Marines slowly backed away from the defense perimeter and headed towards the transport helicopters. One Black Hawk was already in the air, containing the expeditionary research teams. The lead researcher of the Alpha Task Force gazed at Campbell and shouted, "We will be waiting for you at the base, Second Lieutenant." Campbell merely nodded at the lead researcher while the Delta 1 to 2 retreated back to the Port of Dawn. On the other hand, the Marines stepped into their Black Hawk with their rifles pointed at the defense perimeter. A couple of seconds later, the elephant-sized monsters emerged and charged at them. The Marines fired without hesitation as the 50-caliber machine guns installed in the Black Hawk also assisted them in their suppression. Unlike their rifles, the machine gun was somewhat effective in laying waste against the massive monsters. It bought the Black Hawk time to ascend from their previous location. When the Black Hawk was up in the air, it didn't hesitate and rapidly retreated from the northern plateau. The Marines also stopped shooting but didn't delay on cursing the ones below them. It was an instinct for the crane-eating cavemen to curse at their enemies at a moment's notice. Campbell watched the northern plateau slowly shrinking. It was fortunate that they had evacuated without any severe casualties. Some equipment was lost, but he didn't feel bad about it. The equipment left behind was supposed to be abandoned when *T hits the fan. Aliens. Huh? Aren't we the aliens? Campbell muttered while gazing at the massive monsters that conquered their location of interest. It didn't matter who the aliens were. What mattered was that the so-called monsters had touched the United Navy. Their existence will not stop the expansion of the United Navy into the island. Sooner or later, one of the two will have to be expelled from the island. Campbell knew the truth. If things continued in this way, the situation would be bad for the monsters below. But he didn't care much about them. After all, in his heart, the priority was the United Navy. Nothing more, nothing less. The growth of the UN was akin to the solidification of their beliefs. Before Campbell could continue thinking about the implications of monsters throughout the island, a transmission was received by the pilots. Asterisk Delta 1 to 1. This is Cleaver 1. Proceeding with the safekeeping mission, Deltas are clear to RTB. Asterisk. Asterisk Cleaver 1, Delta 1 to 1. Roger. Asterisk. Two Apaches could be seen soaring on the horizon. These attack helicopters were supposed to be escorting the Black Hawks. However, with the new orders, priorities changed. The Apaches went past the Black Hawks and headed towards the northern plateau. Campbell could only watch them in the transport helicopter with a smile on his face. Those monsters will be in for a hellish session of how to make alien barbecue. Second Lieutenant Campbell shook his head while the Marines around him cheered the arrival of the Apaches. In the military, things were different. Revenge wasn't best served cold, but better when served hot. And so, as the two Apaches reached 50 meters away from the northern plateau, they saw their targets in the location of interest and calmly announced their engagement. Asterisk Cleaver 1, engaging hostiles. Asterisk. Asterisk Cleaver 2, Foxtrot. Asterisk. Their current adversaries were different from the ones in the eastern grassland. They were larger, stronger, and looked much more abominable. As such, they decided to give these monsters what they deserved. A barrage of freedom rockets. Asterisk swish. Asterisk asterisk swoosh. Asterisk asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. In May seconds, dozens of Hydra 70mm unguided rockets escaped their pods and propelled themselves forward at unparalleled speeds. Each one left smoke trails behind as they pierced through the air with ferocity. The massive monsters who rested on the northern plateau were currently licking their wounds. They thought they had struck a jackpot when they saw several meat bags lurking in their territory. It was saddening that the meat bags managed to escape. However, these leopard-like monsters wouldn't be able to continue being dejected. After all, the Valkyries have arrived. Several rockets landed on the northern plateau, specifically the resting spot of the massive monsters. This brought about a barrage of deafening explosions. Asterisk boom! Asterisk 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 asterisk boom! Asterisk. The Hydra rockets weren't to be underestimated. Each one laid waste to a monster, bringing about burnt and crisped bodies in their wake. Some even exploded with blood, organs, bones, and scales scattering throughout the ground. The resting monsters panicked and swiftly made their escape. They went downhill, with some falling to their deaths because of their hasty legs. But the iron birds that had conquered the skies were vehement in destroying them. Asterisk BBT. Asterisk. Asterisk BBT. Asterisk. Chain guns in the bottom of the nose started firing at the escaping massive monsters. Hundreds of leads roared out of the barrel in 2 seconds while bullet casings fell in large numbers. Smoke and dust shrouded the surroundings, but the Apaches kept firing with all their might. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk. It was a massacre. The massive monsters that boasted numbers of over 100 became barely a dozen. Such power was great to wield and easy to abuse. No wonder several men had become dictators after tasting the strength of military power. In their eyes, as long as they held the military, none would be able to stop them. Meanwhile, in the Black Hawk, Second Lieutenant Campbell observed the horrific sight unfolding before him with calm. Yellowish lights radiantly gleamed in instants while thunderous echoes followed. The northern plateau became a battlefield. 2 cleavers of death gave the hammer of execution to those who assaulted the personnel of the United Navy. And to think there would be hundreds of such cleavers in the future. The power of modern military technologies and doctrine wasn't to be underestimated. It will take time for the northern plateau to be cleaned up, Campbell muttered, since the northern plateau would obviously become a quarry of the United Navy. Its minerals were lucrative to the machine of the United Navy. It was something they needed to extract, store, and refine. After all, the UN must grow. The second lieutenant observed the passing evergreen trees below him. While the foreign world wasn't much more different than the former one, it still had its strangeness. When Campbell heard of the monsters and saw them with his very own eyes, he understood that he underestimated the foreign world. It was no wonder why the fleet admiral sought caution in their operations. If such monsters existed on land, what kind of abominations could live under the sea? Without the limits of weight, how big could they get? Especially with their special biology. The maritime security mission would be problematic to accomplish, but as said before, they were the United Navy. For they are the sailors of the seas. In the deep blue shall they go. Minutes later, the Black Hawk arrived at the airstrip of the Port of Dawn. Campbell observed the busy airstrip and saw 3 Black Hawks with various personnel stepping out. He smiled in relief after seeing his men alive. As the transport helicopter, Delta 121, landed, Second Lieutenant Campbell stepped out and headed towards the Marine formation of the Bravo Task Force. His steps were steady while his Marines followed from behind. It didn't take time for Campbell to stand before the Marine formation. He saluted at them and they saluted back with a grunt. "All of you look bad." Campbell smirked at his men in the Bravo Task Force. The Marine officer who led the BTF Marines stepped forward. "We've seen worse days, sir." The Marine officer grinned at the platoon leader. Campbell felt proud of his Marines since none of them became a casualty during the evacuation. Retreating from giant monsters. "This is the first," Campbell remarked, and the Marines around him chuckled. Fighting against other combatants was their job. Trying to take down monsters was far from it. However, it was an intriguing change of pace for the Marines. "It is the first, Second Lieutenant, and we are fortunate to have not lost anything from it." A sagely voice entered their conversation. All of the Marines immediately saluted once again. What emerged beside them was an old white-bearded man. He was the commanding officer of the UNS Lightbringer, Captain Lux. He watched the Marines with interest with a smile on his face. "This will not be the only moment we will be fighting against monsters, men. The challenges of the United Navy will be difficult and rough, but as the Fleet Admiral had said, we, the United Navy, are destined to be in this world. As such, we will prevail." After the short speech of the captain, the Marines gave their battle cries to commemorate it. "Aura!" Chapter 13, 013, a week following the establishment of the United Navy. A week has passed since Abraham's transmigration into the lone island in the middle of nowhere. After summoning the Port of Dawn and the UNS Lightbringer, life has been somewhat busy for the Fleet Admiral of the United Navy. Signing documents was his everyday duty, and it wasn't unfair to say that it was boring. Although, there were some big decisions here and there. Most of it was for logistics applications. Other than writing his signature on various documents, he also went through some hellish training with the Marines. His disappointing strength mustn't be ignored, so when he was finished with his duty as the Fleet Admiral, he mostly spent his time training. As said before, he had no desire to stay weak for the rest of his life. After all, with Systema and the Naval Gacha system, he was bound to reach the peak he formerly could never have dreamed of. And to reach the peak of this world was bound to its own perils and challenges. He might possibly die, and to lower such chances, he needed to become stronger. The hellish training was simple. It was the usual training of the Marines times 10. With his indefinite recovery, his strength would continue to grow as he broke his body apart. So, a harsh training regimen was in order to use the perk of indefinite recovery to its full potential. This brought out an unexpected result that changed Abraham. Before, he was on the skinny yet healthy side of the spectrum. But after going through the horrific training, he became better. His strength advanced leaps and bounds. Lifting 150 kilograms wasn't a problem, and he could even run 10 kilometers with it before collapsing into the ground. As such, his stamina was also monstrous when compared to the average. For some reason, Abraham also grew taller. His former height was 5.7 feet, but now, he was 5.9 feet. Growing 2 inches for the duration of a week was a blessing for the middle-aged man. How many had wished to grow taller, but couldn't because of the limitations of human potential? Once they reached their 20s, their height would be set in stone. This meant that there was no hope for middle-aged men like him. But fortunately, with his indefinite recovery, he had some potential left to continue to grow. But the hellish training wasn't without any problems. The pain lingered over his body as he strained his muscles, sprained his joints, or cracked his bones for the sake of growth. The feeling of getting stronger at a rapid pace was somewhat addicting for the middle-aged man. However, he never let himself be consumed by such addiction. It was hard to curb the addictive feeling, but he had self-discipline, which was aided by Systema's remarks and opinions. She also brought out a good point during his training. Other than physique, his brain also needed some exercise. With this in mind, Abraham decided to go on a reading session after his grueling training with the crane-eating cavemen. During the reading session, Abraham learned that his brain could understand concepts much easier than before. It was as if it was running in its earlier version, not the old and belly-working one. From economics, politics, general knowledge, military studies ranging from tactics and strategies, and finally logistics. What interested him the most was logistics. Logistics was the engine of the machine called the United Navy. It kept everything running and made sure that needed things were delivered to their destination. Abraham also knew that logistics could decide the battle. If your logistics were fast, efficient, and simple, you would practically steamroll an army with ease. The superpower in his former world was the greatest in logistics. Delivering military or utility supplies from across the world in mere days was something that couldn't be underestimated. His second favorite was military tactics and strategies. It helped him a lot in understanding the ways of warfare. It also gave him some ideas about how things like the last operation of resource inspection could be avoided. There were also the naval strategies, which discussed various strategies used in different eras. From the Age of Exploration to the Industrial Age, the early 20th century era, the Cold War, and lastly, the modern age of naval warfare. Since the foreign world might be a fantasy world, he placed his attention on the Age of Exploration and the modern age of naval warfare. Abraham's warships were modern war machines of several nations in his past world. As such, he needed to know what they could be used on. The Age of Exploration was merely to understand the strategies of the locals that might appear sooner or later on the high seas. From what Abraham could tell, the only thing he needed to do was maintain distance. Medieval ships required close to mid-range adversaries to fight effectively. Staying 10 kilometers away from wooden ships should be a sufficient strategy. At any rate, Abraham learned a lot during his reading session that spanned hours in the afternoon and evening. But he wasn't the only one that grew. The Port of Dawn was expanding its influence throughout the fairly large island. Naturally, it was far from truly encompassing the island's true entirety. However, the United Navy already had a topographic map of the landmass, and it was intriguing, to say the least. As said before, the island was a quarter of the size of Britain. It was gigantic, but far from the biggest. For better comparison, it was more or less the same size as Ireland. Find your audiobook from Zephyr Audiobook. However, what mattered to Abraham wasn't its size, but its unique shape. The island, although a bit rough around the edges, resembled a crescent shape. The interesting shape faces the northeast, unlike the Port of Dawn overlooking the southwest. So, one could consider it a crescent-shaped island, though it would have been perfect if not for the wide beach in the southwest where the Port of Dawn dwelled. It was as if someone had taken a bite off the crescent moon. There was also its terrain. The beach where the Port of Dawn resided was the only place where one could enter the island with ease. All of its coasts were riddled with cliffs and rocky ridges. Its waters were also dangerous, as one could get into a shipwreck if they weren't careful enough. This was the circumstances of the northeast, which was unlike the calmness of the southwest. This was a piece of good news, as there was no need for the United Navy to defend every coastal front. With the Port of Dawn acting as a gateway, the island was practically secured for the United Navy. Anyhow, as the island was without a name, the Fleet Admiral was given the honor to name it. Fortunately, although rather basic, Abraham managed to give it an uncommon name. After all, one would usually name it Luna, for the sake of simplicity. The island's name was Cresse, simple, easy to remember, and hard to forget. Its given name became a part of the official records in the United Navy. This would mean that later in the far future, Cresse would still be its original name. Such official records were maintained by the branch office of the Port of Dawn, and with it being the current headquarters of the United Navy, Cresse would be embedded in stone. Speaking of the Port of Dawn, its expansion meant two things for the United Navy: the creation of a quarry located on top of the northern plateau and the acquisition of an oil field settling in the eastern grassland. At the moment, the Port of Dawn was busy setting up the outpost for the construction project. The first thing they needed to do was build a highway connecting the Port of Dawn to the two resource acquisition sectors. The highway didn't need to be concrete. It can be a big dirt road leading to the northern plateau or the eastern grassland. Its job was to aid the development and logistics of the construction project. After all, using helicopters as delivery trucks during the entire construction operation was inefficient and costly. The Northern Highway was planned to be about 35 kilometers, while the Eastern Highway was shorter with a length of 20 kilometers. Since clearing the trees and foliage in the way of the road was the only thing they needed to do, the highway wasn't expensive and was swift to make. Currently, 68% of the highway project has been completed. The remaining percentage would be completed in 3 to 5 days. Other than the highway, several facilities were also constructed with some factories already in operation. Naturally, this caused a problem of dwindling supplies. However, according to Lieutenant Commander Morgan, it would take 3 weeks before they zeroed their stored supplies. It was enough to try to mitigate and stabilize the consumption and start resource collection. So, both Abraham and the United Navy were working hard to grow. And since a week had passed, it was time for the long-awaited operation, the Maritime Security Mission. It was early in the morning, and the golden sun rose from the lines of the boundless horizon. As its radiant sunlight pierced through the heavens and the earth, a new day began. In the Fleet Admiral's office was Captain Lux of the UNS Lightbringer and Lieutenant Commander Morgan of the Port of Dawn. Before the two officers were the highest of naval command, Fleet Admiral Abraham Shepard. The two high officers of the United Navy had been called upon the Fleet Admiral's office for an important meeting. After a week of growth and development, Abraham was assured of the Port of Dawn and the UNS Lightbringer's capabilities to handle the upcoming naval task. In simpler terms, it was time. The Fleet Admiral had a sharpened gaze while gazing at his officers. He looked much bigger and more intimidating than before. The result of his hellish training gave him a subtle dominating aura. His raven-colored hair was lustrous, brimming with vitality, while the Fleet Admiral's jet-black eyes were as cold as the frozen Arctic, giving others a sense of oppression. After some time staring at his subordinates, he finally opened his mouth. A deep yet calm spoken voice escaped his lips. "Are your forces ready?" Chapter 14, 014 Unfolding Naval Task. Abraham's cold yet calm words echoed throughout the Fleet Admiral's office. They had taken their time to prepare for the naval task, so he expected them to be ready. Fortunately, his high officers didn't disappoint him. "The UNS Lightbringer is ready for the Maritime Security Mission, Fleet Admiral. We only need your official orders to start sailing," Captain Lux said with unrivaled confidence. "It is the same for the Port of Dawn, Fleet Admiral. We have stored the needed supplies for the Maritime Security Mission in the UNS Lightbringer. The highways are also near their completion," Lieutenant Commander Morgan reported with a composed tone. Hearing their words, Abraham felt relieved as things finally came to fruition. He didn't wish to waste any time anymore, especially when their resources were getting emptied from their warehouse. "That's good. I suppose it's time for us to talk about the Maritime Security Mission." Abraham smiled at his subordinates and took out a map out of nowhere. Where this map came from was a question that emerged in the minds of his officers. However, they decided to not question the ways of their fleet admiral. Lieutenant Commander Morgan and Captain Lux stepped closer to the table. They observed the map with a scrutinizing gaze and noticed that it was an entire map of their waters. How their fleet admiral managed to get a perfect map of their waters was another question. But, like before, they decided to not inquire about it. In this map is the route where our maritime security mission will take place. As you can see, we are circling the island in a diameter of over hundreds of kilometers. Abraham calmly pointed at the map. There were some islands on the map, but the fleet admiral didn't seem to be interested in them. It seems that only the route mattered, which was a piece of good news. Traveling to islands were useless for their current operations. Besides, the UNS Lightbringer was a destroyer. Making it act like an amphibious landing dock wasn't an excellent idea for the United Navy. From the route you have given us, Fleet Admiral, it will take several days for us to complete the mission, Captain Lux muttered with a frown on his face. Correct, the route is somewhat long, though it is an accurate one. As such, we will have to spend a week at most in the sea. The naval task was something that needed to be completed. If Abraham wanted the United Navy to grow, he had to roll the Gacha and get more ships. Otherwise, they will be stuck in stagnation, which was the worst fate in Abraham's opinion. I see. The UNS Lightbringer can handle the duration of the travel, but aren't we completely alone on the high seas? Who knows how much danger lurks in its abyss? If something happens to the destroyer, the Port of Dawn will be too late to respond. Captain Lux's opinion made sense. It was too dangerous to go on a voyage in an unknown sea with unparalleled dangers. But never did the captain know. Abraham had a strategy to win the captain's heart. More warships. I agree with the route of the maritime security mission. For the growth of our United Navy, risk must be taken to achieve higher rewards, Captain Lux almost said instantly. Lieutenant Commander Morgan turned his gaze towards the white-bearded old man and couldn't help but shake his head. This old guy was too shameless. Well, shamelessness and thick skin were paramount to becoming a high officer of the United Navy. They needed to grovel if they desired more budget to be allocated to them. Since we have reached a conclusion, I'll also agree with the route. Although the Port of Dawn will not be able to support the voyage, we will continue aiding the growth of the United Navy, Lieutenant Commander Morgan aloofly said. Now that we have concluded our route, we shall talk about our strategies in the maritime security mission. Abraham decided to continue their meeting. Find your audiobook from Zephyr Audiobook. The second discussion was as simple as the first one. It was mostly about the strategies they would implicate into their warships. In other words, the maritime security mission was a test. It was something that could help the United Navy understand how things work in this foreign world. The high seas, ocean life, deep water ecosystems, and possibly monsters. These were subjects that needed to be investigated. The tactics of the United Navy when dealing with a possible incursion of a sea monster was the deployment of the Seahawks with anti-submarine warfare capabilities. They were the perfect machines against the sea monsters. This also included the destroyer, UNS Lightbringer. On the other hand, when speaking of medieval warships, well, the tactics they would use for this adversary would be seen sooner or later. At any rate, the meeting of the highest of commands lasted for some time. But after 2 hours, the meeting was adjourned by Fleet Admiral Abraham Shepard. They had already discussed what needed to be talked about. The only thing they needed to do was to start applying their discussion to reality. Captain Lux and Lieutenant Commander Morgan saluted him once again and slowly left the confines of the Fleet Admiral's office. Abraham was left with the tranquil silence of his office. Abraham then turned his gaze towards the tinted windows of his office and saw the marvelous view of the UNS Lightbringer anchored on the dock. The warship was amongst the greatest testaments of modern warship engineering, which made him a bit proud. He also noticed 100 naval personnel going in and out of the destroyer, resembling an army of ants. It was quite an intriguing sight to see. They are working hard. He smiled before furrowing his eyebrows after remembering that he had little to no information about this foreign world. This will be the United Navy's first naval operation. We have to be cautious of threats from both the heavens and the abyss below us. Abraham clenched his fist and became unwavering in his fears. Who knows? It might actually be a goddamn world brimming with all kinds of sea monsters or some abyssal horrors of the deep ocean. Just imagining the implications of wildlife on the island gave him chills of thought about the things that could be below the sea. But Abraham decided to not think too much about it. He shook his head and threw the thought in the back of his mind. There was no need to fearmonger himself. The only thing he needed to do was prepare and stay cautious. I have dozens of Freedom warheads in my arsenal. I'll bombard those sea monsters, if they ever exist, to bits. He muttered as a smirk appeared on his face. Damn, Those cavemen are beginning to affect me with their single brain cell logic. Abraham sighed as training with the Marines changed him. He felt his IQ decreased for some reason. But he was getting better at doing his job as the Fleet Admiral. His acting was award-winning since he could command those scary-looking men without having his body freeze out of nowhere. He didn't even need the aid of Systema when talking to his subordinates, which was a sign of growth on his part. Speaking of Systema, Abraham asked, "Systema, can you open the naval task screen again? Ding, Sea surveillance, maritime security mission. The United Navy has little to no information regarding the seas they found themselves plunged into. Their security is in a critical state. To stabilize the security of the United Navy and its region, the Fleet Admiral must deploy a warship for maritime security. The warship must follow the given sea routes, and challenges encountered along the way will be considered a part of the mission's subtasks. Reward: 1,000 naval points." The day after the meeting of High Command, early in the morning, the UNS Lightbringer sailed from the Port of Dawn and into the uncharted waters of the high seas. The destroyer followed a route provided by their High Command, Fleet Admiral Abraham Shepard, in traversing such waters. Where the route came from was a question of many, but they merely thought of it as the unnatural powers of their honored Fleet Admiral. It was the first for the United Navy to navigate the foreign oceans of an alien world. This gave them trepidations and excitement of what was to come. In any case, several hours have passed since the UNS Lightbringer left its respective port. It was hundreds of kilometers away from the island it came from. Nevertheless, nothing could be seen on the horizon of the high seas. It was but an empty water of limitless solitude. Both Captain Lux and Fleet Admiral Shepard understood that such vastness was natural for the high seas, but there remains a question about how big the new foreign world really was. Though, this question of theirs was about to be answered as something came into the detection of the UNS Lightbringer's radar array. 1,100 military time. In the middle of the high seas was the UNS Lightbringer plowing through the roaring waves. The warship's radar antenna rapidly rotated with intense power. It resembled a metallic sea monster hunting for its prey. Inside the Combat Information Center, CIC, a radar operator of the UNS Lightbringer detected something in the wide radar array. He furrowed his eyebrows and swiftly announced it. "Sir, Tango detected 28 degrees, 145 clicks from the Lightbringer." The radar operator calmly reported to Captain Lux, who furrowed his eyebrows and relayed it to the Fleet Admiral. Chapter 15, 015 First Contact. Located in the main deck level of the UNS Lightbringer, directly above the IC plot was the Combat Information Center, also known as CIC. This space served as the ship's radar tracking room and also functions as a tactical center. It provides processed information for command and control of the near battle space or area of operations. Inside the CIC were various communication and intelligence personnel manning the sophisticated electronics, and with them were the high commands of the United Navy. One was the commanding officer of the UNS Lightbringer, Captain Lux, while the other was the highest of commands in the United Navy, Fleet Admiral Abraham Shepard. Recently, a Tango was detected at 145 clicks from the warship. It was located 28 degrees in the radar system, which meant that it was situated northwest of the warship's current location. At that moment, Abraham and Captain Lux discussed the implications of the detected Tango. "Another vessel? Huh, that's the first," Abraham sarcastically remarked, since he started to doubt the existence of locals after meeting the emptiness of the high seas a couple of hours ago. "Should we trail the vessel, Fleet Admiral?" Captain Lux inquired, as the Fleet Admiral was the highest rank in their station. As such, hearing his orders was paramount. Naturally, of course. What the United Navy lacks is information. The unknown vessel might have the intelligence we desperately need. Abraham glanced at the captain as if stating the obvious and continued. "Captain Lux, have the helmsman steer Lightbringer towards the Tango. Maintain a distance of 2 clicks and investigate what they are," Abraham ordered the captain with remarkable ease. It appears that the study session after the grueling training with the crane-eating cavemen was giving its results. He was now capable of effectively ordering his subordinates. "Understood, Fleet Admiral." Captain Lux nodded in agreement and swiftly transmitted the orders to the bridge. His deep-aged voice bellowed in its metallic chambers. "Helmsman, starboard 10, and full throttle, Aye, starboard 10 and full throttle." After the helmsman heard of it, he didn't hesitate to steer the warship 10 degrees from its former route. The waves continued to crash into the destroyer's bow, like an unstoppable tide. As the UNS Lightbringer slowly turned starboard as previously ordered, Captain Lux gave another order to the helmsman. Steady. Steady on 28 degrees northwest, sir," the helmsman repeated while the naval personnel on the bridge observed the high seas before them. "It looks like the CIC has discovered something interesting." Such was the thought present in their minds, which wasn't far from the truth. Meanwhile, as the UNS Lightbringer pursued the unknown vessel, the fleet admiral and the captain of the warship continued their discussion or speculation. "What do you think the vessel will be, Captain Lux?" Abraham questioned, since the captain might have the answer to their spectacular circumstances. "From their speed, which is 13 knots, we can speculate that they must be a rather wooden ship with sails. And it must be a big one at that, judging from its signature in the radar array," Captain Lux noted while looking at the radar system with a scrutinizing gaze. "That makes sense. A medieval ship might be our unknown vessel, Captain Lux. I hope that they won't be violent when we start making contact with them. It would be problematic to start hostilities over a misunderstanding," Abraham said with a calm nod. "Making contact without prior information might be dumb, but it was now and never. Besides, where will they get the so-called prior information to begin with? The high seas are empty, so if we go by the eras of our former world, this might be the new world for our locals. The unknown vessel might be nothing more but a merchant transport ship. After all, spices were popular and expensive in the age of exploration. Several companies would want some pie in the massive market of spices." Captain Lux gave his opinion about the matter. "And if it isn't merchant ship transporting spices, what could they be?" Abraham asked, since he was curious about the possibility that the unknown vessel wasn't about the spice trade. Hearing the words of the fleet admiral, Captain Lux merely furrowed his eyebrows. Abraham raised an eyebrow after noticing the serious expression on the captain's face. It made him wonder what answer could have brought such a stern face on the captain. Soon, the old white-bearded man answered his question. "My conjectures aren't based on evidence, but speculations derived from our history. During the age of exploration, there was one business that rivaled the spice trade." The words of the captain also made Abraham realize what the old man was talking about. The largest lucrative business operation of human trafficking, also known as the slave trade. The slave trade was the largest human trafficking operation in history. It was mostly managed under the guise of the development of the New World, where slaves were transported from one continent to another. It brought large displacement from the local continent and the new continent, which was still a propagating problem even in the modern age. In his old world, the laws of slavery were formally abolished, as it was practically against the law of human rights. But the damage was already done, and troubles were seeping into nations because of their history. Abraham hoped that the unknown vessel didn't contain the slave trade that Captain Lux talked about. However, he could only hope. The question of whether or not the unknown vessel contained slaves was something that would be sooner or later answered. "This is a problem, Captain Lux." Abraham wryly smiled, and the captain of the UNS Lightbringer did the same. Their ethos and logos opposed the existence of slavery, so it would be problematic to see a nation promoting one. Though, it might also be an opportunity, a way that could get the United Navy to be the strongest in the world, and that was through promoting the liberation of all sapient life. The UNS Lightbringer followed after the detected radar ping, or the Tango. Its speed, which was about 30 knots, was faster than the pace of their target. With this in mind, it shouldn't take too much time for the UNS Lightbringer to perceive it in the incoming horizon. Find your audiobook from Zephyr Audiobook. After some time, about half an hour, the navigation personnel on the bridge took notice of something in the lines of the horizon. It resembled a dot, but through the lenses of their telescopes, it was something else. It was a medieval ship. The archaic wooden ship was alone in the high seas, but it seemed comparatively larger than the wooden ships of their former world. It was approximately 60 meters in length. When the UN naval personnel noticed the ship, they promptly reported their discoveries to the CIC. Their words escaped the confines of a communication device and were heard directly by the fleet admiral. "Quite a large medieval ship we have here. It must be transporting something." Abraham glanced at Captain Lux while uttering the last sentence. The captain merely nodded, and they continued with their conversation. "Since they are in our line of sight, we should make them stop and conduct inspections. It might seem intruding, but we need to be clear that they are stepping into our maritime waters," Abraham said with a stern voice. He was evidently gunning on discovering what the hell the unknown vessel was transporting inside its cargo bays. "I have the same thoughts, Fleet Admiral. We must announce our presence through the speaking trumpets and have them accept our inspection. If our previous deductions are right, this sea is the new world of this foreign world. The territorial claims of nations are only applicable if they have the power to protect such claims." What Captain Lux meant was one thing. The United Navy was free to do anything. Declaring a sea as their territory will be easy. And if the other nations dared to oppose it, then what could they do about it? Try to fight against a modern navy? Obviously, this thought was for the future. But it was their duty to build the foundation for the future. Use our foghorns and have someone stand in the ship's bow with a speaking trumpet. "We need to open up communication with our fellow sailors from the other side," Abraham calmly ordered, to which the naval communication operators nodded with ease. They immediately scattered the orders, and all personnel in the warship were in a complete state of performance, meaning they were working full-time. On the bridge, the orders of the fleet admiral were heard. The helmsman slowly nodded at the naval personnel beside him as they calmly activated their foghorns. To be honest, the deep growling bass of the foghorn was terrific, to say the least. Meanwhile, in the high seas of the northwest was a giant metallic warship chasing after a medieval ship. It crashed against the rough waves of the deep blue and maintained its great speed with remarkable ease. Unfortunately, it didn't end with the horrific appearance of the metallic warship. Its foghorns bellowed from it, like the deep growl or roar of a hungry sea monster. ****. The loud, harsh, and unpleasant sound reverberated throughout the roaring seas and the calm azure heavens. It wasn't something enjoyable to hear, but there was none anyone could do about it. As the metallic destroyer, or the UNS Lightbringer, got nearer to the medieval ship, a figure in the warship's bow pulled out a long speaking trumpet. They pointed it towards the medieval wooden ship and began communication with the ones on the other side. This is the UNS Lightbringer of the United Navy. You are trespassing the maritime security zone and will be held liable through inspections. I say again. You are trespassing the maritime security zone and will be held liable through inspections. Please close your sails and peacefully accept the inspection. Otherwise, we will be inclined to use force to subjugate your illegal trespassing. Berm. After the thunderous voice that left the speaking trumpet, another foghorn followed. Such actions were undoubtedly intimidating, which was true for the sailors in the spoken medieval ship. Chapter 16, 016 Pinguizaka. In the seemingly vast and endless high seas was the massive brig, Pinguizaka. Known to many as a merchant ship, it was built with majesty and intricate design. A somewhat peculiar choice for a typical trading vessel. Nevertheless, the Pinguizaka consisted of 100 sailors in its quarters, including the captain in his cabin. Quite an interesting amount of crew for a large brig. The Pinguizaka was returning from its voyage, and was about to dock in nearby colonies to sell its goods. After all, the crew was barely keeping them alive. But unfortunately for the so-called merchant ship, a strange circumstance struck them out of nowhere. Their peaceful return became riddled with chaos and fear. After all, something was chasing them from behind. A metallic warship that loomed over the sizable merchant ship's silhouette. Despite its titanic size, it was faster than them. It plunged into the rough waves with ease, like a predator pursuing its prey. Ding! 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 The bell rang throughout Pinguizaka as the crew was alerted by the foghorn that escaped the warship behind them. It was thunderous as it reverberated through the air. Burum! They would have misunderstood it as some sort of monster if not for its intricate ship design that made things obvious for the sailors in Pinguizaka. A voice then escaped from the bow of the metallic warship. Everyone in the wooden merchant ship heard of it, loud and clear. TH-1, the UN Light BR-1ing 3R-F the UN-1 T3D Navy. YHURTR-3's PAR, 1ing the MAR-1 T1M3S3 Ker-1 TZ-NE and W1LLB3H3LDL1ABL3THR-1 NP3CTI-N-****1 ARGA-1N. YHURTR-3 PAR, in the MAR-1 T1M3S3 Ker-1 TZ-NE and W1LB3H3LDL1ABL3THR-1 NP3CTI-N-****. PL3AECL-3Y-YOA1L and P3AC3FUL-AC3PTTH31N PECT-N. TH3RW1E. W3W1LB1NCL1N31NUS1ing F#RC3T subjugat 3Y-1LL3 gal-TR3 ***. Despite the deafening warnings of the UNS Lightbringer, the sailors of Pinguizaka could barely understand a word the ones in the metallic warship had said. A fat and scarred man with golden teeth then stepped out of the captain's with an unpleasant yet naturally lecherous face. He glanced around in confusion since he had recently woken up. "What the hell is happening?" he shouted at his crew with confusion and annoyance. His slumber was interrupted when his bastard men started ringing the emergency bell. Not only that, but some horn resounded in his cabin, making him almost ***t his pants. He thought a sea monster was attacking them, only to sigh in relief a few seconds later. If it really was a sea monster of some sort, the ship would have already sunk with him being asleep inside of it. So, He walked out of his cabin to find out the problem. "Captain Crassus, an unknown vessel is pursuing us." The sailor manning the nest shouted at the captain below him. His name was Crassus, the captain of Pinguis Arca. He was amongst the richest merchants in the high seas of Ferris, and it was mostly because of his high-quality products that were popular with rich magi. Those guys would be willing to pay for products that could survive their research and experimentations in the realms of Magicraft. He had previously heard the horrors they would create with it. Such horrors should be damned to never escape their cells or towers. At any rate, he was doing the same thing as before, delivering special products into a colony and selling them to rich magi. However, it seems that things went wrong for the businessman. Where the hell did they come from? He shouted while looking at the metallic warship. For a second, his eyes flashed with greed. He couldn't help but wonder what would happen if he became the captain of such a ship. "We don't know, Captain. These bastards appeared out of nowhere and pursued us almost immediately. It was as if they were trying to find us." One of the crew, preparing to load gunpowder into their cannons, answered the questioning captain. Most were like him, preparing for the upcoming battle. But Crassus wasn't dumb. He understood that they stood no chance against the massive metallic warship. Not only that, it was faster than them despite its mighty size. "So, what are they trying to do?" Crassus uttered another question. The crews stopped moving and looked at him simultaneously. They scratched their hair and shook their heads in confusion. One of the smarter sailors stepped forward and gave a conjecture. "They must want us to stop Pinguis Arca, Captain. Otherwise, they would have already fired at us instead of blaring their strange horns." His words made sense, and the others nodded in agreement. What the crewman had said made sense to Crassus. But why would they want to stop them from sailing? This question echoed in his mind, and then he finally realized. He slowly turned his gaze downward, pointing at the lower deck. His special merchandise shouldn't be bothersome to anyone. However, at the moment, there was something a lot more exceptional even amongst his products. It was something he acquired with hard work and almost a quarter of his wealth. Those in the metallic warship must want the cargo that he spent his blood and sweat on. With this in mind, he clenched his fist in anger. Crassus glared at the incoming metallic warship that continued blaring its horn. This kind of thing was piracy. His business was legitimate, and to think others would dare to steal his hard work. He soon gritted his teeth and looked at the strange robed man in the bow of Pinguis Arca. The robed man didn't seem to care about the circumstances the ship found itself in. This stranger was the trump card Crassus had hidden in his important travels. The captain of Pinguis Arca slowly walked towards the robed man and smiled respectfully at him. The one before him was a Magus, a mythical man of great power. "Sir Magus, I believe that we might need your help in escaping the clutches of our adversaries," Crassus said while rubbing his hands and gently looking at the Magus. Although, despite looking as soothing as possible, the captain looked even more disgusting than before. It made the Magus quietly wonder if Crassus escaped from their labs to start a business on the high seas. "Captain Crassus, as you have given your payment before we left port, I shall give my services to you in accordance with the contract. You desire to escape this undesirable situation of yours, correct?" The Magus directly looked at the fat and crooked man's greedy eyes. Crassus rapidly nodded his head in agreement since he wanted to escape from this bad moment. It might not have been possible with his crew alone, but with the help of the esteemed Magus, their chances of escaping would be as high as the skies. "It looks like we are in agreement, Captain Crassus." The Magus shook his head and slowly took out his grimoire. A grimoire was the greatest tool of Magi in the art of Magicraft. It was their library of spells that would aid them in efficiently casting one. In this foreign world, spells were constructed through two primary parts: the spell circle and the runic language. For comparison, a spell circle was the format while the runic language would be the programmable lines. Memorizing each rune plastered in a spell would be inefficient, so Magi used their grimoire to increase the spell casting speed and decrease its chances of failure. The Magus calmly went through the pages of his grimoire to find the best spell to escape their precarious circumstances. After a couple of seconds, he found the perfect one. It was a simple yet powerful spell called Gust. Its main utility was through the disturbance of the environment, which would bother surrounding Magi. One would wonder, how could such a spell help them escape? Well, the answer to that was rather simple. Point the spell towards the sails to accelerate the speed of the medieval ship. As such, the Magus didn't waste any time and swiftly started constructing the spell with the help of his grimoire. The spell construction was another important part of Magicraft. Spell construction would usually start with the materialization of a format called the spell circle. Following the format would be the runic language, in which the spell would be written. Throughout the creation of the spell, which materialized and shone brightly in the air, The sailors of Pingui's Aka could only watch in amazement as the convolutions of runic language spun and acted like gears of a greater machine. In the duration of the whole process, the Magus didn't utter a single word as he did his work with grace. There was no need for Magi to speak, as the creation of magic merely required the manipulation of mana. To them, not uttering a single word while performing a miracle was a prided finesse. It took some time, but the spell is complete. The edges of the Magus's lips rose with arrogance clearly plastered on his face. But such arrogance was understandable. To be able to manipulate a part of reality was something to be proud of. At any rate, with the completion of the spell, the Magus didn't delay activating it. The giant spell circle behind the Pingui's Arca's sails shone brightly as a gust of wind soon escaped it. Asterisk whoosh! Asterisk. The sails of the ship were pressed forward, making the Pingui's Arca accelerate its former pitiful speed. The crew held tightly onto the wooden railings upon meeting the force that was hastening them. All of them grinned while meeting the breeze of wind up front. Their speed was faster than ever before. The metallic warship shouldn't be able to catch up to them anymore. Sadly, however, as Crassus turned to look at the pursuing warship along with the others, they saw that its distance was the same as before. His eyes became wide-opened, while the Magus furrowed his eyebrows. Chow. Crassus couldn't believe what he was seeing before his eyes. With the help of the Magus, their speed should be doubled than their former one. So, how could the metallic warship still catch up to them? Chapter 17. 017 The Greedy One's Call for Help. While the crew of Pingui's Aka was dumbfounded by the saddening failure of their escape, the esteemed Magus's frown faded from his face as he giggled at their predicament. He slowly glanced at the fat captain of the merchant ship and remarked, "Captain Crassus, it seems that our adversaries cannot be underestimated." His words resounded amidst the silence that shrouded the medieval brig. With it, the sailors managed to step out of their trance state and turn their gaze towards the captain. Crassus noticed their gaze and awkwardly chuckled with helplessness. "Do we have another way of escaping?" After chuckling for a moment, he asked the Magus beside him an important question. If the answer was yes, then there was hope. If otherwise, he would have to pull his connections. And his connections were expensive to utilize. But for the sake of his cargo and life, he would have to accept more sacrifices. There is a long-range teleportation spell, but unfortunately, it can only have me as the object of spatial transfer. So sadly, all of you have no way of escaping. The Magus was honest as he proudly implied that he could retreat from their circumstances with ease. They would all be left behind in Pingui's Aka, to be eaten by the predator behind them. "I see. You give me the runic communicator." Crassus wasn't offended by the arrogance of the Magus, since it was natural for them to be narcissistic bastards. He only ordered his subordinate to give him a runic communicator, an expensive device in his wealthy vault of precious artifacts. A runic communicator was an advanced device created by Magi for long-range communication between large distances. They employ an engraving of runic spells which deploys transmission runes. However, one would wonder, how could people who weren't Magi use the runic communicator? Well, those who weren't Magi can utilize the runic communicator through their innate mana capacity. Every human in the foreign world has an innate mana capacity, but to become a Magus, their innate mana capacity must be exceptional enough to affect the mana in their surroundings. As such, amongst the populations of humans in the foreign world, only a percent could become Magi. However, one mustn't underestimate the sole percent as they rule over the entirety of humanity. The runic communicator was soon brought out of his cabin. It would have resembled a bar of silver if not for its runic language gleaming with inexplicable radiance. Crassus held the runic communicator tightly and took a deep breath. The esteemed Magus simply observed him with interest, not bothering to do anything. "Connect to the runic communicator of the colonial dominion of Terra." When he uttered such words, the luminescent marks of the runic communicator blinked rapidly. The colonial dominion of Terra was one of the 7 great colonies in the Ferris Sea. It dwelled in the southwest of the Ferris Sea and was considered the trading hub that connected Europa to the New World. One could consider it a bridgehead between the Old World and the New World, a sea where various opportunities lingered, waiting to be unveiled. But despite being considered the trading hub of the Ferris Sea, the sea surrounding the colonial dominion of Terra was rather empty because of its dangers that required escorts for every entry and exit. Crassus patiently waited for the transmission to be received, and it did. Crassus, to think you would call me while I am enjoying my day. I hope you have a fair reason for why you interrupted my leisure. Find your audiobook from Zephyr Audiobook. Otherwise, I will wait for you in my port along with my guards. A weird-sounding voice left the runic communicator. Viceroy Vlakas, I humbly request for your escorts to guard me from an unfortunate situation. I am being chased by an unknown metallic ship, intending to steal my cargo. I desire your help in transporting the merchandise to your port. Crassus said with a respectful tone, but it soon threatened to disappear when he heard the next words of the viceroy. Favors aren't done for free, Crassus. I'm sure you understand that, correct? If you want the help of my escort ships, you must be willing to pay the price. The captain of Pingui's Arca could only grit his teeth as he stopped himself from cursing at the bastard on the other side. Naturally, Viceroy Vlacas. I am willing to give you a discount for my merchandise after I arrive at the port. I am also willing to pay a bit more through products. Personally, Crassus was an excellent negotiator and knew what the bastard wanted the most. It appears we are on the same page, Captain Crassus. I will be sending 4 escort ships that are near your location. It shouldn't take more than 20 minutes for them to arrive. As a gift, I'll also be reinforcing you with a squadron of my Wyvern riders. I'm sure there will be enough to handle the strange ship that has been pursuing you. The Viceroy became favorable after hearing about the discounts and personal gifts of the greedy captain. He couldn't help but wonder about the things he would get. Thank you for your assistance, Viceroy Vlacas. I, Crassus, will never forget this favor, Crassus said with the nicest tone he could utter. As should be. With that, the transmission between the two was cut off. The runic communicator slowly stopped blinking, and several seconds later, Crassus cursed. Damn that greedy bastard. How dare he? As a wealthy businessman, Crassus was familiar with the politics of the colonial dominions. That bastard Vlacas was amongst the colonial governors with the lowest popularity in their home nations. The viceroy was practically a loser sent to handle the colonies of his respective nation. For someone like Crassus, who has connections to various nobles ranging from marquises and dukes to even kings, such bastards shouldn't be bothering him. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about it. He was trapped in a predicament that he must solve. And the solution was the entry of reinforcements. You don't look so good, Captain Crassus. The viceroy must have given a despicable price. The Magus appeared to be enjoying the moment. Crassus could only shake his head after hearing the Magus's words. His allies seemed to be unreliable or greedy. Even a fat bastard like him was competent, or else his business would have never grown this much. Please continue the activation of your great spell, Sir Magus. Reinforcements should arrive 20 minutes from now, Crassus uttered while the Magus nodded with a grin on his face. The captain of Pingui's Arca looked at his crewmen and yelled at them with his screeching voice. All of you, make this ship sail faster. Throw whatever is useless. Even those goddamn garbage in the lower decks can be thrown overboard. Crassus returned to his cabin to have some drinks. On the contrary, his men began following his orders. They threw everything that they considered useless and heavy into the sea. This also included some of their merchandise that were injured and sick. It was always a horrific sight to see others from young to old getting thrown into the harsh seas. Nevertheless, such was the reality of the high seas. Meanwhile, in the Combat Information Center of the UNS Lightbringer, the communication and intelligence personnel were gazing at the activated spell circle in amazement. Fleet Admiral Abraham looked at it with the same eyes as the others but with a hint of cautiousness. The implications of magic had already echoed in his mind after he considered himself to be reincarnated into a foreign world. To see it, with his own eyes, brought another feeling. That was interest and fear. Magic was a powerful and limitless mystical power of the natural world. Who knows what the limits were for those who wield it? It looks like they aren't open for our inspections, Captain Lux. Abraham coldly muttered to the captain of the UNS Lightbringer. His words were clear. They must act against the merchant ship before them. But before the two could discuss it, something surprising was unveiled before their eyes. Sailors of the giant medieval brig began throwing shadowy figures into the ocean. They could only describe such figures as humanoid, but nevertheless, it proved another thing to the United Navy. The bastards were slave traders. I guess there is no need for a discussion. Captain Lux, debrief our Marines for a boarding action. Deploy them through our Zodiacs. They will be rescuing hostages and dealing with hostiles on the ship. Tell them to subjugate the hostiles if possible. After all, regardless of the opponent's rotten brains, we need all the intelligence we can get. The Fleet Admiral didn't appear to be in a good mood. His cold words signified his desire for the destruction of the slave traders. Understood, Fleet Admiral. I'll be reporting your orders to the second lieutenant. Captain Lux saluted Abraham and accepted his orders without hesitation or delay. He swiftly stepped out of the CIC to meet with the Marine platoon on the lower decks. They must be fast in deploying their Marines, since the less time the enemy can react, the better. Abraham was left behind in the Combat Information Center along with several of his naval personnel who were professionally operating their respective electronics. While his subordinates did their duties, thoughts passed through his head. He had just ordered the execution of men in a mere instant. He didn't even hesitate and immediately followed through with his resolution, which was their deaths. It made him wonder if he was considering life as lesser than before. After all, his former self would never have deemed the death of others. Or perhaps, he was too confident of his morality. The middle-aged man couldn't continue thinking about such complicated thoughts as a mechanical bell rang inside his mind. Systema was finally up. Ding. Maritime security subtask detected. Hostage rescue, sea surveillance submission. A slave trading ship has been detected sailing through the high seas. As the fleet admiral has promised maritime security in the region, it is standard for the United Navy to rescue the slaves. For each hostage rescued from the grasp of the slave traders, 10 naval points are promptly rewarded after the submission completion. Chapter 18, 018 Operation Bestowing Freedom. In the Combat Information Center of the UNS Lightbringer, Abraham gazed at the digital display of Systema detailing the submission he had recently received. It was primarily about the liberation of hostages from their confines. He was honestly surprised by its emergence, but it was a welcome one. It gave more incentives to save the hostages other than the bastards from the other ship stomping onto the United Navy's ethos. 10 naval points might not be much compared to the 1,000 reward of the maritime security mission. However, when collected in large numbers, it couldn't be underestimated. Now that I think about it, shouldn't there be a store in the naval gacha system? Abraham quietly muttered as if remembering something vital. The subject of naval points brought about its 3 primary uses: to purchase a naval spin, to buy the acquired ships or warships in the store, to upgrade assets of the United Navy. Its store was slightly below the gacha tab of the status window. The store was unnoticeable since he took a look at it when he had no warships in his arsenal. With the Arleigh-class Flight 3 destroyer, the store must have something to sell in accordance with the information presented by Systema. Upon this realization, Abraham woke up from his contemplation and became more determined than ever before. He then opened his status window once again. Systema, give me my status. He silently muttered while the other one instantly responded. Ding. Naval Gacha System. Bases. Port of Dawn, Level 0. Gacha. Random Naval Spin, 1000 NP. Store. Arleigh-class Destroyer Flight 3, 2000 NP. Dash Naval Points, 0. His status was the same as before, but the store had something else below it. It was none other than the Arleigh-class Destroyer Flight 3 with a price tag on it. The warship cost about 2,000 naval points, which was a lot, though it was somewhat understandable as the destroyer was amongst the best in his former world. One destroyer should be enough for now. What I need to do is increase the versatility of my naval force. After thinking about it for some time, Abraham reached an adequate conclusion, but nonetheless, it made him realize how poor he was. 2,000 naval points for a single warship was staggering. How the hell could he make a fleet of Arleigh destroyers with this price tag? I hope the next warship I get is a lot cheaper than this destroyer. Abraham prayed inside his mind to the RNG god. He didn't want the expensive ones anymore. A functioning and cheap one was enough for the fleet admiral. At any rate, he closed the status window and observed the escaping medieval brig through the monitor screens found throughout the Combat Information Center. After a couple of seconds, Abraham gave another order to his men. Such an order determined the fate of those thrown overboard by the slave traders. Have some of our men rescue those who were thrown into the seas. Give them their needed medical attention, and regardless of how they look, don't appear hostile. There was no confirmation that it was human slaves that were thrown into the seas, so Abraham gave them a subtle warning of what was to come. Upon hearing his orders, the communication operators nodded in understanding and directed it to the naval personnel on the upper deck. With the confirmation of the communication operators, Abraham continued to tackle his thoughts. To him, leaving others to die left a bad taste in his mouth. Even though he wasn't someone you could call heroic, an ordinary guy would feel uncomfortable when merely observing others they could have saved, especially when they could do so with ease. Other than that, there was also a rational side in him that favored such an action. Every hostage counted, according to the submission given by Systema. So other than not wanting to see others die in the blue waters, the fleet admiral didn't desire to waste a potential 10 naval points. The naval personnel on the upper deck followed his orders without any hesitation. They quickly prepared their gear for the rescue operation and were also prompted to use some of the Zodiacs in the warship. Only 3 Zodiacs were deployed in this rescue operation, as most would be used for the upcoming boarding action of the medieval ship Pinguizaka. The rescue team was rather quick as the Zodiacs immediately found themselves floating in the rough seas. The personnel carefully stepped into their respective Zodiacs, marking the beginning of the rescue operation. In the CIC, Abraham calmly watched the preparation of the rescue operation unfold. He was amazed by their smooth deployment into the rough waters. It seemed that the medical side of the United Navy wasn't to be underestimated, though the efficiency of his naval personnel did make him wonder what the Marines and Captain Lux were doing in the lower decks of the UNS Lightbringer. They are probably being debriefed by the captain, he muttered with a smile. Meanwhile, in the lower decks of the UNS Lightbringer was Captain Lux. Beside the captain was Second Lieutenant Campbell, the platoon leader, and in front of him were the 42 Marines of the Alpha 1st Platoon. Captain Lux had a cold expression on his face as he watched the Marines standing in line with determined gazes. After some time of observing his Marines, he began the debrief. The Fleet Admiral has ordered for your deployment, bringing about the first sea-based operation of the Marines. The operation will be called Operation Bestowing Freedom. You will covertly board and take over a hostile vessel full of hostages. The Fleet Admiral has allowed for the execution of most enemies, but he also advises you to subjugate those that surrender for intelligence. Your priority is to disarm the ship of its fighting capabilities. Afterward, the hostage rescue will be done. To do so, the Fleet Admiral has given you a couple of Zodiacs for this operation. The operation will begin in 12:35 ETD 10 minutes. Do you understand, Marines? With the conclusion of his debriefing, Captain Lux calmly asked while gazing upon the platoon of Marines with a scrutinizing gaze. A hostage rescue operation was complicated to handle, especially on a moving vessel. They needed to be careful and covert while dealing with their adversaries. Captain Lux observed them, wanting to know what they felt about the operation. Fortunately, he wasn't disappointed by his Marines. Acknowledge! The Marines grunted and saluted to the captain of the UNS Lightbringer with straightened backs. Met with such a scene, Captain Lux merely smiled at them with pride. It seems that all of you are ready. I'll take my leave, so discuss amongst yourselves of strategies regarding the upcoming operation. With that, Captain Lux nodded at the Marines and left them to handle their tactics. His duty was different from theirs. The only thing he needed to do was point them in a direction. On the other hand, Second Lieutenant Campbell gave a nod to the captain and watched him leave the location. Afterward, he began devising a strategy with his men. Captain Lux already gave them information about their target. Such intelligence was gained from various observations that began when contact was made. The enemies of the operation were slave traders sailing a sizable medieval ship. Somewhat strange, but according to the file, the technological level of their adversaries was comparable to that of the 15th century. This was a piece of good news, as it made things easier for the Marines. However, the paper also gave warnings about a strange individual in the medieval ship. Someone that could use magic. Campbell wasn't ignorant of magic and mags. Its existence was somewhat surprising, though it might be the reason why the naval personnel were working extra hard. Handling a magic practitioner was the first for the Marines. The only thing they could think of to handle the opponent was to hit the guy as hard and quick as possible. Perhaps, air support would handle whatever magic shenanigans their magic foe has. Other than the guy with the capabilities to use magic, most of their opponents were normal humans. Their expected weapons were flintlocks, sabers, and probably rifles. Their numbers seemed to reach over 100, which would be troublesome to handle as things might become bloody on the deck of the medieval ship. It's a bit disappointing that we will be handing a mere pirate group, but it's a good snack for my Marines. Campbell felt a bit disappointed. The crane-eating men were one of the unique groups in the military. They were cavemen at heart, so they were simple-minded and loved picking fights. A challenging mission would excite them, thus handling pirates instead of an actual military adversary would be dispiriting in their point of view. But regardless of their opinions, a mission was a mission. It was an order from their highest command, Fleet Admiral Shepard. So, with this in mind, it must be accomplished and the hostages have to be rescued along with the intelligence stuck in that medieval ship. The second lieutenant took a deep breath as his gaze landed on his subordinate Marines. It was about time. Marines, let us wreak havoc on these old-era bastards. Campbell grinned and snickered to his fellow Marines. The Marines raised their assault rifles upward and gave their typical war cries. Aura! And so, the second contact and the first battle operation of the United Navy began. The Marines swiftly concluded their preparations and stepped into the Zodiacs. Afterward, Zodiacs were deployed into the water one after another. The strategy of the Marines was simple. Zodiacs would covertly secure itself into the medieval ship and the Marines would be free to board the massive brig. Other than that, the Marines were open to blast the Sure*T out of the goddamn KKK. At the same time, the rescue operation was underway. The rescue personnel pulled out one of the hostages stuck in the water and was about to give him first aid. However, when the hostage left the cold captive of the high seas, the rescue personnel found themselves bewildered. Chapter 19, 019 Beastfolk. Abraham walked through the narrow metallic hallway with a grave expression on his face. Something was discovered during the rescue operation of the naval personnel, requiring his assistance as the fleet admiral. His steps echoed on the metallic floor while the hum and the shuddering lights reverberated around him. The atmosphere was static, but he was already used to such ambience. It didn't take a minute for him to reach the upper deck of the UNS Lightbringer. The ray of light then immediately shrouded his entire being, bringing about the sun's warmth. He instinctively closed his eyelids and covered his eyes with his arms. The sun was blinding for someone who was stuck in the Combat Information Center for hours. As he stepped into the upper deck of the destroyer, Abraham took notice of a gathering of naval personnel. He raised an eyebrow and slowly walked towards them. When the naval personnel noticed their fleet admiral, they gave way and saluted him with the utmost respect. "So, what's going on?" Abraham questioned the naval personnel who requested his assistance. One of them stepped forward and explained their reasons for calling him. "We believe this requires your attention, Fleet Admiral." The naval personnel unveiled the ones they had rescued from the rough and cold seas. What Abraham saw was astounding, to say the least. They were beasts with humanoid forms. The only thing different was that they had tails and their heads resembled their animal counterparts. Other than that, they had a human body, though mostly covered with fur. "This is..." Abraham found it hard to utter a single word about this newly discovered species of intelligent life forms. While elves, dwarfs, and even orcs were expected, the anthropomorphic beasts were far from what they had formerly thought to be a race of this foreign world. As expected of the foreign world, it never fails to surprise and amuse me. The edges of Abraham's lips rose as he carefully observed the recovered hostages. Most of them were wet and covered in warm towels provided by the naval personnel, but they seemed frail and docile, which was perhaps the result of becoming slaves. The group of rescued hostages could be separated into three. Most of them were humanoid badgers, with others being humanoid antelopes, and some resembling humanoid rats. There were men and women in the group, though it was hard to differentiate them as all were scrawny in terms of appearance. But there were some great differences, which were the chest and typical body shape. To be honest, the more he observed them, the more Abraham desired to know better about this race. "Systema, can I understand or speak their language?" He wanted to know if his fellow partner had the capability to translate otherworldly languages. It didn't take a second for a mechanical bell to ring inside his head. *ding*. Does the Fleet Admiral wish to activate the diplomacy perks of the naval Gacha system? Diplomacy what? Abraham found himself confused as he merely wished to know whether they or he could understand one another. Diplomacy perks are disabled perks used for diplomatic circumstances such as meeting others with foreign languages or understanding the sentiments of others. Does the Fleet Admiral wish to enable it? Hearing the cold yet feminine monotone voice of Systema, Abraham nodded in understanding while tackling what Systema had said inside his mind. Diplomacy was something he never thought of during his time in this world. It was simple yet also important for the growth of the United Navy. However, he was still ignorant of it. Abraham wasn't inclined to be ignorant of the formidable aspect known as diplomacy. It was something that he, as the Fleet Admiral, needed to understand. With this in mind, he didn't delay any further and wanted Systema to enable it. "Please enable it, Systema. ****. Enabling diplomacy perks. Diplomacy perks enabled. Brand of loyalty unlocked. The brand of loyalty is what ensures the protection of the naval force and the Fleet Admiral from subsequent betrayals of those who aren't under the authority of the system. It corresponds to the color of emotional sentiments of nearby beings in the form of emitted colors. The first of such colors is white, pertaining to neutrality. The second is the radiant gold, which describes loyalty. The third is black, which displays animosity. And lastly, the fourth is red, which invokes hostility. As a piece of additional information, the intensity of such colors determined the strength of the emotional sentiments of nearby beings. So, there's no need for the Fleet Admiral to worry about blind alliances in the future. Throne of Babel unlocked. The Throne of Babel gives the ability to understand and speak otherworldly languages. It is vital for clear comprehension of intentions and helps in appreciating foreign species of their true selves. A rather simple perk of the naval Gacha system. The information disclosed by Systema wasn't to be underestimated. Although the diplomacy perks only consisted of two, they were already overpowered enough for someone like him. From what was explained, I can detect whether or not they are loyal to me or hostile. This brand of loyalty is extremely useful. Abraham understood his fragility in politics. The new perk was useful for someone who was inexperienced in the ways of politics like him. After all, he had no idea how to read faces or understand the hearts of others. He could only remain cautious and guard his heart. Abraham knew that this kind of behavior wasn't a solution to the problem, but a fuel instead. It worsened his social abilities to the point he was socially crippled beyond relief. Distrust, fear, and paranoia practically made him alone. It turned him into a loser, and to become better than his former self, he understood the significance of opening up. At any rate, he was thankful for the perk given by Systema. With this, he wouldn't have to guard his heart to those who he had no idea were loyal to him. He merely needed to observe them to understand their sentiments towards him. Though, there was also the perk, Throne of Babel. Another useful perk that gives him the ability to understand others and also speak in their language. This would make it easier for Abraham to talk with other races in this foreign world without worrying about learning a new language. Thank you for the new perks and your explanation, Systema. Abraham felt grateful to his partner for elevating his troubles. Asterisk ding, asterisk. You're welcome, Fleet Admiral. I am pleased to aid you. Abraham simply smirked at her monotone response and returned to the problem in front of him. The middle-aged man stepped closer to the anthropomorphic beasts and immediately saw colors of light above them. The light was coal-black in color as it radiated darkness from itself. He furrowed upon meeting such a sight, but it was understandable for the hostages to feel this way. Those in the United Navy didn't look much different from the humans of this foreign world. The humans that tortured for fulfillment and made them slaves. Thus, they feel animosity towards the naval personnel. So, in order to turn the tide of sentiments back to positivity, Abraham needed to separate the United Navy from the humans of this world. Hello, I am Fleet Admiral Abraham, Shepherd of the United Navy. We are a naval force that upholds maritime security in this region. His words resounded in an unknown language. The naval personnel surrounding the group of rescued anthropomorphic beasts felt surprised by their fleet admiral's capability to know an alien language. On the other hand, the beasts who were cautious and hostile felt surprised to hear someone speaking in their language. They slowly turned their gaze and saw a middle-aged man with a pleasant smile on his face. As partly beasts with great instincts, they felt the sincereness of his words. It appears he wasn't pretending to be kind in order to trick them. We saw a ship passing through the region and wanted to inspect it due to security protocols. It's a bit astounding that we would discover barbarians engaging in slave trade. Abraham was genuinely disgusted by the bastards who dared to enslave people. When we saw your people being thrown overboard into the ship, we understood that we needed to act fast and save the hostages kept in shackled chains. So, I'd like to ask for your help. Through his words, the sentiments of the rescued hostages became lighter. The coal-black light turned into gray as they glanced at him with a tiny bit of hope. What would you like to know, esteemed one? One of the rescued hostages, who was a humanoid badger resembling an old man, asked Abraham. Abraham smiled at the old man and inquired more about them. My questions are simple. I'd like to know what you call yourselves. After all, we aren't too familiar with the geopolitical status of this sea. The middle-aged man desired to know of their race. The old man badger felt surprised and slowly answered the fleet admiral's question. We are the beast folk, separated into various tribes and divided by the sea. Our appearance might seem hideous to you humans, but before the old man could continue, Abraham interrupted him. None of us here see you as grotesque. While a bit unique, the reason why we observe you with scrutiny is because of curiosity. After all, this is the first time we saw someone of your race. Abraham needed to be clear to the rescued hostages that they were wholly different from the bastards on the ship. Talking beasts might be surprising, but as people of the modern world, there were others stranger than this. I see. It is an honor, esteemed one. The old man badger lightly bowed. Abraham wanted him to stop but only shook his head. The old man then continued his explanation. The beastfolk are far from a united species as we only wished for the prosperity of our tribe. As such, it was easy for humans to divide and conquer us. While it was unfortunate, it was to be expected. The old man badger sighed in disappointment. Beast folk. Hey, Abraham quietly thought to himself. With the emergence of a new intelligent race that looked far different from a human, he couldn't help but be excited by its prospect. Chapter 20. 020 A Tragedy in the Skies. After learning more about the beast folk and the socio-political issues of the Ferris Sea, Abraham ordered his naval personnel to give the rescued beast folks medical assistance. The two cooperated seamlessly under his leadership while he returned to the CIC. In the Combat Information Center of the UNS Lightbringer, troublesome news was reported to him. Several bogies were detected by the destroyer's radar system. The bogies were heading at their location at a speed of 250 miles per hour or 402 kilometers per hour. This signified that they weren't ships, but possibly a group of aircraft. But as thought of before, the foreign world should be in their age of exploration. How could aircraft possibly exist so early? Well, assuming the same would happen to this foreign world like their former world was already foolish enough. With the existence of magic, history will never be the same. When will they arrive at our location? Abraham asked the radar operator. The radar operator glanced at him and calmly responded, "The bogies are already within 100 clicks from us, so they have an ETA of 25 minutes at most, or 10 minutes at the earliest." Hearing the words of the radar operator, Abraham nodded in understanding. Another high officer then stepped into the CIC. It was none other than Captain Lux, who returned from the lower decks. "Did something happen, Fleet Admiral?" Captain Lux inquired as he walked towards Abraham. He immediately noticed the rapidly blinking dots in the radar system and understood the situation. "Bogies. From their speed, they should be turboprops, at the very least. However, their altitude tells me otherwise." Captain Lux furrowed his eyebrows. He analyzed the possibilities of what the bogey might be, but nothing seems to come to mind. They knew little to nothing about this world, so their mere speculations were useless. "What is the typical protocol for this kind of circumstance, Captain Lux?" Abraham calmly asked as he hadn't finished reading the book on modern naval warfare. While he was knowledgeable in some parts, this situation was far from his expertise. Usually, we would radio a warning since it might be a lost civilian aircraft, and through a data link, we can conclude whether it's a friendly or a bandit. But currently, the UNS Lightbringer has no data link, and I doubt the other side will be able to answer our transmissions. Captain Lux was in deep thought. Decisions like these were hard, but there was one thing the captain understood above all else. He must protect the ship no matter what. As such, Captain Lux became determined and concluded his decision. "From the radar system, we can conclude that the bogies are a squadron of aircraft. I doubt they would be civilians, so we'll have to shoot them off the skies." Captain Lux explained his reasoning, and Abraham didn't doubt it. Even though he wasn't skilled yet in handling ship-to-aircraft related issues, he would have ordered it to shoot down since it resembles a squadron of bombers, especially when the bogies were employing the usual V-formation of military air-to-surface warfare. "How many bogies are heading towards us?" Abraham coolly asked the radio operator, which the operator answered with efficiency and eloquence. "About 8 bogies, sir." With the radio operator's answer, Abraham looked at Captain Lux and nodded at him. It was the confirmation of their next step of action. "All right, a decision has been made. The fate of the detected bogies is for them to fall from the skies. Battle stations." Captain Lux ordered the naval personnel in the CIC, who swiftly attended the orders. The naval personnel in the Combat Information Center became battle-ready in mere seconds. Their reaction was fast, as it didn't take long for them to launch their missiles. UNS Lightbringer, locking onto incoming bogies. One of the Combat Information Center naval personnel uttered while another one responded to his words. Unlatching 8 VLS door cells. Foxes are open. Following the other one's words, naval personnel announced the launch of their standard missiles. SM-2IIIB ready. Launching in 3, 2, 1. Succeeding the launch sequence, the UNS Lightbringer lightly trembled as several standard missiles propelled themselves into the heavens. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk asterisk whoosh. Asterisk asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. The missiles moved at remarkable speeds over that of the speed of sound. They left behind thick clouds of white smoke as they rushed toward their targets with unmatched ferocity. Abraham could only watch the 8 standard missiles fly through the blue skies, making him feel a bit empty. He, once again, ordered the execution of others. "Oh, well, what matters is that my men are safe and those bastards that dared to enslave others meet with the devil," Abraham said with a cold expression on his face. He had changed as the Fleet Admiral of the United Navy. He was far from his former self, a loser who could never take responsibility. And so, this was the price of change. He must leave his comfort zone, as this foreign world was far from a peaceful one. He had to protect himself and his subordinates, while also making sure that their interests were never harmed. But 8 standard missiles? How much does that cost? Abraham couldn't stop himself from feeling regret. He probably spent over $1 million from firing such freedom warheads a minute ago before the missile launch. In the skies above the high seas was a squadron of Wyvern riders piercing through the heavens at great speeds. They were sent from a nearby colony to escort a vessel under their flag. Wyvern riders were aerial assets of nations in this world. They were expensive and had the same importance as newly developed aircraft of the former modern world. The creatures known as Wyvern were selectively bred war beasts of the Magi and were extremely powerful and fast in terms of foreign world standards. These war beasts dominate the skies, and as of now, none other than Magi can hurt them. On the other hand, there were the riders of these monstrosities. Riders were, to say the least, monsters of their own. They were specifically trained to handle wyverns and fly them at speeds no normal humans could handle. Not only that, they were also Magi. These riders were capable of basic battle spells, though compared to actual Magus, their magic raft were less efficient and compelling. However, nonetheless, Wyvern Riders were important assets to any organization. Even the Wyvern Riders in the colonial dominion of Terra only numbered in the hundreds. Thereby, these assets were only deployed to attack non-Magi threats. Unfortunately for them, though, these non-Magi threats were a lot more fatal than they had previously thought. Asterisk, prepare yourselves. We are getting nearer to the vessel we will be escorting. Asterisk, the leading Wyvern Rider said through the runic communicator. Asterisk, I can't believe that the Viceroy is sending us for some goddamn escort. Asterisk, one of the Wyvern Riders complained about their current deployment. It was understandable. After all, they were considered the second greatest assets, with the first being Magi. Getting deployed to escort some measly vessel would feel like disrespect. Asterisk, I dare you to say that in front of the Viceroy. Asterisk, a female voice sounded out from the runic communicator. The one who complained became silent, not wanting to say anything that could lead to his death. Despite being a foolish man, the rank of Viceroy wasn't to be underestimated. They could control a squad of Magi as their personal guards, which was already an achievement on its own. A Viceroy was the highest rank of colonial lords. Naturally, they would be extremely important to their respective nations. Asterisk, don't clutter the channel. This operation isn't a game. A metallic warship has been detected chasing over the vessel we are escorting. Asterisk. Asterisk, we don't know much about them, and such technology shouldn't exist yet in the open. So, I advise you to be cautious in this deployment. Asterisk. Asterisk, otherwise, this will be your last. Asterisk, the Wyvern Rider leader warned his subordinates to not diminish the threats of their adversaries. Underestimation would always lead to death. Even a Magus was warned to not belittle their enemies' capabilities. How could they, who could only be second to a Magus, feel such arrogance? With his words, the Wyvern Riders stopped making fun of their deployment and became serious. Those who wanted to complain were prompted to shut their mouths. Although they felt disappointed by their deployment, the Wyvern Riders weren't brave enough to offend their leader, who was amongst the best in the colonial dominion. As they flew through the skies in silence, the Wyvern Rider leader gave them vital information. Asterisk, 4 escort ships will be with us. So, if you're feeling nervous, you don't have to worry. Asterisk, the leader tried elevating the atmosphere, earning the chuckle of his subordinates. Asterisk, then, it seems that we can play with this pre-asterisk. Before the female Wyvern Rider could continue, something struck her out of nowhere and exploded. Asterisk, boom! Asterisk. Fragmentations scattered throughout the skies, causing some of the metallic fragments to pierce a quarter of the Wyvern Riders in the squadron. The Wyvern Rider leader was dumbfounded, but immediately got out of his stupor and ordered his subordinates to evade. Asterisk, evasive maneuver. Immediate asterisk, sadly. However, the Wyvern Rider leader couldn't continue his warning as he was the next target. A missile directly hit his body and exploded with a thunderous roar. Asterisk, boom! Asterisk. The introduction of the missiles made the Wyvern Riders go slower, but it was useless. One after another, the Wyvern Riders were met with a barrage of swift missiles. Asterisk, boom! Asterisk, asterisk, boom! Asterisk. Asterisk, no, asterisk. Asterisk, boom! Asterisk. Asterisk, please, asterisk. Asterisk, boom! Asterisk. Asterisk, I don't want to die, asterisk. Asterisk, boom! Asterisk. In a few seconds, most of the squadron of Wyvern Riders were annihilated. Only one remained, and she felt horrified to see a black smoke engulfing her colleagues. A tear escaped her eyelids as a missile was about to strike her. Though, before it could do so, her wyvern turned its body, making her lose her grip. No dash. She fell from her wyvern, but fortunately, dangled several dozens of meters below it thanks to her strapped rope. But to say she was fortunate could be argued. Asterisk, boom! Asterisk. The female rider watched as the wyvern she grew up with exploded into various bits. The rope strapped onto it was broken, propelling her into a free fall amidst the blue skies. She felt metallic fragments pierced through her skin as she instinctively covered her head and face in defense. While plunging downward, the female rider could only watch bits of flesh plummet from the skies with her. As the rapid winds ruffled her golden hair, memories of the tragedy echoed in her mind. Then, it turned black. Chapter 21, 021 First Naval Battle. In the high seas between the expanse of the UNS Lightbringer and Pinguizaka, several Zodiacs pierced through the rough waters shrouded in ferocious waves. On them were the Alpha 1st Platoon Marines led by their platoon leader, 2nd Lieutenant Campbell. Asterisk Tango 3 clicks away. ETA 8 minutes. Asterisk Campbell's words resounded from the radio and were heard by every Marine partaking in the mission, Operation Bestowing Freedom. 5 Zodiacs were deployed by the UNS Lightbringer, each consisting of 2 fire teams. A single fire team has 4 Marines in its ranks, bringing about 8 Marines per Zodiac. Operation Bestowing Freedom required the entire combined arms of the Alpha 1st Platoon, as they would be rescuing hostages from hostiles that numbered over 100. They needed to be covert and immediately take out the hostiles before problems would arise. Otherwise, it would be a bloodbath for both sides. Asterisk Dolphin, this is Tuna, over. Asterisk in Campbell's communication radio, the familiar Marine officer's voice sounded out from its confines. When he heard of the Marine officer, the second lieutenant raised an eyebrow, wondering what the problem may be. Asterisk Dolphin is open. Tuna. Asterisk Campbell gave an appropriate response, and the Marine officer uttered his concerns. Asterisk Dolphin. Strange weather phenomena have been detected near the Tango. There seems to be a distortion of some sort. Asterisk, although it was hard to hear because of the roaring waves, Campbell could understand the gist of it. Campbell had one of his Marines give him a pair of binoculars. As he held a binocular with his gloved fingers, he began observing the situation surrounding their Tango. Through his observation, which took a couple of seconds, he confirmed the existence of a strange phenomenon near the medieval brig. Asterisk, this is Dolphin 1. An unknown phenomenon confirmed. Sending intelligence to Overwatch. Asterisk, the second lieutenant swiftly dialed the communication radio. After dialing it, he sent a transmission about the unknown phenomenon surrounding the Tango. Campbell hoped that it wouldn't bring them problems. Sadly, he jinxed it. Back to the combat information of the UNS Lightbringer, the intelligence officers received the information given by the Alpha Task Force. They immediately went to confirm it and promptly acknowledged the unknown phenomenon. Following the recognition, the officers reported it to the higher command. Unknown phenomenon. The Fleet Admiral furrowed his eyebrows after accepting the reports of both the Alpha Task Force and the intelligence officers in the CIC. Yes, Fleet Admiral Shepard. It appears to be a strange distortion behind the Tango. The intelligence officer, who gave the report to Abraham, coolly nodded. Does it have any other effects other than distorting something? Abraham queried another question, but the intelligence officer could only shake her head. No known effects have been discovered from the distortion. The answer somewhat disappointed Abraham, though he understood that they had little to no information about it. It's not like they could experiment while undergoing a vital naval operation. Sistema, do you have any idea about what the distortion might mean? Abraham asked his partner, as she was the only one he could rely on. Fortunately for the middle-aged man, he wasn't abandoned by his lovable partner. Asterisk ding, asterisk. Judging from the taken images and footage of the phenomenon, it can be judged as unnatural in status. Through common sense, if it is unnatural in status, one could mark the phenomenon as something influenced by a magical aspect. The analysis of Sistema was obvious, and the female monotone voice sounded as though it was mocking him for not being able to conclude such obvious things. However, his partner continued. The images and footage imply gravitational and spatial anomalies behind the medieval ship. When thinking about what magical aspects could cause gravitational and spatial anomalies, one could conclude an obvious result. The unknown phenomenon in front of the Fleet Admiral is a spatial spell. A spatial what? For a gamer, Abraham seemed ignorant. But such was to be expected of boomers like him. They would probably only remember it when playing a game. A spatial spell, or a spatial transmission spell. I don't have much information about how deep magic technology goes in this foreign world, but it is fairly clear that they are employing it for either an escape or reinforcements. Explain it to me plainly. What is a spatial spell? Give me a common word. Abraham didn't want to beat the bush anymore and wanted direct answers from Sistema. For some reason, the middle-aged man could hear the sigh of his partner. It's teleportation, Fleet Admiral. With the monotone words of Sistema, Abraham finally realized the seriousness of their situation. However, before he could tell his subordinates about it, the spell was complete. Detecting loud radio frequencies, Fleet Admiral. It's coming from the Pinguis Arca, a communication personnel hastily reported. 4 unknown vessels have been sighted. In the screens scattered throughout the Combat Information Center, all of them saw the emergence of their adversaries. Without any hesitation, Captain Lux declared with roaring haste, "All hands man your battle stations." What followed the captain's words was the ringing alarms that echoed throughout the maze-like interior of the UNS Lightbringer. Asterisk ring, asterisk asterisk ring, asterisk asterisk ring, asterisk asterisk ring, asterisk asterisk ring, asterisk. Asterisk, this is not the drill. This is not a drill. General quarters, all hands man your battle stations, asterisk. While the UNS Lightbringer was alarmed by the shocking emergence of several unknown warships, the Alpha Task Force was directly in front of them. Asterisk Dolphin, this is Catfish. What is the prime directive? Asterisk, a Marine officer asked for their current orders with the unexpected arrival of enemy reinforcements. Asterisk Catfish, the prime directive is for the operation to proceed. Asterisk, Second Lieutenant Campbell understood that there was no going back for them. They must push through and let the UNS Lightbringer handle the unknown vessels. Asterisk affirmative. Dolphin. Asterisk the Marine officer who questioned their prime directive knew the importance of following orders. It wasn't in his rank to question it. Asterisk catfish, tuna, sardine, clownfish. Follow a tight formation with dolphin. Asterisk things would become even rougher for them as they would have to dodge incoming unknown vessels. Asterisk orders acknowledge. Dolphin. Asterisk in mere seconds, the open formation of the Zodiacs became compact as they were about to be pushed into enemy waters. Asterisk half a click from enemy influence. Prepare yourselves. Asterisk Campbell checked his rifle and the Marines under his command did the same. Shooting while being punished by the vicious waters would be hard, but not impossible. Find your audiobook from Zephyr Audiobook. On the other hand, the war masters of the escort vessels observed the metallic warship in its full glory. They furrowed their eyebrows as they felt no mana emanating from it. This made them wonder how such a giant metallic warship could float. Men, prepare for battle. The war master of the leading escort ship announced. He immediately deployed 2 defensive spells that would make his ship last longer in battle. The war masters were strategic-based Magi. Unlike typical Magi who learned personal spells, the war masters learned strategic spells that require the assistance of other war masters. So, if it was a game, they would be the supporting mags of the party. A second later, the already prepared spells sprung up with their spell circles. One covered the entirety of the ship from above while the other faced forward to the metallic warship. The spell that covered the entirety of the escort ship from above was known as the defensive shell. It was an encompassing barrier that defended the entire target. Conversely, the spell facing the metallic warship was known as the barrier. Unlike the defensive shell, which was spread out throughout the target, the barrier could only be faced in one direction, but with unrivaled tenacity and endurance. Other war masters also did the same and rapidly used their defensive spells. It was practically the basic strategy of war masters to use such spells. After their defensive spells were completed, the war masters glanced at each other and activated their attack spells. One conjured a spell circle that would propel a giant icicle. The other used a spell that would throw fireballs. Another also utilized a spell of lightning bolts. Finally, the last one supported the power of the attack spells. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk asterisk wee-ish, asterisk asterisk clack, asterisk asterisk clack, asterisk. All of their spells pierced through the air as if threatening the destruction of the metallic warship. But the results upon contact were surprising for the war masters. The giant icicle couldn't penetrate the metallic hull of the UNS Lightbringer, while the fireballs could only disperse on impact without dealing much damage. Lightning bolts also had the same results as the two. Their attack spells were practically ineffective against the thick steel armor of the destroyer. When they saw their spells' feebleness against the metallic warship, they glanced at each other and nodded in understanding. But before they could conjure more spells, the destroyer retaliated. Asterisk bam, asterisk asterisk bam, asterisk asterisk bam, asterisk asterisk bam, asterisk. Its frontal 5-inch turret open-fired at the leading escort vessel. Thick leads punctured through the air and instantly penetrated through the barrier and the shell of the ship. Asterisk boom, asterisk asterisk boom, asterisk asterisk boom, asterisk asterisk boom, asterisk. The wooden structure of the escort ship was shredded into bits by the 5-inch turret of the UNS Lightbringer. The war master boarding it could only watch in amazement. That's right. Instead of fear, he felt amazed by the capabilities of his adversaries. He wanted to know more about the metallic warship, but could only watch as the fire spread throughout his vessel. Asterisk consider our opponent as the highest level of threat, so work together and never give up. After all, regardless of whether you fight or not, the results will be the same. Asterisk. Asterisk death. Asterisk the war master of the leading escort vessel uttered his final words to his fellow colleagues as the ammunition storage below him exploded. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A cloud of black smoke formed as the leading escort ship violently disassembled itself into thousands of broken parts. The war masters were shocked, but with the words of the leading war master, they became determined. Meanwhile, in the middle of the naval battle between the escort vessels and UNS Lightbringer, the Alpha Task Force aboard their Zodiacs were busy dodging the chaos. From the escort vessels to the ship that exploded and sunk into the depths of the sea, it was a roller coaster ride for the Marines. Chapter 22:022 Ensuing Naval Engagement. Amidst the naval battle ongoing in the rough waters of the high seas, the Alpha Task Force plunged through the vicious confrontation at high speed, dodging wreckage and the escort vessels behind it. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. An explosion resounded throughout the area as the crimson flames were consumed by a cloud of black smoke. The ruthless tide reverberated while the shock wave broke the rowdy water. Not wanting to be destroyed by a frontal skirmish against the metallic warship, the War Masters were prompted to change their strategies and present their broadside. Asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk. They followed with their cannons and began firing them at the metallic warship. Each salvo caused their ships to tremble, but they didn't bother and kept firing. Meanwhile, the Marines held tightly to their zodiacs, unconsciously praying to not get hit by some random cannonball. Hold on, Campbell muttered while leading the charge into the enemy's zone of influence. His Marines merely nodded and continued to set their sights on the Tango. Speaking of the Tango, the Pinguizaka continued its escape while the metallic warship and the escort vessels duped it out. An understandable action in the heat of battle. Though, the crew of the Pinguizaka watched the naval battle as if they were looking at a once-in-a-lifetime entertainment show. Which might be true. After all, who knows whether they'll be able to leave and survive the contact. But they seemed to be ignorant of their situation, especially when the escort vessels were barely holding on against the firepower of the metallic warship. Ha ha ha, get them. Who wants to place their bets? I bet for our fellow escort vessels. Kiki tilde. I'll go with the opposite. Who knows? Maybe I can hit a jackpot. Their words resounded throughout the deck. However, their captain was nowhere to be seen with them. It appears he wasn't in the mood to celebrate the arrival of their reinforcements. In the cabin of Pinguizaka, Captain Crassus sat on his luxurious chair made from golden threads with a serious expression. Before him was the esteemed Magus. What are your opinions about the battle? Crassus asked the Magus, who was observing the engagement with a frown. As a believer in magical supremacy, the naval battle was tarnishing the Magus's belief. He wanted the metallic warship to be easily dominated by their magical capabilities, but none of their attack spells seemed to be working. Upon hearing the question of Crassus, the Magus raised an eyebrow and soon sighed. He shook his head and responded quite honestly to his employer. They are fated to lose. Crassus felt hope dawning upon him after the Magus responded, but he then realized the grave expression of the Magus. His body trembled as he hesitantly asked for affirmation. The metallic warship? Right. Please tell me, esteemed Magus, our reinforcements are losing the naval engagement. I'm sure they already realized it and understood that there was no hope for them retreating. It looks like the technology of our adversaries is quite advanced, even by the standards of our Europa. After this battle, the influence of Europa will probably take a hit, the Magus remarked while staring at the horizon through the window. Tumultuous times would be ahead of them, and perhaps the only thing they could do was prepare for it. That's right. I doubt that the kingdoms and empires of Europa will be willing to let this be. The Viceroy might also react violently with his escort vessels sunk in the ocean. Crassus silently thought that his mere merchant ship might be the ignition of a large war. It made him feel excited and arrogant despite the fear encroaching on his heart. Don't be too excited, Captain Crassus. Are you sure you'll be alive to see whatever you are thinking of? The Magus easily guessed the foolish thoughts of the slave trader. TSK. I'll live. Crassus clicked his tongue and muttered to the Magus. There was always the option of surrendering to their adversaries to save his life. While the captain of Pinguizaka and his esteemed Magus discussed their fates, Abraham was in the Combat Information Center of the UNS Lightbringer dealing with the troublesome vessels that engaged them. Have the helmsman present our broadside. We need all of our armaments thrown at them. Abraham ordered, which the communication operators relayed to the bridge. The UNS Lightbringer swiftly turned and presented its broadside to the escort vessels who had done the same. As such, the 20mm Phalanx CIWS and 25mm Mk38 machine gun system were free to open fire. Direct the Phalanx CIWS and machine gun systems to our opponents. No need to worry about bullets. Abraham gave another order to his naval personnel. They nodded in understanding and had the CIWS and machine gun systems open fire at their adversaries in the broadside. CIWS engaging targets. Machine gun systems opening fire. One of the naval personnel reported and was followed by the thunderous roar of hundreds of leads escaping their barrels. Asterisk BRRTTT. Asterisk. Asterisk BRRTTT. Asterisk asterisk BRRTTT. Asterisk. As thousands of bullets pierced through the air, the berries of the escort vessels were met with the barrage of leading, bringing about the emergence of hundreds of sparks. Abraham calmly watched the results of the CIWS and machine gun systems with a scrutinizing gaze. He then realized that the bullets were ineffective as the barrier handled them with ease. I guess only the 5-inch gun could penetrate them. In all honesty, the barrier and shell of the escort vessels were overpowered. If not for the 5-inch gun in the front, it would have been problematic for the fleet admiral. Though, it wouldn't necessarily make him lose. After all, he still had dozens of missiles stored in their respective VLS. I guess it wouldn't take long before we defeat them, Abraham mumbled while looking at somewhere and nowhere. He was gazing at an invisible digital screen presented by his partner, Sistema. A new submission had emerged when the escort vessels appeared out of nowhere. It wanted him to destroy all 4 vessels. Naval Action, Sea Surveillance Submission. Several escort vessels have reinforced the slave trading ship in the high seas. It is within expectations for the United Navy to defeat foreign and hostile warships. The Fleet Admiral must sink their ships to the bottom of the oceanic depths to maintain maritime security in the region. Each escort vessel destroyed by the United Navy is worth 250 naval points. Naval task reward will be acquired after the engagement. In his opinion, the new submission was a lot better than the first one. 250 naval points per ship wasn't a bad deal for the middle-aged man. It was also a lot easier to complete than the hostage rescue mission, as it wasn't particularly complicated to do so. The only thing they needed to do was point their 5-inch gun at a particular ship and bombard it into pieces to obtain 250 naval points. After this battle, I'll probably have to purchase my first random naval spin, Abraham mentioned, since the hostages they'll have to rescue probably numbered over 100. The UNS Lightbringer would probably have a hard time taking care of 100 rescued hostages, so another warship or ship was needed for transportation. I sure hope that it will be a useful one. The Fleet Admiral Riley smiled and continued watching the ongoing battle through the monitor. On the contrary, Captain Lux was on the bridge, busy ordering his naval personnel to handle their adversaries. Their broadside maneuver was fairly ineffective, as their CIWS and machine gun systems had no effect on their enemy's barriers. But it didn't hinder much of their capabilities and perhaps made it greater. A destroyer fighting a broadside battle against an enemy vessel would mark its captain as an utter failure, but there was nothing they could do about it. An enemy vessel that teleports near your location was a troublesome one. They were lucky that what appeared weren't battleships. Otherwise, even with the armor of the destroyer, the UNS Lightbringer would be the one exploding into various pieces. Continue firing our gun, let them know the firepower of the United Navy. While he would have preferred to end things by throwing freedom warheads at these bastards. Asterisk bam. Asterisk asterisk bam. Asterisk asterisk bam. Asterisk. Captain Lux understood that it was far from needed. Even though the barriers of the enemy vessels were surprising, they weren't enough of a threat to use missiles on. Their missiles were also valuable resources, as the United Navy hadn't started producing them yet. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. With the barrage of shells from the 5-inch gun, another escort vessel exploded and was slowly sinking into the depths of the ocean. The current situation for their adversaries was probably dire. Their enemies had lost 2 ships, with another being fairly damaged and inoperative. Only one ship was operational, and the War Master manning it understood their undeclared fate. It was clear that they would lose the naval engagement. The metallic warship was too strong for them, and their berries weren't effective against the warship's gun. They'll probably meet their deaths like the others before them. Sir, sailors from other escort ships are asking to be rescued from the sea. A sailor in the last remaining escort vessel reported to his War Master. The War Master looked at him with an indifferent gaze and sighed. It doesn't matter whether or not we rescue them. We'll all die anyway. I doubt that the metallic warship is intending to give us mercy, so the only thing we can do is decide how we die. It was the unfortunate truth for them, and they had to accept it. Fire. Asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk. In the background, several sailors kept firing their cannons with despairing expressions. It was as if death was creeping into them, and no matter what they did, it kept moving. I want to utilize the siren's call. The War Master made a dangerous decision, yet it was brought out by his acceptance of their inevitable deaths. The sailor was confused as to what the War Master meant about the siren's call. He only noticed his War Master glancing at the devastated escort ship's War Master. The two seemed to be in agreement about something. However, it felt a bit horrifying as their maddened faces etched a crazed expression. It looks like they want their enemy to sink with them. Chapter 23, 023 Boarding Action. As the Pinguizaka escaped from the grueling naval engagement and sailed into the wider seas, behind it were several jet-black Zodiacs intending to board the merchant vessel. On these Zodiacs were the Alpha Task Force of the United Navy executing Operation Bestowing Freedom. When the Zodiacs were only 100 meters away from their tango, Campbell sighed in relief. Dodging through a naval battlefield never felt good, especially when it wasn't their job to do so. They weren't special forces who specialized in infiltration, so they could only brute force their way into the merchant ship. It was fortunate that none of the escort vessels noticed them, though it was understandable. The escort vessels were barely keeping up with the UNS Lightbringer, so their attention would be entirely concentrated on the destroyer. Asterisk prepare for boarding. Asterisk the second lieutenant reminded his men through the communication radio of the Alpha Task Force. The group of Zodiacs got closer to their tango and later positioned themselves a couple of feet away from the merchant ship's wooden hull. Asterisk catfish. In position. Asterisk find your audiobook from Zephyr Audiobook. Asterisk sardine. In position. Asterisk. Asterisk tuna. In position. Asterisk. Asterisk clownfish. In position. Asterisk. With all the fire teams up and ready for the boarding action, Campbell ordered the commencing of Operation Bestowing Freedom. Asterisk this is Dolphin. Operation is a go. Bestow freedom. Asterisk. Following the declaration of the second lieutenant, the Marines swiftly climbed through the wooden hull of the merchant vessel. It was hard to climb a merchant vessel, but it wasn't something that a grappling hook couldn't solve. Asterisk pang. Asterisk asterisk pang. Asterisk asterisk pang. Asterisk asterisk pang. Asterisk. Asterisk weesh. Asterisk asterisk whoosh. Asterisk asterisk weesh. Asterisk. In mere seconds, the Marines were on the edges of the merchant ship's railings and saw the drunk celebrating sailors. They didn't seem to bother much about the naval engagement behind them. Perhaps it was why they didn't notice the several Zodiacs piercing through the rough waves of the high seas. Campbell gave some signals for his Marines to go on the attack, but first, they needed to prepare for their entrance. And how could they efficiently board the deck? Well, there was one thing perfect for the job. The Marines took out their stun grenades and quickly armed them. After a quarter of a second, they threw the stun grenades with ease into the deck. Multiple stun grenades rolled over the wooden deck of the merchant ship. One of the drunk sailors noticed it landing on his feet and glanced at it for a second in confusion. He wondered how such a strange-looking object appeared before his feet. Was this a secret treasure that wanted him to be its owner? The sailor couldn't help but get foolish thoughts of power and wealth. But before he could continue with his uninteresting thoughts, the object near his feet exploded into white. Asterisk bang. Asterisk asterisk bang. Asterisk asterisk bang. Asterisk asterisk bang. Asterisk asterisk bang. Asterisk. The stun grenades scattered throughout the Pinguizaka's deck exploded one after another. Every drunk sailor found themselves blinded and deafened by the unexpected explosions. Asterisk URGHH. Asterisk. The hell? What was that? Damn it. My eyes. I can't hear anything. All of the drunk sailors were disoriented as they barely could keep their balance on the wooden deck. Some even fell to the floor while groaning for their eyes and ears. It was a horrific situation to be in, and unfortunately for them, it all had just begun. With the opportunity presenting itself, the Marines immediately boarded the deck and saw the stunned sailors barely holding onto themselves. Asterisk all fire teams. Engage the targets. Asterisk. Campbell muttered through the radio and pointed his rifle to one of the sailors. Without any hesitation or delay, he pulled the trigger and fired the rifle. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Mirroring the lead of their platoon leader, the Marines swiftly dispatched the muddled sailors of Pinguizaka, bringing about the thunderous roars of gunfire and the terrified screams of the sailors. Asterisk bang. Asterisk asterisk bang. Asterisk asterisk bang. Asterisk asterisk bang. Asterisk asterisk bang. Asterisk. What dash? It hurts. Should dash. We are under attack. Some of the sailors who got through their momentary deafening silence and blinding sight immediately warned the others of the unexpected assault. There were also multiple sailors who tried to ring the alarm bells, but they were quickly brought down by the Marines. They fell to the ground with holes in their heads. Blood splattered across the wooden deck as the cries of the sailors resounded throughout the high seas. I don't want to die dash. Asterisk bang. Asterisk asterisk bang. Asterisk. Help. He dash. Asterisk bang. Asterisk asterisk bang. Asterisk asterisk bang. Asterisk. Where is the captain? Where is he dash? Keck. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. One after another, the sailors of Pinguizaka, who celebrated their escape from the metallic warship, met their inevitable deaths. After dealing with the threats in the main deck, it was time to handle the more significant threats. The Marines swiftly prepared themselves and pointed their rifles at the captain's cabin door. Second Lieutenant Campbell quietly stepped beside the door and issued a couple of signals to his fellow Marines. They needed to break through the door and capture the Tango. But before doing so, they must handle the problematic variable that could utilize magic. According to recent reports from the UNS Lightbringer, the magic individuals could possibly conjure barriers of some sort while casting spells. Thus, it was mandatory to hit them with all they had. Otherwise, the Marines would be killed by whatever magic the individual could do. Campbell held another stun grenade in his gloves and ordered a Marine to kick the cabin's door down. The Marine nodded in acceptance and proceeded to calmly step beside the front door. He took a deep breath and gazed coldly at the door before kicking it with all his might. Asterisk bam, asterisk. The captain's cabin door was kicked wide open and Campbell swiftly threw a stun grenade inside the captain's cabin. It rolled over the wooden floor before exploding inside the cabin. Asterisk bang, asterisk. Through the signal, which was the stun grenade's explosion, the Marines entered the captain's cabin and saw the captain hiding behind a luxurious wooden desk. The captain of the slave-trading ship seemed horrified by their arrival, which was understandable. After all, the Marines took out the crew of the merchant ship without any mercy. Captain Crassus of Pinguizaka saw the dreaded boarders that massacred the entirety of his crew in less than a minute. He was terrified and shaking to his core since he felt that death was about to take him with his crew to hell. The boarders that entered the merchant ship were soldiers wearing strange green uniforms and evergreen-colored helmets. Other than that, they were humans. It was somewhat complicated to feel when they saw that the metallic warship wasn't operated by monsters like they previously thought. After all, humans shouldn't have the capabilities to construct such a giant metallic warship. So, they thought it was another race, seeking to destroy them. To think, it was humans all along. Such was probably the thought of the horrified captain. These unique-looking soldiers appeared to be holding guns, though they looked far more different than the ones they had. A bit fatter and shorter, but seemed far more advanced. "You must be the Dash." While hiding behind his wooden desk, Crassus heard the remark of the esteemed Magus, though the esteemed one couldn't continue it, as the soldiers laid fire at him with no hesitation. Asterisk b-t-t-t, asterisk. Asterisk bang, asterisk asterisk bang, asterisk asterisk bang, asterisk. Asterisk b-t-t-t, asterisk. The rifles held by the boarding soldiers of the metallic warship fire at an unparalleled speed. When Crassus saw it, he felt even more dumbfounded and anxious. The power held by these newly emerged adversaries wasn't something to be underestimated, but whether he underestimated it or not didn't matter if he died. With this in mind, Crassus threw such useless thoughts away. My, how unsightly, the Magus muttered while staring at hundreds of leads being poured over his barrier. He felt the mana of his spell seeping away, weakening by the second. Asterisk b-t-t-t, asterisk. The soldiers didn't stop hitting the Magus with their full auto while Crassus's terror slowly turned into amazement. It was from the strong barrier of the Magus and the amazing weapon of the soldiers. An entire magazine was unloaded to the Magus, and afterward, the second rank of soldiers would step forward and fire at the barrier with efficiency. The Magus furrowed his eyebrows and knew the delicate circumstances of his life. He could only shake his head and decide that it wasn't worth throwing his life away for something like this. It was too precious. "I am impressed by your technologue Dash." The Magus wanted to praise his adversaries before leaving, but his enemies brought something unexpected. It was a long giant gun with a scope. Asterisk bang, asterisk. The lengthy metallic rifle fired as fiery flames escaped the confines of its barrel. A 50 caliber bullet pierced through the air and struck the barrier. At first, the radiant light of the barrier spell gleamed in and out, but afterward, cracks began to form throughout its spell circle. The Magus gritted his teeth and immediately activated his short-range spatial repositioning spell. However, during its activation, his barrier spell broke into pieces. Asterisk asterisk. A molten lead with incredible momentum pierced his leg as he glared at the soldiers before teleporting away from Pinguizaka. It was anticlimactic, especially when there were no spell battles. Though, it's not like everyone was willing to fight a battle to the death. With their victory against the Magus secured, the leader of the soldiers coldly gazed at the captain of the slave-trading ship. He shook his head in disappointment and ordered his men to clean up the lower decks, take out the remaining targets. Some soldiers beside him responded with a nod and left the interiors of the cabin. Only the leader and a few soldiers were left behind, though the leader looked especially murderous. Crassus felt fear as he wondered what fate awaited for him in the hands of the soldier. On the other hand, Campbell felt disgusted by the fat pig in front of him. He would have felt better if he could strangle the bastard to death. But the pig had intel for important stuff, so strangling will be for later. Guard him. If he tries to escape, you can disable the pig. The Marine who guarded the door changed his position and pointed his rifle at the cowering captain of the slave-trading ship. Meanwhile, Campbell reported the results of the operation to Overwatch. Asterisk this is Alpha 1 to 6 to Overwatch. Tango secured. Asterisk. Chapter 24, 024 Naval Theater Finale. Combat Information Center, CIC, UNS Lightbringer. Sir, Operation Bestowing Freedom was a success. The Alpha Task Force has gained control over the entirety of the merchant slave trading vessel. In the communications sector of the CIC, a comm operator reported to the High Command. They wrapped up the mission faster than I thought. I was expecting them to take their time handling the Mage. Abraham slightly grinned as this was a piece of good news for him and the United Navy. According to their reports, sir, The mage actually escaped after being injured by a Barrett M82. It seems that our rifles are ineffective against individual barriers of mags, an intelligence officer commented after reading the written report of Operation Bestowing Freedom. The Alpha Task Force did well with their limited support, so the intelligence officer had no complaints about the Magus escaping the merchant vessel. Although information about them might spread across the sea, no vital intelligence had been revealed to the mage. It was also the best advertisement of their naval force, which they appreciated. These mags really are dangerous. Huh? It looks like we need to develop an efficient tactic against them after completing the maritime security mission, Abraham seriously remarked. His grin had long disappeared and was replaced by a scrutinizing frown. In his opinion, mags were dangerous enemies to have, especially when they had no idea about the extent the mag spells go. The United Navy also had no direct counter against magic. While they had great and seemingly unrivaled firepower, magic still had its untapped limitless potential. It would be utterly disappointing if they couldn't utilize such potential. Our battles with the escort vessels and direct data from the Alpha Task Force might help us formulate a strategy against these so-called mags, sir. But it will take time. We also need more information about them to iron out our foundation, the intelligence officer said with determination that made Abraham feel their unquestionable loyalty. I see. Thank you for your hard work. I'll be patiently waiting for your results. The fleet admiral smiled at the fleet officer. A subordinate that's working hard for you should always be supported. Otherwise, one would feel bad since they might appear like exploiters in the eyes of others. Thank you, Fleet Admiral. The intelligence officer lightly bowed and continued. Shall we continue with our topic regarding the escort vessels? After hearing the intelligence officer, Abraham glanced at the monitor and saw the devastation brought by the UNS Lightbringer's superior firepower. The 4 escort vessels that were supposed to save the merchant ship sunk into the abyssal depths of the high seas. Only scraps of wood and other light materials could be seen floating throughout the area. Though, alongside the scraps of the bygone escort vessels, there were the surviving sailors who were barely keeping themselves alive from the cold and rough waters. Abraham didn't feel like saving them, but he understood that he must set an example. There was no need to stoop lower than they currently were, so it was better to act with grace instead of hostility. As such, he concluded his decision to the surviving sailors. Take the surviving sailors out of the cold waters, but be sure to cuff their arms and guard them properly. We might have some use for them later, Abraham ordered, which the intelligence officer accepted with a nod. Prisoners of war had a lot of uses, and the intelligence officer understood it greatly. From ransom, free workers, and finally, intelligence expansion, there were several the intelligence officer immediately thought of. It will be done, Fleet Admiral. The intelligence officer glanced at the comm operator who merely nodded. The officer smiled and left to manage others with their current orders. While the intelligence officer left, the captain of UNS Lightbringer entered the Combat Information Center. The white-bearded old man seemed to be merry after their victory. Our captain is in a good mood, Abraham remarked, to which the captain responded with a straight salute. It was because of the fleet admiral's guidance. Captain Lux didn't hesitate to give Abraham the honor of their victory. If Abraham was a normal fleet admiral, he would have made Captain Lux get closer to him and continue to curry favor while slowly advancing the captain's rank. How easy would it be? Abraham rapidly shook his head and threw the thoughts of corruption away. He mustn't get corrupted by such things, especially when he was the highest of command of a naval organization. It was all because of our hard work, Captain Lux. From the bottom to the top, our naval personnel worked hard for this victory. Contrary to Captain Lux, the Fleet Admiral was much more skilled in such pleasantries. The Fleet Admiral is correct. Captain Lux lightly chuckled and agreed with the Fleet Admiral's words. So what happened to the mags in the escort vessels? Abraham decided to change the subject and observe the circumstances outside through a monitor screen. With the loss of the escort vessels, one would expect to find a mage in the cold waters of the high seas. But sadly, there appeared to be no mags trapped in the rough tide. Unfortunately, the mags seemed adamant and ended their lives before their ships sank into the ocean. Captain Lux uttered with a complicated expression. A live mage would have been good for the United Navy. Through a live one, they could understand more about the concept of magic and perhaps develop counters against it. But since they couldn't capture a mage, they would have to find other sources to understand the concept of magic in this world. That is disappointing, Captain Lux. I was curious about how magic worked, and whether or not we could utilize it for ourselves. I guess the United Navy must grow before we ponder such things. Abraham shook his head in disappointment and stopped watching the monitor screen. At the moment, the UNS Lightbringer was busy rescuing the prisoners of war, so he didn't need to do much other than manage the entire rescue operation of the prisoners. It is disappointing, Fleet Admiral. However, I do wonder if they had personal property left behind in their respective ships, Captain Lux muttered while Abraham's eyebrow rose. A realization struck the middle-aged man. There should be objects left behind by the mags, but since the escort vessels were sunk with their mags presumed dead, there was only one direction he could be pointed at. It was the mate of the merchant vessel. Thank you for the idea you have given me, Captain Lux. Abraham smiled and walked towards the comm operators. Standing beside them, he calmly ordered the naval personnel, open a communication line with Alpha 1 to 6 of the Alpha Task Force. His orders resounded and the comm operators responded with a nod. The operators swiftly opened a communication line, while Abraham patiently waited. Soon, the voice of the second lieutenant escaped from the machine's confines. Asterisk, this is Alpha 1 to 6, Second Lieutenant Campbell. Asterisk. Second Lieutenant, this is Overwatch Actual. Abraham responded to the introduction of the platoon leader. Have you secured the entirety of the merchant vessel? Are there no hostiles left on the ship? The fleet admiral asked an obvious question. Asterisk, Overwatch Actual. Hostiles in the ship have been cleared. Rescued hostages are currently being given medical assistance and we have captured the Tango. Asterisk. Abraham already knew most of the information revealed by the radio. He only wanted the confirmation of his subordinate. Good job, Second Lieutenant. I will be boarding the merchant vessel soon to conduct my own investigations. I hope you don't mind. While he could have ordered his men to do the investigation, Abraham felt like he needed to be in the field to truly understand the reality and discover what was hidden behind the veil of action. Asterisk, Alpha Task Force is honored. Overwatch Actual. Shall we clean the blooded decks before your arrival? Asterisk. From the words of Second Lieutenant Campbell, Abraham already imagined the nasty sight he was about to see with his very own eyes. No need to clean it, Second Lieutenant. I want them preserved until I finish conducting my investigation. Abraham forced himself to utter such words. He wasn't a psychopath who wanted to see the blood of his enemies, but he felt that it would be fair to adopt from its horrific sight and smell. After all, he was the Fleet Admiral of the United Navy. He must understand the price he would pay if he decided to fight a battle against another adversary. Asterisk, affirmative. Overwatch Actual. Asterisk, the second lieutenant felt a deep respect for his Fleet Admiral. He was a brave man of action who would be willing to step into a terrifying scene along with his subordinates. This kind of quality was respectable in the eyes of Campbell. Good. I'll be arriving there in about 10 minutes. Abraham announced before closing the communication line between the UNS Lightbringer and Alpha Task Force. Afterward, he glanced at Captain Lux and stated, I'll be taking my leave, Captain Lux. Manage the rescue operation of war prisoners in my stead. Abraham ordered the captain of the UNS Lightbringer. Understood, Fleet Admiral. I will be arranging a Zodiac for your transportation. Captain Lux nodded and saluted to the highest command. Abraham appreciated the assistance of Captain Lux and stepped out of the Combat Information Center. As he walked through the narrow metallic hallway, a familiar mechanical ring echoed in his mind. Asterisk ding, asterisk. He stopped moving for a second and raised an eyebrow. Naval action, sea surveillance submission. Naval action completion requirements. Sinking of hostile vessels. 4 hostile escort vessels sunk, calculating rewards. Submission status completed. Hostage rescue, sea surveillance submission. Hostage rescue completion requirements. Slave hostages rescued. 127 hostages rescued, calculating rewards. Submission status completed. It seemed that he had completed the recently given submissions of the naval Gacha system. With this realization, the middle-aged man was a bit excited. After all, it was his first reward. Congratulations, Fleet Admiral Abraham Shepard. You have completed 2 submissions declared by the Naval Gacha System Apparatus, Sistema. Rewards will be given promptly in 3, 2, 1. You have obtained 1,000 naval points, naval action rewards, and 1,270 naval points, hostage rescue rewards. Total current accumulated naval points, 2,270 naval points. Chapter 25, 025 Summoning New Warships. In the jet-black Zodiac piercing through the rough waters of the high seas, Abraham calmly observed the blue horizon with tranquility. Other than the scraps of wood scattered throughout the cold water, it was a beautiful sight for the middle-aged man. Abraham recently departed from the UNS Lightbringer and headed out to the captured merchant vessel known as Pinguizaka. The reason for his visit was an investigation, but it was mostly because of his desire to know the consequences or results of his decision. As a middle-aged man of the 21st century, he wasn't a power-hungry bastard who would kill others simply because they defied him. He was rational, instead of emotional. Abraham also didn't wish to be out of touch with reality and wanted to see what he had done personally. It might not be good for him now, but it will bring results in the future. Though, I'm starting to doubt whether I'm ready or not, he quietly thought to himself and glanced at the Marines beside him. Despite the victory, they were still cautious of their surroundings. This made the Fleet Admiral give them a sense of profound respect. Anyhow, there was a reason why Abraham doubted his readiness to tackle the matter. It was mostly because this was the first time he would be seeing a corpse with his very eyes. Watching a corpse through the lenses of the television compared to seeing one, in reality, was the largest difference he had to tackle. He would feel the dreaded atmosphere, smell their blood, see the expressions they had before their untimely demise, and come to terms that he had ended their lives. Even though Abraham could try to justify himself as doing it for the greater good, monsters always begin with this phrase, all for the greater good. If he promotes such a saying to his enemies, then it wouldn't take long before he would have such words pointed at his own subordinates or people. Am I wrong with my thoughts? Systema. Abraham asked his partner for her opinion regarding the matter of morality. In a second, a mechanical bell rang inside his mind. Asterisk ding, asterisk. In terms of logic and result-based decisions, it might sound foolish. However, logic and result-based decisions are imprudent themselves as they don't include the variables of their actions in their equation. One's action can affect the outcome, and results might be far from what one would expect. So, I have no opinion regarding the matter, as what's important is that it works for the Fleet Admiral. Nonetheless, Systema appreciates the thoughts of the Fleet Admiral. The price of life must always be heavy. Otherwise, the moment it becomes lighter would be the time someone has become a true monster. What Systema meant was simple. Logical and result-based decisions wouldn't always be the best ones. The world of humanity doesn't move in the wheel of logic. Instead, they roll over through interactions, emotions, and relationships. Logic was merely an afterthought, and one must understand this simple fact. Variables will always be there, and what you expect through your result-based decision might not appear. But one can manipulate the variables instead of affecting the entirety. However, this subject was something for the future to discuss. Sometimes, I can't help but wonder that you might be an actual old sagely man. Systema. Abraham lightly chuckled as his thoughts might have gone too deep. He mustn't overthink things and continue to move at his own pace. After all, he might stumble if he becomes too impatient. Sir, we are about 5 minutes away from the merchant vessel. The Marine steering the jet-black Zodiac reported to the Fleet Admiral. Abraham nodded in understanding and asked something from the Marine. Can you give me a radio? There was something he wanted to do, but since he had decided to investigate the merchant ship, he couldn't find time to do so. Since he had time before reaching the slave-trading ship, this might be the perfect time for Abraham to enact what he wanted to do. Here, sir. The Marine complied and gave the Fleet Admiral a radio. He was curious as to why the highest of command wanted it, but it wasn't in his rank to question his superiors. Abraham held the radio with his black-gloved hands and opened a transmission with the Combat Information Center of the UNS Lightbringer. Asterisk, this is Overwatch. Is something needed? Asterisk, a voice came out of the radio, which seemed to be the comm operator of the CIC. Overwatch, I am Fleet Admiral Shepard. I'd like to contact the captain of the UNS Lightbringer, Captain Lux. Can you call him? Abraham asked to communicate with Captain Lux. Asterisk, Captain Lux is present in the Combat Information Center, Fleet Admiral. I will call him for you. Asterisk, the comm operator accepted the Fleet Admiral's request. Thank you, Abraham responded and waited for Captain Lux to call him. He could have immediately done it without wasting time. But after getting a warning from Lieutenant Commander Morgan, he decided to be cautious and patient. After some time, the communication line was opened and the captain's voice escaped the radio. Asterisk, sir, how may I help you? Asterisk, Captain Lux coolly asked, since the Fleet Admiral might want him to do something. Find your audiobook from Zephyr Audiobook. I'm giving you a warning, Captain Lux. I'll be summoning more warships to our fleet, so I want our naval personnel to be ready and not get frightened by their emergence. Abraham wanted to summon warships since the total balance of his naval points numbered over 2,000. It was enough to summon 2 warships in the random naval spin. While he could have waited until they returned to the port, Abraham needed more ships to manage the aftermath of the recent naval engagement. The UNS Lightbringer would be having a hard time handling the rescued hostages and prisoners of war, so the assistance of another ship was required. Asterisk, affirmative, Fleet Admiral. I'll be giving orders for the naval personnel to abstain from acting without direct orders. Asterisk, Captain Lux felt a bit delighted to hear about the reinforcements. The current operations were far from good in his opinion. There were too many hostages and prisoners of war for a single warship to handle. So, more ships of the United Navy were a piece of good news for the captain. Good. I don't want an accident to happen because of misunderstandings. Abraham closed the radio after uttering such words and turned his gaze towards the high seas. He took a deep breath and thought that it was about time. I hope my luck is as good as before. Abraham thought and silently prayed to the RNG god for some blessings in his next endeavors. After taking his time, the middle-aged man returned to reality with determination. He took a deep breath and called upon his precious partner. Sistema, I'd like to purchase 2 naval random spin. While it might seem it was better to save some of his naval points, Abraham felt that this wasn't some sort of game but actual reality. He can't save his naval points and use them when he finds himself in a troublesome circumstance. After all, it's not like the warships could magically take care of his issues. The naval personnel in their respective warships also needed to be debriefed to understand the current situation of the United Navy, especially when the naval personnel aren't automatically imprinted with current vital information. As Abraham entertained his thoughts, a mechanical bell rang inside his mind. Asterisk ding, asterisk. Random naval spin selected. Triggering spin. A gigantic floating wheel materialized before his sight. Inside it were hundreds of classes of warships and ships from different nations across the globe. With the spin triggered, the arrow at the center of the massive wheel began revolving. It started slowly at first, but with time, it became faster than ever before. In seconds, Abraham could only watch a blurry arrow spinning at an unparalleled speed. As he watched it with a scrutinizing gaze, Abraham felt nervous inside. His heart rapidly beat while he felt chills echoing in his spine, and his muscles also tensed. What Abraham wanted from the random naval spin was simple. A ship that was large and had great firepower was enough for the middle-aged man, but whether he could get the ship he wanted from the gacha was another problem. This was why he disliked gacha games despite being addicted to them. It didn't take long before Sistema announced the end of the thrilling experience. Revolution terminating in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations! You have received Admiral Gorshkov-class frigate. Abraham raised an eyebrow and wondered what the frigate was. He couldn't remember a trace of it in his memories regarding naval ships, but it wasn't like he was a great naval nerd in his former life. He was only aware of ships or warships that kept popping up in the news or on the internet. From its name, it looks like this is a Russian frigate, which I guess makes it better. Russians are known to put a lot of firepower in their ships, though their defensive capabilities are questionable. Realizing that it was a modern Russian warship, Abraham's confusion became delight. Firepower was what he needed since stealth and anti-missile protection technology were impractical in the current state of affairs where their adversaries only had wooden ships to work on. Obviously, this would change in the future. But Abraham wanted a ship that could throw a lot of punches. It appears he got one. Though, before Abraham could continue thinking about the Admiral Gorshkov-class frigate, the massive wheel didn't disappear and began spinning once again. Triggering spin. Abraham ordered 2 random naval spin, so with the first one done, the second probably followed. The middle-aged man gazed at the spinning arrow with a hopeful gaze. A cargo ship would be good enough for him. With the firepower problem partially solved, he needed more space for the rescued hostages and the prisoners of war. That's the reason he hoped for a big ship. It doesn't even need guns. As long as it could transport hundreds of people with ease, it was enough. At any rate, like before, it took some time until Sistema announced the termination of the Arrow's revolution. Revolution terminating in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations! You have received San Antonio-class amphibious transport dock. Chapter 26, 026 UNS Zaria and UNS Guardian of the High Seas. In a jet-black Zodiac piercing through the rough waters of the high seas, Abraham had a grin on his face while gazing at somewhere and nowhere. He was specifically staring at the digital screen of his newly gained warship, which was incredibly impressive in his opinion. I never thought I'd receive an LPD instead of a simple cargo ship. It seems that my luck in this foreign world is far from saddening, unlike my previous life. Abraham was genuinely surprised regarding the effectiveness of his luck. It made him wonder if this was the reward of being unlucky during the entirety of his former life. It doesn't matter if this was a reward for my suffering. What matters is that it gives me valuable ships. Though, I know that I shouldn't rely on it in the future. Find your audiobook from Zephyr Audiobook. Perhaps, maybe I'll get a bad ship on my next gacha endeavor. He shook his head and decided not to get arrogant of his luck. He knew better than to become enamored by it and completely rely on such an unreliable concept. So, he had to keep his expectations at bay. And besides, his luck wasn't too amazing in itself. If it really was extremely good, then he could have gotten an aircraft carrier by now. In simpler terms, not getting hit by bad luck was already enough for the middle-aged man. He didn't need unparalleled fortune. What he needed was stability. Anyhow, the subject had gone farther from what was previously thought. Abraham decided to tackle the two warships first, before going on in a ramble of philosophy. The information of the two should appear now. He muttered and noticed the materialization of two digital screens in front of him. The first one was the digital screen where the information about the Admiral Gorshkov-class frigate was imprinted. UNS Zarya. The UNS Zarya is an Admiral Gorshkov-class frigate of the Project 22350 classification. It is a multi-role frigate or a guided missile frigate stocked with the best weapons and sensors of the Russian Federation. As the frigate was designed to perform multiple roles, it can carry out long-range attacks against surface targets and ships, conduct anti-submarine warfare, carry out escort missions, and be deployed in a variety of situations that a general frigate class would not be able to fulfill. The Zarya has a humble displacement of 5,400 tons with a length of 130 meters and a beam of 16 meters. It has a maximum speed of 29.5 knots and a complement of 210 officers and enlisted personnel. The multi-role frigate also carries a single Ka-27 series helicopter capable of transport and anti-submarine warfare. The main armaments of the multi-role frigate are its UKSK and Redut vertical launching systems (VLS) and a single 130mm Amethyst arsenal naval gun. It has supporting armaments such as two Palash CIWS 30mm and two 14.5mm MTPU machine guns. It also has two quadruple 330mm torpedo launchers. Finally, it has a helipad and hangar for a medium helicopter. Abraham carefully read the information about the newly acquired frigate with a scrutinizing gaze. UNS Zarya was its name, and it was a powerful frigate. It might be amongst the best frigates in his former modern world, but since he wasn't totally knowledgeable of the matter, he promptly stopped himself from pursuing assumptions. For a frigate, this ship is massive. This might become the main frigate of the United Navy for some time. Abraham muttered to himself and wondered about the price of this frigate. If it was cheaper than the Alibur-class destroyer, then it would be the first one mass-produced by the United Navy. As expected of Russians, they love putting a lot of firepower on their ships. Abraham nodded with appreciation in his eyes. Another powerful warship other than the UNS Lightbringer was always a welcome one. At any rate, since he had concluded his reading session with the first digital screen, it was time to read the second one. Abraham glanced at the second digital screen with information about the San Antonio-class amphibious transport dock, or LPD for short. The information on this ship is a lot longer than UNS Zarya. Observing the digital screen, he raised an eyebrow when he realized its lengthy information. He rubbed his eyebrows at the headaches about what was to come, but information about his warships was what he needed. So, even if he hated reading long-written files, he had no choice as it was his job to do so. But, at the very least, he wouldn't have to read them all over again in the future. With this in mind, Abraham took a deep breath and began reading the vast information about the amphibious transport dock. He hoped that the information inside was worth it. UNS Guardian of the High Seas. The UNS Guardian of the High Seas is a San Antonio-class amphibious transport dock of the LPD classification. It is an amphibious transport dock designed to provide the Navy and Marine Corps with modern, sea-based platforms. The ship supports amphibious assault, special operations, or expeditionary warfare missions and can serve as a secondary aviation platform for amphibious-ready groups. As such, the LPD is networked survivable and built to operate with 21st century transformational platforms known as the MV-22 Osprey, Expeditionary Fighting Vehicle (EFV), Air-Cushioned Landing Craft (LCACs), and future means by which Marines are delivered ashore. The Guardian of the High Seas has a sizable displacement of 25,300 long tons followed by a length of 208 meters and a beam of 32 meters. The LPD has a maximum speed of 22 knots and a vast complement of 28 officers and 333 enlisted personnel. It can also support an embarked landing force of 699 personnel. The LPD specifically carries 4 MV-22 Ospreys with 1 in the hangar deck and 2 air-cushioned landing crafts, LCACs, along with 14 expeditionary fighting vehicles, amphibious assault vehicles. The main armaments of the amphibious transport dock are its 2 Bushmaster 2 close-in guns, 2 RIM-116 rolling airframe missile launchers, and a Mark 41 vertical launching system (VLS). It also has support armaments such as several twin M2 Browning machine gun turrets. Lastly, it has a wide flight deck and a large hangar deck for repairs and maintenance. The information imprinted on the digital screen was beyond worth it. The UNS Guardian of the High Seas was a lot better than he had previously thought. From the 4 Ospreys, 2 LCACs, and 14 EFVs, followed by the 2 companies' worth of Marines, he practically had a deployable army, which would make handling islands easier than ever before. Things are bound to get intriguing, Abraham mumbled with a smile as two golden lights radiantly shone amidst the rough waters of the high seas. The gleaming golden lights pierced through the heavens and the seas, bringing about luminescence rivaling the luster of the blazing sun. Abraham squinted his eyes and felt the waves becoming harsher. Fortunately, though, the Zodiac was only 100 meters away from the captured merchant vessel. With this, I won't have to worry about the rescued hostages and prisoners of war anymore, he quietly thought and closed his eyelids with a relieved smile. The radiant golden lights soon dimmed with time and faded into the background as though they hadn't come to light. What replaced it was a moderately sized warship and a large warship. Each had their respective names boldly written on their hulls, which were the UNS Zaria and UNS Guardian of the High Seas. The LPD was a magnificent sight to see. It was bigger than any ship he had seen before, but it was not like he saw a lot of ships personally. Anyhow, Abraham enjoyed the large silhouette of the LPD and was looking forward to boarding the warship later on. Meanwhile, in the Combat Information Center of the UNS Lightbringer, Captain Lux watched the two warships with interest. However, he soon commanded the comm operators of their next actions. Open a communication line with the two warships. The old white-bearded man continued observing the newly emerged warships while the comm operators did as they were ordered. Opening communication with UNS Zaria and UNS Guardian of the High Seas. One of the comm operators announced and static escaped the communication instrument. Captain Lux took a deep breath before speaking through the communication line. This is Captain Lux of the UNS Lightbringer, requesting verification from UNS Zaria and UNS Guardian of the High Seas. It was protocol to request for verification when meeting for the first time. After some time, a husker-like voice resounded from the communication instrument. Greetings, Comrade Lux. This is Captain Vokshod of the UNS Zaria. The first one that responded was the Russian captain of the multirole frigate, UNS Zaria. Verification acknowledged. I am Captain Howard of the UNS Guardian of the High Seas. The second one was the captain of the amphibious transport dock, UNS Guardian of the High Seas. The two of you must have a lot of questions about your special circumstances. I will be debriefing you about it, so I hope you maintain your calm. Captain Lux calmly uttered. Zaria will be hearing from our comrade. Vokshod seemed to be an easy guy to get along with. Guardian is also open to the debriefing, but I'd like to meet the Fleet Admiral afterward. On the other hand, Howard sounded stern and cold. Captain Lux didn't care about how they sounded as his job was to only educate them about the United Navy's circumstances in this world. What they did after was the responsibilities of the Fleet Admiral. Alright, I'll be giving you data about our discoveries during this recent week. We already went through our analysis, but you can undertake your own examination if you wish to confirm the intel. Captain Lux stated and began debriefing the captain of the two warships. In the meantime, Abraham had arrived beside the wooden hull of the merchant vessel. He climbed through the ladder leading to the upper deck and soon arrived at the blooded venue where the execution was done. As he laid his jet-black irises upon the horrific scenery, Abraham saw dozens of corpses scattered throughout the wooden deck. Chapter 27, 027 Upsetting Truth. Damn. Abraham quietly muttered under his breath while gazing upon the horrific scene of corpses scattered throughout the wooden deck of the merchant vessel. It wasn't worse than he imagined, but more grounded instead. As he stepped into the main deck where the cold corpses lay, the middle-aged man carefully observed the results of his actions with scrutiny and disappointment. He was the one who ordered their execution, and now that they were dead, they didn't seem that much different. They didn't look like the evil monsters he imagined them to be. I guess this is what makes humans human. A monster doesn't have to be hideous or be an abomination. They might look nothing more than a human. This was the truth that Abraham discovered. Death wasn't as special as he had previously thought. Everyone dies the same, with their lifeless corpse in or on the ground. Should I be disappointed? Abraham thought while squinting his eyes. He crouched before one of the corpses and saw the expression it made before its demise. Horror, fear, and despair. He should have been regretting the decisions he had picked by now. But in his heart, there was no regret. Only the eerie tranquil as if his choice was paramount. Was he becoming the monster that he was disgusted by? Abraham couldn't find the answer to this question, but perhaps in the future, he'll find one. For now, the only thing he could do was make the choices that were for the best of himself and the United Navy. Why am I having philosophical thoughts since I became the Fleet Admiral? Abraham shook his head in annoyance. It must have been the books he had read in the office. Clean the corpses up and throw them overboard. Lead me to the captain of this ship. He coldly ordered the Marines, who followed his words without any hesitation. One of them appeared to have prepared a mop as if expecting the order. This made Abraham wonder whether or not these crane-eaten men were making fun of him, though he merely shook his head and appreciated their efficiency in the matter. While the Marines cleansed the blooded main deck of the merchant's vessel, Abraham was led by one of the Marines into the captain's cabin where the slave-trading captain was held. As they stepped into the cabin through its cracked wooden doors, they saw the captain tied on a luxurious wooden chair with Second Lieutenant Campbell beside him. The Marine gave way for the fleet admiral and stepped aside. On the other hand, Abraham walked forward with his steps echoing throughout the cabin. Captain Crassus, who was beaten up by the second lieutenant, looked at the fleet admiral and started screaming in fear. "I can't understand what you're saying. Why are you doing this to me?" Abraham raised an eyebrow with interest in his eyes. It appears that the second lieutenant did a good job giving the captain a lesson, though it looks like the interrogation wasn't working. "Apologies, sir. None of us understand what he's talking about, and maybe vice versa." Campbell glanced at the captain while saluting to the fleet admiral. Abraham merely nodded at the second lieutenant and responded, "Language barriers are a problem, but fortunately, I can understand most of their languages." His proficiency in otherworldly languages wasn't something he was intent on hiding. It would be better if his subordinates knew of his capabilities so that they wouldn't preemptively dispose of possible intel because of language barriers. "I see. As expected of the fleet admiral, I'll be in your guidance in the interrogation." Campbell smiled at Abraham, revealing his ivory teeth. To think this was the guy that executed the slave-trading sailors. Abraham shook his head and felt his palms cold despite it being covered by the finest of gloves. He stood in front of the tied captain and maintained his icy expression. "I am Fleet Admiral Abraham, Shepherd of the United Navy." He introduced himself to the captain and slowly took out a black revolver from his holster. Abraham placed it beside the tied captain of the merchant vessel and remembered the teachings of his beloved partner, Sistema. When dealing with captured enemies, he mustn't reveal a trace of weakness and converse with them calmly. He must also subtly announce their fates if they don't cooperate. He didn't know if putting a revolver beside the captured enemy would do the job, but it was the only way he knew to subtly declare their unfortunate fates. "How about you introduce yourself?" The middle-aged man smiled at the captured captain who gaped at him with undisguised horror. It was quite something for a man to look at you with such a provoking gaze. It made him feel a strange emotion. Anyhow, regardless of his sadistic thoughts, Abraham patiently waited for the captain's response. After all, he had all the time in the world to wait. Captain Crassus gazed at the somewhat handsome fleet admiral and muttered in his ragged breath, "It doesn't matter if I introduce myself. You won't be able to understand me to begin with." He seemed to grumble in annoyance, though it was laced with fear. Abraham lightly chuckled at the response of the ugly bastard, but it soon disappeared as a threatening voice escaped his lips. "It looks like we are in understanding with each other. I hope you respond properly, or else." Abraham held the revolver and waved it beside the captain's head. Crassus immediately realized what had happened and looked at the middle-aged man in deep shock. He was dumbfounded as it was beyond his expectations for someone who could understand him to appear. "You dash." The captain stopped when he saw the icy gaze of the fleet admiral. The man before him wanted answers, so he could only gulp and respond with dread. I am Captain Crassus of Pinguizaka, a humble businessman." Crassus's introduction made Abraham want to rip the bastard's throat. He didn't know if human trafficking was something humble in this world, but to have the gall to say it in front of him. Fortunately, he controlled his emotions well and his outward appearance didn't change in the eyes of the pitiful captain. "A humble businessman? Huh? Well, let's talk about your presumed merchandise, humble businessman." Abraham's words were shrouded in sarcastic disgust. "How many people are you planning to sell and where are you selling them?" He asked a vital question to the captured captain of Pinguizaka. Crassus was a bit hesitant after hearing the words of the fleet admiral, but with the revolver beside his head, the captain stopped hesitating and answered truthfully. "We plan to sell 130 slaves into the colonial dominion of Terra." Abraham raised an eyebrow, remembering the 127 slaves recorded by Sistema. That meant that 3 slaves died before they got rescued by the United Navy. Colonial Dominion of Terra. "Do you have a map of it?" The middle-aged man inquired once again, gazing directly into the eyes of the fiffle captain. "Yes, I have a map of Terra's sea region," Crassus responded while avoiding the peering gaze of the fleet admiral. "Thank you for answering honestly, Captain. It's good that you're cooperative, but is there something you aren't telling me? For them to reinforce you with escort vessels, you must have sacrificed a lot for their protection. Though, why did you do it?" Abraham was satisfied that the captain cooperated with the interrogation, but he knew that things weren't as straightforward as it was on the surface. Crassus's body trembled, which was immediately noticed by the middle-aged man. Jackpot, Abraham thought and decided to push the captain even further. "Please cooperate with me, Captain Crassus. Wouldn't it be interesting to see the sunrise of tomorrow instead of forever basking in darkness?" With such words, Crassus's pillar collapsed and he was completely at the mercy of the fleet admiral. What do you want to know? Crassus lowered his head in dejection while lumping his body into the luxurious chair. I have already said it before. Captain Crassus, what are you willing to protect so much on this ship? Abraham felt pleased about his first interrogation. I was planning to sell her to the colonial dominion of Terra for a hefty profit. I planned to have the greatest auction of all time, so I needed to get her to Terra no matter what. Crassus confessed and continued. The Magi are probably interested in something like her, one of a kind. No, perhaps, four of a kind. The rarest of all beast folk, and the strongest at that. Following each word of Crassus was the jumping interest of Abraham. The rarest and strongest beast folk was chained under the ship imprisoned by various runes. She was amongst the 4 revolutionaries of the resistance, the leaders of the rebellion. I managed to acquire her after getting a tip that she was injured and exhausted to damnation, and so I captured her and, as said before, planned to sell her in the colonial dominion of Terra. Crassus felt weak after confessing to the fleet admiral. It was as though he was betraying himself, which wasn't far from the truth. On the other hand, Abraham was in deep thought as he analyzed the matter of the captain. It appears that the pig wasn't lying, meaning that his words might have some truth in them. Find your audiobook from Zephyr Audiobook. If it was the truth, it meant that there was some big shot imprisoned in this ship, one of the rarest and strongest beast folk that stood amongst the 4 leading revolutionaries of the so-called resistance. After calmly scrutinizing the information given about the beast folk imprisoned below, Abraham became more interested in the subject matter. Obviously, with interest stemming from the titles of the beast folk, the fleet admiral wanted to meet and free her personally. It would be an intriguing sight, and perhaps he would receive a favor. With this in mind, Abraham smiled at Captain Crassus as though he had struck gold. Meanwhile, Crassus felt chills over his body and noticed the fleet admiral staring at him with a scary smile. The ugly bastard couldn't help but wonder if he was about to be tortured for the entirety of his life. Chapter 28, 028 Captain Crassus's Circumstance. In the captain's cabin of Pingui's Arca, Abraham stood on the wooden deck while holding an old-looking notebook between his gloved fingers. He had furrowed eyebrows as he glanced at the words written on the pages. I overestimated the throne of Babel, he muttered with a tinge of disappointment in his tone. It appears that his perk, Throne of Babylon, didn't give him the ability to understand written language. Or perhaps this was something that was beyond language. Nonetheless, it was disappointing for the middle-aged man who desired to learn more about magic. It felt like a great loss, but there was no use in continuing to be depressed about it. With this in mind, Abraham shook his head and threw the disappointment to the back of his mind. He turned his gaze towards the captured captain who looked at him with a horrified gaze. His eyes squinted as though asking what he had done to make the ugly bastard so terrified of him. I guess there's nothing left here, or is there? Abraham raised an eyebrow and the captain flinched in instinct. This made Abraham feel that there were more treasures lurking about. This guy is hiding a lot of secrets, Abraham thought and looked at his men. He signaled the Marines to deeply inspect the area and destroy any obstacles in their path. The Marines nodded in understanding and swiftly followed their orders. They destroyed the cabinets of the captain and broke every part of it where something could be hidden. After seeing nothing, their next target was the luxurious wooden desk. Crassus subtly moved, which was instantly noticed by Abraham, who was keenly observing the captain. So, he hid it inside his desk. The middle-aged man snickered inside his mind and watched the Marines break the luxurious wooden desk into various pieces. Its destruction resounded throughout the cabin, and after some time, a chest was revealed. It was a small chest that could only be considered as storage for jewelry. What a treasure we have here, Crassus. How do you think should we open it? Abraham grinned at the captured captain. Crassus didn't reply, which prompted the fleet admiral to look at his fellow subordinate, Second Lieutenant Campbell. Campbell nodded with a determined gaze and stepped forward. Crassus gazed at the platoon leader in confusion before getting hit by a hard punch in the cheeks. Pam. Blood splattered across his face as he felt the stinging pain of his blooded mouth. Crassus almost lost his consciousness and was barely holding on to his senses. I don't want things to become violent, Crassus. Tell me, how do you open this chest? Abraham's smile disappeared as a threatening tone escaped his mouth. Crassus looked at the fleet admiral and instinctively wanted to spit his blood on the middle-aged man's face. Luckily, he stopped himself as he didn't want to die yet. Why you use blood? Crassus breathed in and out throughout his response as he was barely out from the effects the hard punch did to his face. Blood. Huh. As expected, things are always interesting with you, Abraham commented and took a drop of blood from the ugly bastard's lips. After taking the droplet, he smeared it onto the small fancy chest. It didn't take long as the locks inside the chest unfolded themselves, bringing about its opening. Inside were two interesting artifacts, with one being somewhat familiar. The first artifact was the runic communicator resembling a bar of silver engraved with various runes of Magicraft. As said before, it was used for long-range communication for those that acquired it. The second artifact seemed stranger than the first one. It resembled nothing more but a crimson gem with no obvious engravings in it. It makes one wonder whether or not it has any special properties. I'll be bothering you to know more about these two. Abraham smiled at the captain, who felt repulsive anger in their heart. But Crassus contained it with all his might and released it with a sigh. The captain then started slowly explaining the properties of the two artifacts. Although he was having a hard time uttering words because of his blooded mouth, Abraham listened carefully as he realized that the so-called runic communicator was how the Pinguis Arca managed to call for reinforcements. With this in mind, his thoughts were directed at how they could jam the connection between two runic communicators. However, he decided to have these thoughts at the back of his mind as there was another artifact he needed to think about. It was an interesting artifact, to say the least. The second artifact was called the Lingua Gem by Captain Crassus. According to the captain, it translates the words spoken by anyone or anything. Practically, a portable throne of Babel. I see. So, this is what they used to communicate with the beast folk. I guess the language barrier is problematic. Abraham furrowed his eyebrows as a realization struck him. They made this gem to tell the beast folk they will be enslaved. Resistance is futile, and the results are death. A horrid use for an amazing artifact. He shook his head in disappointment. Campbell, take this gemstone. Treat it as a translator, which will help you communicate with the locals of this place. Abraham gave the Lingua Gem to his second lieutenant. Campbell accepted the gemstone and nodded at the fleet admiral. Afterward, Abraham returned his attention to the captain. Untie him and cuff his hands. We'll be bringing him to the lower decks. He ordered the Marines, who acknowledged the orders with a nod. The Marines swiftly surrounded Crassus, who shivered from fear. They untied him from the luxurious chair, but immediately cuffed his hands behind his back. Crassus was a bit confused as to what was going on, but instantly understood after the Marines led him outside the cabin. They were planning to free the monster below. What a great day, Crassus. Abraham smiled while some Marines were mopping the blooded wooden floor. All of the corpses were already thrown overboard, leaving nothing behind but splattered blood. The captain of Pinguis Arca felt chills in his spine. The so-called United Navy gave no mercy to those who had died. Luckily, it seems that those alive were given mercy. Though, as war prisoners of the United Navy, Crassus didn't reply to the fleet admiral, who was enjoying the warm sunlight of the golden sun. It made the middle-aged man feel a bit light, especially after the cold slowly seeped into his body. Abraham merely shook his head after getting no response from the captain and led the group to the lower decks. They entered the staircase and soon reached the lower decks. In the lower decks were several guarding Marines, with some of them giving assistance to the injured and shackled hostages. Other Marines were also busy breaking the chains. Abraham's entrance into the lower decks brought everyone's attention. The Marines immediately stopped what they were doing and saluted the fleet admiral. At ease, he uttered, making the Marines continue what they were previously doing. Meanwhile, a Marine officer stepped forward and lightly bowed to the highest of command. The fleet admiral must need something for him to go down into the lower decks. How may I help you, sir? The Marine officer asked with obvious respect. Is there someplace in the lower decks that your team can't enter? Abraham inquired, to which the Marine officer nodded in agreement and replied, yes, there is a strange vault at the bottom of the lower decks. We are still trying to force our way into it, but it will take time. The vault is somewhat tough. It appeared that the Marines had discovered the prison cell of the imprisoned revolutionary and were making an effort to open it. Can you lead us to it? Abraham asked, and the Marine officer responded with a thumbs up. If that is the wish of the fleet admiral, I shall do so. With the guidance of the Marine officer, Abraham's group went deeper into the lower decks. They arrived at the bottom and saw a strange-looking vault engraved with several runic enchantments. The prison cell of this revolutionary was lavish and extremely secure. Her power must be somewhat powerful, enough to give Crassus a sense of caution. I wonder if such runic enchantments can work against a Magus. Abraham was already thinking of ways to use the prison vault against the Magi, but that wasn't the subject they were tackling at the moment. He turned his gaze to the cuffed captain of Pinguis Arca as if expecting him to do something. Crassus noticed the eyes of the fleet admiral and sighed in disappointment. Becoming a prisoner was far from delighting, but it was his fate as the defeated. Following the desire of the fleet admiral, Crassus walked forward and stood in front of the vault door. He looked at it and remembered the revolutionary he had captured. He couldn't help but wonder if what he had done was the worst choice of his life. After all, Without it, his fate would have been far from a prisoner. Crassus took a deep breath and muttered one single word to the runic enchanted vault imprisoning the revolutionary. Aperta. The locking mechanism of the vault door slowly unraveled, causing clicks of metallic hum to reverberate throughout the bottom deck of Pingui's Arca. Everyone backed away from the vault door as it steadily loosened and released its bolts. In a couple of seconds, the vault door unfastened and opened before their eyes. The Marines prepared themselves for the worst while Abraham squinted his eyes with a serious expression plastered on his face. Even though he might have been acting easygoing, he was the most nervous amongst the group. He hoped for whatever was inside to be peaceful, as a bloodbath would probably follow if it was hostile. When the vault door fully opened, Abraham and the Marines saw what was inside. The walls of the vault were cluttered with runes while chains spread throughout the interior preventing movements. At the center of it all was the shackled revolutionary, a gorgeous lady with silver-white hair and a pair of sharp black horns on her head. She had a thick dark-scaled tail laying beside her body, while her limbs were strapped in chains. She was the Fallen One. Chapter 29, 029, The Fallen One, Laplace. In the fortified vault imbued with various runic enchantments and secured with several chains, a gorgeous white-haired lady lay shackled at its center, quite contrasting appearance from the monster-like imprisonment. When the fortified vault doors slowly unfolded and opened itself to the outside world, the white-haired lady slowly opened his eyes and saw the one that imprisoned her along with many others. She noticed the unbridled fear in the captain's eyes, making her slightly chuckle at his unfortunate circumstance. On the other hand, Abraham was in a daze as though he had seen something profound, which wasn't far from the truth for the middle-aged man. A stunning white-haired lady with demon-like black horns and a dark lizard tail was a check in the list of things he found attractive. Though, Abraham controlled himself and didn't reveal much from his expression. It would be damned if the other side thought of him as a weirdo. My, Crassus, you lost your life. An exquisite voice escaped her supple lips while the captain trembled in horror. Abraham noticed the reaction of Crassus and wondered what the captain feared so much from the white-haired lady in front of them. It looks like you already knew what happened to the ship, the fleet admiral remarked, and the beautiful white-haired lady raised an eyebrow before returning to look at him with interest. So, you understand our languages. Here I thought, I will be handling another annoying language barrier. She lightly chuckled as if not bothered by her situation. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Fleet Admiral Abraham, Shepherd of the United Navy. As per etiquette, Abraham introduced himself to the imprisoned one. The gorgeous white-haired demoness merely gazed at the Fleet Admiral, seemingly stupefied. However, she hid it quickly for a second. I am honestly dumbfounded. A human actually respectfully introduced himself to a beast folk. Is the sun rising from the west? The white-haired lady playfully commented. Apologies, but the sun is sadly rising from the west. Abraham gave an amusing smile to the lady, while the Marines glanced at the Fleet Admiral in shock. But the second lieutenant glared at his men to not react much to their Fleet Admiral's attempts. There must be a reason for it, a plan perhaps. What a jolly gentleman, the white-haired lady giggled while being shackled by dozens of chains. May I know your name? Abraham asked as his mind ran with various digital screens that helped him talk eloquently to the beautiful white-haired lady. According to Sistema, he needed all the help he could get. Or specifically, her words were, Fleet Admiral, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to grow and graduate as a man. Sistema will assist every moment of this conversation for the Fleet Admiral's future. Abraham didn't know if he should be disappointed in himself for asking for assistance from his precious partner, but with how things were going, he wasn't regretting it. The gorgeous white-haired lady raised an eyebrow and turned her golden irises with slit-like pupils to the captain of Pingui's Arca, Crassus. I see. Crassus must not have entirely explained what he was keeping in the bottom of his ship. There was a tinge of disappointment in the white-haired lady's words. Crassus, I believe you will explain the truth to the gentleman here. Correct. Her voice resounded in the rune-imbued vault, making Crassus rapidly nod his head. Abraham felt somewhat confused as the ugly bastard seemed to be a lot more terrified of the imprisoned lady than of him. He didn't know why, so he was a bit curious about it. Crassus glanced at the Fleet Admiral feeling egged between the rock and a hard place. Just when he thought things couldn't get worse, he was now standing in front of an actual monster. The captain of Pingui's Arca stepped closer to Abraham. The Marines were about to stop him, but the middle-aged man signaled them to halt and let the captain continue on his way. When the two were close to one another, Crassus took a deep breath and explained the information of the beautiful white-haired lady in great detail. The lady here is the leader of the rebellion, considered as one of the 4 rarest beast folks named the cardinal beast deities. Her title was Dragon. The runes in the vault are barely suppressing her power, and I suggest not to mess with it, Crassus whispered while glimpsing at the white-haired lady who was merely smiling at him. The captain felt shivers before shaking his head and continuing his explanation. She's stronger than anything and anyone. Even the Magus you fought will not be able to handle her and would probably be defeated in a minute. The reason why I was able to capture her to begin with was luck, so I hope that none of us will play with fire. Crassus's warning made sense, but Abraham felt a lot of bias from it. It was completely natural for Crassus to be fearful. After all, he was the one that imprisoned her when she was at her lowest. Besides, a dangerous threat only implies that she was hostile against the United Navy. But through the brand of loyalty, Abraham understood her overall sentiments towards the United Navy, and it was mostly neutral. There were no signs of hostilities or hatred. With this in mind, he arrived at his greatest decision that he wouldn't regret throughout the entirety of his life. It gave him a powerful ally and perhaps, at any rate, Abraham gazed at the imprisoned one with determination blazing from his eyes. The gorgeous white-haired lady looked at him with calm and muttered, "Have you decided my fate?" Her tone was the same yet different. It wasn't as confident as before, and it was shrouded with hidden pain. It looks like she wasn't overpowering as she'd like to portray. Maybe there was tragedy in her capture. Though, Abraham understood that it wasn't his right to intrude on her personal history and life. "I'll decide once you give me your name, personally," he calmly stated, and entered the rune-enchanted vault of the imprisoned white-haired lady. The Dragoness looked at Abraham with a dumbfounded expression and lightly laughed at his words. Her golden-slitted eyes peered with grace at Abraham's before she responded to his words. "I am Laplace, the Dragoness of the East." The imprisoned one finally introduced herself to the fleet admiral, bringing about an amiable atmosphere. "Good to see you, Laplace. Call me Abraham. I'll set you free." Abraham smirked at the white-haired lady and walked over to the runic enchantments imbued on the vault's walls. He took out a military knife from his coat and began ruining the enchantments. In mere seconds, the enchantments lost their power and the suppression of Laplace faded in an instant. The white-haired Dragoness, or Laplace, felt her strength returning to her weakened body. It has been a while since she grasped this great power. Afterward, the chains restraining her to the center broke into pieces as she steadily moved her shackled limbs left and right. Abraham felt the strength of the Dragoness and wondered the limits of her power. She might be able to lift a truck with ease, and maybe more in her current state. "How does freedom feel like?" he inquired, to which the white-haired Dragoness replied with a saddened smile. "Delightful and heavy." Quite a depressing answer, but Abraham gave a thumbs up and remarked to the freed white-haired Dragoness, "It looks like you're free." Freedom wasn't always without a price, as it has responsibilities and consequences. You would become in charge of your own life, and become responsible for your failures. Sometimes, you would fear the responsibilities of freedom, but that's a natural process and time will help you adapt to its difficulties. It was something Abraham personally understood from his former experiences. Meanwhile, Crassus was beside the marine, in fear of the Dragoness doing something against him. She stared at him in intrigue and grinned, revealing her fangs. "Do I appear like someone who wants to eat you, Crassus?" Laplace seemed like teasing Crassus, but Abraham knew that the captain would have died if not for the Dragoness understanding that he needed the captain alive. The color of her sentiments towards Captain Crassus was incredibly hostile, which was understandable. "You just don't move on from enslavement, because someone said so. We can chatter later. How about we climb to the upper decks?" Abraham coolly advised, which everyone in the bottom deck accepted. Find your audiobook from Zephyr Audiobook. The group then walked through the staircase with Abraham and Laplace leading the way. It didn't take long for them to reach the main deck, and the radiant light of the sun swiftly covered their bodies. Laplace used her pale arms as cover from the bright radiance of the sun and soon observed the main deck of the conquered merchant vessel of Pinguizaka. As her golden-slitted eyes discerned her surroundings, the Dragoness promptly noticed gigantic metallic warships passing beside the merchant ship. One towered over everything and created a vast shadow encompassing the ship. It was then she realized the exceptional power of the United Navy. Chapter 30, 030 Calm Before the Storm. The white-haired Dragoness, Laplace, gazed at the metallic warships of the United Navy with clear amazement. She was a bit curious about how Abraham's force managed to capture the merchant ship, but with these weapons of war before her, the truth was obvious. Pingui's ARA was conquered through sheer firepower. Laplace slowly turned her eyes to the fleet admiral of the United Navy, Abraham Shepard, with a curious gaze, wanting to know more about the United Navy. Abraham merely grinned when her eyes laid down upon him and calmly explained some information about the United Navy, which the Dragoness carefully explained. The United Navy is a modern naval force consisting of several unique fleets and technologies. Compared to this sea, we might seem alien, even to the humanity you loathe. After all, you must have felt it, right? The great differences between us and them, he stated with confidence as though he uttered a fact. Laplace only smiled at his statement and nodded in response. There was a substantial difference between the humans of the United Navy and the humans of Europa. But the differences between the two humanity remained questioned. Even Abraham didn't know the answer, but a conjecture was already made inside his head, and it was a disappointing one. At any rate, with Laplace confirmation, he continued his explanation. Our values are simple, and that is the freedom of all sapient life. Stemming from that value is the banning of slavery and the enforcement of maritime security for the freedom of anyone to safely navigate the seas. It might sound arrogant to outsiders, but it is our value, and that is something that must never change. Otherwise, the United Navy will be no more. Abraham asserted the values of the United Navy, which every naval personnel proudly uphold. It was a part of their identity that must never be abandoned. I see. Somewhat of a strange idea that I never thought of, but it makes sense. Laplace was undergoing enlightenment. For someone who was always exposed to the violence of the olden era, getting introduced to the values that needed 1,000 years to be completely born was quite an intriguing affair to go through. Doesn't your rebellion involve acquiring freedom from the enslavers in the colonies? Abraham raised an eyebrow as her statement confused him, even though he understood it a bit. Correct. We fought for freedom, but not for all. Only for us and our kind. Because of that, some of our species also enslaved humans. Laplace shook her head and felt disappointed. The idea was there, but it wasn't something easy to realize. In the lake of hatred where everything was painted in blood, the idea of your enemy's kind being treated the same as you were revolting. That is understandable. When you are in a precarious situation, it will be hard to prioritize others who aren't connected to you in any way. Abraham understood the sentiment of priority. It wasn't something foreign to him or anyone in his world. Even the United Navy will have the same sentiments for those they protect and those outside of their influence. If given the option to save others or themselves, the United Navy will pick their own and then the others. But to think that the beast folk could enslave other humans, Abraham was somewhat surprised by this fact. He thought that the beast folk were at the bottom of the food chain, but it looked like he was wrong once again. While most of the Ferris Sea are occupied by the colonizers of Europa and the other continents, there are some under control by beast folk-controlled nations. However, those nations tended to be closed off and vicious even to their own kind. One can consider them barbaric, but they were my former allies nonetheless. Laplace explained the reasons why such a thing could be possible. Though, there was something in her words that brought Abraham's attention. It was the fact that she considered them as her former allies, which meant the burning of the bridges between the two. Something must have happened for that to occur. You have given me a lot of information, Laplace. I am extremely grateful for it. I'll try my best to return you to your rebel forces. Abraham wanted to have an ally, as it was impossible to handle the world alone. But when he uttered of her rebel forces, Laplace's face seemed to wallow in sorrow, hatred, and deep melancholy. Abraham noticed it clearly and wondered whether or not something had happened to her rebel forces. But he didn't dare to question it, as it wasn't the time. They barely met and didn't have time to understand each other deeper yet, so it was better to bid on his patience and wait for her to open up. Before the two could continue their deepening discussion, a radio operator walked over to the two and issued a report to the Fleet Admiral. Mission report, Fleet Admiral. The radio operator saluted and awaited further instructions from the highest of command. Abraham turned his eyes away from the radio operator and expressed his enjoyment of their discussion. It was an interesting conversation, Laplace. I'll be taking my bid with my subordinate here. I hope we can continue our discussion later. I have the same thoughts, Abraham. A playful smile was on Laplace's face, making Abraham unknowingly shiver. It was like being stared down by a predator. Anyhow, Abraham swiftly parted from Laplace and headed to the corner railings with the radio operator for the upcoming mission report. It looks like his subordinates have completed it with ease. I'll start with the mission report, sir. The radio operator announced, and Abraham nodded in agreement. The radio operator soon started his long report about the rescue mission of the prisoners of war. Most were captured with ease, but some resisted and were promptly taken down. Abraham wasn't against their execution, since they were the ones who dared to resist his personnel. Besides, hostilities weren't taken well on the decks of UN ships. The radio operator also mentioned the transfer of prisoners of war to the UNS Guardian of the High Seas, where they will be kept during the entirety of the maritime security mission. Other than that, the precise number of war prisoners was about 86 men, a rather low number, but it was already a barely manageable one. Amongst the prisoners of war, there were also captured high-ranking officers, which might have confidential information about their opponents. All in all, the information reported by the radio operator was extremely useful in providing a depth and image of their situation. As the radio operator continued his report, Abraham felt satisfied by the results and silently glanced at the dragoness, who appeared to be observing the boundless horizon. With his jet-black eyes on her, Abraham uttered a question to his precious partner. Sistema, is she listening to my conversation? He couldn't help but wonder whether or not Laplace could hear them from a distance. Sistema's response didn't delay, and a mechanical ring resounded in Abraham's mind. Asterisk ding, asterisk. The individual, Laplace, is listening to our conversation, Fleet Admiral. How? He raised his eyebrows, as it was hard to believe that someone could be hearing them from afar. Judging from her body language and movements, I have deduced that she's lovingly listening to your conversation like how one would listen to a radio. How the target manages to do that is unknown. Abraham shook his head when he heard of Sistema's words and looked at the Dragoness with deepening interest. A smile emerged on his face as his conversation with the radio operator concluded. After the report, the radio operator returned to do his job after giving a salute while Abraham went back to the gathering of Marines in the main deck. He stood before them as though he was about to give an announcement, which he was going to do. The UNS Lightbringer is finished cleaning things up. It's time for the hostages to be extracted from the merchant ship. They must be fully extracted in 10 minutes. I want us out of here quickly, Abraham announced and ordered his men for the extraction of the hostages. He and the Marines had been dwelling on this ship for far too long. They needed to leave the merchant vessel and continue tracing the route given by Sistema for the completion of the maritime security mission. Affirmative, sir. Second Lieutenant Campbell shouted and saluted to him. The Marines also did the same and accepted his orders without questions. With that, the extraction or evacuation of the hostages was underway. Several Zodiacs were being filled with beast folks and delivered to the UNS Guardian of the High Seas. Meanwhile, Abraham walked towards the wooden railings and carefully observed the dazed Dragoness. The scenery must be captivating, he calmly muttered and stood beside her, watching the same horizon as the white-haired Dragoness. Hearing his words, Laplace got out of her trance and glimpsed at the handsome middle-aged man beside her. A pleasant smile formed on her face as she responded. It is enchanting. Following her response was silence. The two never uttered a single word while looking over the same beautiful scenery. But such silence was soon broken when Laplace spoke to Abraham in a soothing voice. Apologies for eavesdropping in your conversation, Abraham. She seems to have proactively apologized for listening to his discussion with the radio operator. It's just something I can't help. I can hear everything around me with ease. Distances don't matter. But then, Laplace just dropped a bomb out of nowhere. Abraham could only look at her with an astounded expression. Chapter 31, 031 Siren's Call. In the main deck of Pingui's Arca, Abraham was dumbfounded by what Laplace had revealed to him. The ability to hear in vast distances? What were its limits and how far can it go? Such questions echoed inside his head. But before asking some questions to the Dragoness, Abraham immediately threw his astounded expression away and regained his calm. It wouldn't be good to have a stupid face during the conversation with Laplace. How far can you hear and what are its limits? He humbly questioned, wanting to know more about her abilities. After all, it was never good to be ignorant. Laplace gazed at his jet-black eyes with thoughts going through her head before responding to his curious question. A playful smile emerged on her face as she pointed into the high seas. I can hear how amazing you are from your subordinates in that warship. What she was pointing at was none other than the UNS Lightbringer. At first, Abraham kept glancing at her pale finger and the UNS Lightbringer trying to calculate their distances from one another. Luckily though, Sistema assisted him and gave him the answer. Asterisk ding, asterisk. The distance between the Dragoness and the UNS Lightbringer is over 750 meters, or specifically about 786.4 meters. I appreciate your assistance, Sistema. Abraham thought to himself and realized the words that Sistema had uttered in her monotone voice. What the daff? 786 meters was a far distance in Abraham's mind. The fact that she heard so far into the high seas while also being able to hear through metallic reinforced walls was nothing short of amazing. I underestimated her. He felt that he had underestimated the capabilities of this white-haired Dragoness greatly. And this might not be the end of her capabilities, so he became even more curious about her. But there were some things that should be questioned and some things that shouldn't. Abraham feared that he might ask an information too personal to the Dragoness. It won't be good for relations, especially when he sought for her power and her forces in the high seas. That is incredibly amazing, Laplace. Abraham muttered under his breath, but it was clearly heard by the Dragoness, who merely grinned at his words. This isn't the end of my abilities, Abraham. I'm sure you're curious about it. Laplace placed her fingers under his chin and her golden-slitted eyes directly gazed upon his clear jet-black irises. Abraham stepped back and lightly coughed before commenting to the Dragoness. There are things that must be said, not questioned. I believe that you'll tell me later, not out of debt, but because you want to. Laplace froze when he heard his genuine words of patience and humility. It made her a bit embarrassed of her recent actions, though she hid the embarrassment deep in her heart. On the other hand, Sistema was bewildered by how good her fleet admiral's eloquence was in speaking with a woman. It made her wonder if it was talent or luck. For someone who was considered to be a middle-aged loser, such words might have come from somewhere, but where actually? Abraham didn't know that his kind words brought confusion to both women inside and outside of himself. Other than not knowing how to read facial expressions from professionals, he was also ignorant that kind, loving, and understanding words were women's weaknesses. As expected of a gentleman, you must be popular, Abraham. Laplace decided to counter the middle-aged man's unexpected allure, but sadly she failed. I am sadly not, Laplace. But thank you for your compliment. Abraham smiled as this was the first time someone assumed that he was a popular guy, which, not gonna lie, felt good for his abyssal ego. A compliment would always make others' day brighter, regardless if they were men or women. It was a natural state of appreciation that social monkeys like humans loved. Upon understanding this knowledge, Abraham felt that it wasn't pleasant to be the only one complimented. So, his lips opened and pleasant words escaped his mouth. I must say, Laplace, you are honestly the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. You're a charming and gorgeous lady. There were no lies in his words. Abraham didn't talk to women that much in his former life, and to be honest, Laplace was really the most gorgeous woman he had ever seen. Oh my, is Abraham hitting on me? Laplace smirked at the middle-aged man, who raised an eyebrow after hearing her. The fact that this lady always teased him at any moment was intriguing yet provoking. It was time to counter, so an enthralling idea appeared inside his mind. Apologies, Laplace. It seems that I was too obvious. Abraham gleefully grinned at the Dragoness. Before they could continue, however, Second Lieutenant Campbell interrupted their conversation. The blond young man had a serious expression on his face, signifying the emergence of a troublesome problem. Campbell saluted to his fleet admiral and reported the newest relay of the warships. Sir, a target group has been detected 50 kilometers away from our current location. His words resounded and Abraham immediately raised an eyebrow. Say again, Second Lieutenant, Abraham ordered, and the second lieutenant calmly responded. Target group detected, distance 50 kilometers. The fleet admiral furrowed his eyebrows as this was beyond problematic. It might be another reinforcement of the merchant vessel, or it might be entirely something else. Has the extraction of the hostages been completed? Abraham coolly asked, since they needed to retreat fast before whatever group heading towards this location reached them. Extraction is about to be completed, sir. We are at our last batches of rescued hostages, Campbell answered, which made the middle-aged man sigh in relief. It looks like it's time for us to leave, Abraham muttered under his breath and glanced at Laplace, who had an expression of understanding. He wondered whether or not the Dragoness knew something of the unexpected intrusion of a target group. Do you know something, Laplace? Abraham questioned while Laplace looked at him with her golden-slitted eyes and softly replied, Your current circumstances sound familiar. May I know what you have fought before capturing the merchant's vessel? While the vault blocked most of her hearing from going through, she could feel the ongoing battle before the capture of the Pinguizaka. Hearing her question, Abraham thought for a moment before responding to the Dragoness. We fought 4 escort vessels who appeared to have a group of Magi protecting them. It was a tough battle, but we had complete victory over them. Abraham's response made Laplace raise an eyebrow and mumble under his gaze. So, War Masters, I guess with their involvement, things make sense. After her short mumbling, she gazed at Abraham and stated, Your warships are in trouble, Abraham. You have fought against War Masters, which might not be as problematic as the usual Magus, but can be troublesome when grouped up together. What do you mean by that, Laplace? Abraham felt confused as to what the Dragoness was trying to imply from her words. The War Masters, in their final breath, can sacrifice themselves for a forbidden spell. The one they used might be the Siren's Call, which is a horrific spell that could destroy fleets when enacted upon. Specifically, the Siren's Call emits an unknown frequency that can travel for hundreds upon thousands of metrons. Afterward, that frequency can call sea monsters known as Leviathans to its location. The more Laplace explained, the more hopeless Abraham became. Sea monsters? When did dealing with some magic guy result in fighting against sea monsters? Was his luck so bad? Abraham couldn't help but have useless thoughts before returning his calm and realizing the importance of the information unveiled by Laplace. Second Lieutenant, advise the captains to be cautious and report to them the possibility of sea monsters being our adversaries. He swiftly ordered Campbell beside him. Affirmative, Fleet Admiral. Second Lieutenant Campbell saluted to Abraham and took his leave to meet with the radio operators in the merchant vessel. Laplace, Thank you for the vital information. Abraham smiled at the Dragoness as he was incredibly grateful for the information she had given him. The fact that they could possibly consider the target group as sea monsters would make them more prepared for the upcoming assault. You're welcome, Abraham. Laplace accepted the thankfulness of the fleet admiral with a soothing smile. How about we take our leave? Staying in this merchant vessel is becoming a hazard to us. Abraham threw his hand out to the Dragoness, who accepted it without hesitation or delay. The two of them entered the last batches of Zodiac delivery along with Second Lieutenant Campbell and the Marines. The merchant vessel was emptied of life and became nothing but a desolated ship floating in the middle of the high seas. Meanwhile, in the Combat Information Center of the UNS Lightbringer, Captain Lux heard various reports from the intelligence officers and operators. 152-degree probe detection. Distance 43,000 meters and closing. Depth lowering from 10 to 125. Speed 50 knots. Accelerating. Get the bird up in the air. Captain Lux ordered for the Seahawks to move. Sending orders to the hangar deck, sir. One radio operator relayed his orders to the ones in the hangar deck. Target group at 152 degrees. Distance 40,000 meters. Speed 53 knots. We are fast approaching. Another naval personnel reported. Upon hearing it, Captain Lux immediately sounded the alarms. Ready for the engagement. With his words, a reverberating alarm resounded throughout the decks of the UNS Lightbringer. Asterisk, this is not a drill. This is not a drill. General quarters, all hands man your battle stations. Asterisk. Chapter 32, 032 Herd of Leviathans. Inside the Combat Information Center of the UNS Lightbringer, Abraham watched the live footage recorded by a Seahawk. Within the live footage was the herd of sea monsters propelling themselves into the location of the United Navy fleet. Abraham's eyebrows were furrowed as the reality of their circumstances set into his mind. It was far from good, especially with their newly acquired intelligence. Sea monsters with a length of between 50 meters and 100 meters are heading towards us. Despite their size, they also seem very fast. Can we even handle them? He silently thought with a grave expression. If they wanted to win against their incoming adversaries, they must carry out a first strike. Fleet Admiral, what are our further orders? Captain Lux inquired with profoundness. Abraham was interrupted from his thoughts and glanced at the captain. Let's execute our first strike protocol and immediately throw every anti-surface and anti-submarine ordnance we have towards them. These sea monsters are extremely dangerous. The moment they get close to us will be the time our fleet will meet its demise. Regardless of how big or metallic their warship was, 2 or 3 sea monsters might be able to sink them. And with a herd of them incoming, it was obvious what the result was. Understood, Fleet Admiral. We will be launching our available standard missiles. While it was painful to waste millions of dollars, it was for a chance of survival. Good. I want them ready in 2 minutes. Abraham nodded in satisfaction and Captain Lux began implementing the orders of the Fleet Admiral. With Captain Lux gone, Abraham was left alone, observing the herd of Leviathans. Laplace gave deeper information about these creatures, and he finally understood why the spell was forbidden. Leviathans were violent sea creatures that traveled in a herd of a dozen or more. They were serpentine in form, but with several tentacles dangling from their body. These oceanic abominations have scales that not even a barrage of cannonballs couldn't penetrate, and an acidic saliva that could melt anything or anyone. They would sink any ships in their nearby vicinity as though it was their covenant, so they weren't useful for military purposes, which the nations of foreigners understood. But while not useful for military purposes, they were a trump card that could be used when one was fated to die against the enemy. It was the concept of mutually assured destruction or MAD. The fact that these locals understood the concept was already problematic for the Fleet Admiral. I can't help but feel that things will become more complicated in the future, Abraham thought while shaking his head in annoyance. He already understood that his life in this world would be far from a calm one. But this was too much for a middle-aged man like him to handle. Just after handling a naval battle, Destiny wanted him to fight against a sea monster? How much does it want him to die? Abraham couldn't help but feel that the world was against him. It felt a bit foolish to feel such a way, though it was hard not to. Let's stop being narcissistic and handle the trouble. He wryly smiled and quietly thought to himself. He continued to observe the monitors presenting the situation outside. Naval strategies kept popping up inside his head and none of them were working out. He wasn't dealing with an enemy fleet, destroyer, cruiser, aircraft carrier, or a submarine. He was about to fight against a herd of giant sea monsters. Perhaps I might be thinking too much about it. Instead, I need to understand how they engage to know the tactics I could use against them. Abraham had a realization. Through this thought process, he analyzed the information he had about the Leviathans. From the words of Laplace, these sea monsters seemed to attack in close quarters. If they engage through close quarters via ramming into ships, one can consider them as agile massive guns or torpedo boats. Although faster and more agile than any gunboat, they could also submerge deep into the waters. With this consideration, an idea struck the fleet admiral. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. These guys were like stronger and faster ramming ships, but that doesn't make them impossible to fight against, only hard to deal with. Have the Armada follow the maritime security route at full speed. The UNS Zarya will be leading the formation with the UNS Lightbringer in the rear. The UNS Guardian of the High Seas will be in between the two. Abraham gave further orders, which were heard by the intelligence officers and the communication operators. Without any hesitation, they relayed his orders to the bridge. The reason for the recent orders was simple. Their greatest advantage was distance, and they must maintain it for their survival. Through this, one can conclude that the United Navy must advance and not face the sea monsters head-on. Instead, they could use their torpedoes and missiles to terminate the Leviathans one by one. It was a sound strategy that didn't have any issues. It was also the better option, as a direct fight against sea monsters would cause a lot of casualties. Orders have been relayed, sir. The bridge will be following through accordingly. Fleet Admiral, a data link has been established with UNS Zarya and UNS Guardian of the High Seas. Their respective captains are desiring to meet the highest of command. The first report made Abraham nod in contentment, but the second one made him confused. It was then he remembered that he hadn't met with the captains of the two newly summoned ships. Open their transmission, Abraham ordered, and the communication operator connected the transmission through a data link. One might be curious about the data link. Well, the Tactical Data Link (TDL) systems were essential components of fully integrated naval communication systems on both manned and unmanned naval platforms. All naval command, control, and communications (C3) systems rely on tactical data link systems and standards to either transmit, relay, or receive critical data. TDL interoperability enables tactical data to be shared between operators in real time on manned platforms and enables data from unmanned platforms to be integrated into the C3 data streams. True tactical communications interoperability across all naval assets facilitates a common, mission-critical view of surface, subsurface, air, and space environments. In simpler terms, it was comparable to a highly advanced private Discord server for Navy assets. Typically, there would be satellites supporting the data link for vast connection. But for now, they could only connect a data link through close distances of half 1,000 kilometers maximum. Asterisk Comrade Fleet Admiral, Zarya is honored to see the highest of command. Asterisk Fleet Admiral, Guardian Revis. Asterisk. In two of the monitor screens were the captains of the UNS Zarya and the UNS Guardian of the High Seas. Vokshod looked like the usual Russian old man, although a bit on the buffer side. One might mistake him for being in his 40s because of his unusually high vitality. On the other hand, Howard had short gray hair and seemed to be only a few years older than Abraham. Perhaps the captain had just recently reached his 40s. It's nice meeting you too. Abraham nodded at the two captains in the monitor screens and continued. I would like to discuss more about the two of you, but for now, we have a problem to handle. I'm confident that the intelligence officers had sent you my orders. While he would like to get to know them more, this wasn't the time for such interactions. Asterisk Comrade Fleet Admiral, orders have been received. The UNS Zarya will be leading the formation of the Great Armada. Asterisk Vokshod felt honored to be given the responsibility of leading the front of the formation. Asterisk Fleet Admiral, the battle plan has been welcomed. The UNS Guardian of the High Seas will be providing full support to the formation and will tackle the sea monster problem. Asterisk. Howard also didn't seem against the plan Abraham had in mind. It was simple but effective for their current circumstances. While a protocol for such situations was desired, he understood that they didn't have the time and resources to create the strategic plan. Besides, they could handle sea monster protocols after they survived these precarious circumstances they found themselves in. Good. I will be expecting your cooperation in this upcoming battle. Abraham was satisfied that his newly acquired naval personnel were listening to him without resistance. Asterisk the UNS Zarya will endure and fight for the United Navy. Asterisk Captain Vokshod saluted to him before ending the transmission. Asterisk the UNS Guardian of the High Seas has the same determination, Fleet Admiral. We will engage against anyone, even the entire world if the situation says so. Asterisk Captain Howard was the same and had deeper resolutions. His transmission ended after uttering such words, and silence encapsulated the monitor screens that recently turned off. But before Abraham could keep himself in the pleasant grasp of silence, the radio operators reported the status of the Leviathan herd. Sir, target group at 152 degrees. Distance 35,000 meters. Speed 55 knots and increasing. Depth elevated from 125 to 5. The radio operator's words resounded throughout the Combat Information Center. Abraham's eyebrows became furrowed as he clenched his fist in annoyance. Though, he calmed himself from anger and decided to tackle the issue with rationality. Find your audiobook from Zephyr Audiobook. Is the bird ready for combat? He questioned the intelligence officer, to which the officer nodded and calmly responded to the highest of command. The Seahawk is ready for combat, sir. Okay, have them start the first strike protocol. However, advise them to be cautious and not get too close into the waters. They can use every ordnance equipped in the bird. What Abraham needed was for the Leviathan herd to slow down. After that, the UN Armada will start raining freedom warheads on these annoying giant fishes. Affirmative, sir. Relaying orders to Harpoon. The radio operator handling the inboard surface-to-air communications replied to the fleet admiral. Meanwhile, in the middle of the high seas was an M8 60R Seahawk piercing through the air with unparalleled speed. It circled around the Leviathan herd, which could be seen treading in the waters below. The Maritime Aviation Warfare officer had just received the relayed orders from the UNS Lightbringer. The Overwatch wanted them to engage with the herd and slow them down. Maintaining distance and caution was paramount. Orders received, the officer muttered under his breath. Chapter 33, 033 Sea Hunting. 3 kilometers away from the herd of Leviathans, an MH-60R Seahawk, codenamed Harpoon, hovered 10 meters from the rough waters of the high seas. Below it, descended the dipping sonar system which could detect underwater targets with remarkable ease. Sonar deployed. An aviation crewman reported while looking down at the vicious tides from the confines of the interior. Target group has been detected. Distance 2,800 meters and closing. The Maritime Aviation Warfare officer muttered under his breath. Following his words, the crew operating the Harpoon gazed at him with anticipation. They were the trigger of the first strike operation, so it was somewhat exciting for the aviation personnel. The officer took a deep breath and continued with his words. Mark 54 lightweight torpedo ready for deployment. He glanced at the radar system and saw the target group getting nearer by the second, locking to the leading Leviathan. Another crewman reported, signifying the signal to open fire. Foxtrot, release. The Maritime Aviation Warfare officer released the torpedo from the anti-submarine helicopter with a single push of a button. As the torpedo fell from the Seahawk, it landed on the rough tides with a splash and immediately propelled itself into the high seas. It headed towards the target group with ferocity and targeted the Leviathan leading the herd of sea monsters. The aviation personnel watched the propelling torpedo as it pierced into the waters. It only took a minute for the Freedom torpedo to be half a kilometer away from the target group. They kept watching through the monitor screen while the radar system detected both the torpedo and the Leviathan about to make contact. And then, it happened. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. An explosion resounded throughout the high waters as it erupted into damnation. A massive splash was made and blood splattered along with it. Observing results. One of the crewmen reported and observed any movements from the leading Leviathan. Results confirmed. Target has been engaged and terminated. With the results of their engagement clear, the dipping sonar system was pulled from the waters. The Harpoon swiftly elevated its altitude for necessary precautions and immediately reported what had happened to the Overwatch. Overwatch. This is Harpoon. Torpedo's engagement was a success. Leading Leviathan has fallen. The Maritime Aviation Warfare officer reported to the UNS Lightbringer. Asterisk Harpoon. Success confirmed. Effects have been recorded and the herd has loosened its acceleration. Further engagements have been authorized through Hellfire Weapon Release. Asterisk. The next order of the Overwatch was not surprising for the aviation personnel of the Harpoon. With the Leviathan so near to the surface, it was the greatest opportunity they had before the sea monsters submerged. Affirmative. Overwatch. Harpoon will further engage. The officer accepted the next orders with calm. Asterisk good. May the United Navy be with you. Harpoon. Asterisk for some reason, the radio operator on the other side started uttering references from their old world. May the United Navy be with me. Harpoon out. The Maritime Aviation Warfare officer played along with the reference and closed the transmission. After the transmission between Overwatch and Harpoon ended, the officer relayed the further engagement orders of the High Command to the aviation personnel. Overwatch has ordered us to continue our engagement against the sea monsters. Our main priority will be slowing them down and buying time for the Armada to prepare for the incursion. All of them nodded in understanding and weren't against the new orders. Their torpedo didn't seem too effective against the herd, so they needed to engage further. With the orders relayed by the officer, the pilot swiftly flew the Harpoon to the herd of Leviathans charging towards the Armada of the United Navy. The officer watched the giant sea monsters swimming through the rough waters while pummeling through the corpse of the leading Leviathan. It looks like they are determined to reach their target. The officer muttered in disappointment, as it would have been better for these fishes to retreat. Sir, Hellfire has locked into the remaining leading Leviathans. A Naviation personnel coolly reported to the officer. He looked at the locked sea monsters on his monitor screen with a digital square moving along with them. The officer looked at the aviation personnel and nodded before ordering the release of the air-to-surface missiles. Open fire. The Maritime Aviation Warfare officer ordered with a thunderous voice. Subsequently, the aviation personnel opened fire and released the AGM-114 Hellfire missiles.